after being publicly humiliated by the female CEO. Chapter 1, Call Me President Chen. Did you hear? That top loser from Mingkai Company, Chu Xinghe, is confessing to their boss. Holy crap, it's true. That loser actually has the guts to chase after Chen Luoxi? That guy's got some nerve. The noisy office instantly fell silent. Everyone pricked up their ears. Forget working, this is gossip time. Someone suddenly shouted from a cubicle, and the entire office responded like they'd received a signal. Everyone stood up and rushed out en masse. The hallway on that floor of the office building was packed. Near the back section, in front of one particular company, a crowd had already gathered. New arrivals tiptoed, their faces filled with excitement and curiosity as they tried to see what was going on. At the reception of Mingkai Company, a man in a cheap tracksuit knelt on one knee in front of a beautifully made-up woman with a cold expression, holding a bouquet of roses. Luoxi, please believe me. I won't say I'm the best among your admirers, but I can guarantee I'm the one who loves you the most. The most. The most. The most. The most. The onlookers, relishing the drama, began chanting and cheering for Chu Xinghe. Chen Luoxi's face flushed, but not from excitement, she was furious and humiliated. Looking coldly at Chu Xinghe, who had seemingly come out of nowhere and knelt before her, she said icily, Chu Xinghe, I don't know what gave you the wrong idea. Get up. Now. You mean you're saying yes? Chu Xinghe's face lit up with joy as he pulled out a necklace he had saved up a month's salary to buy and held it out to her. Are you insane? Chen Luoxi's frigid response made the already timid Chu Xinghe shrink back, awkwardly frozen in place, not daring to say another word. The crowd had no intention of holding back their mockery. Har har. Did you see what he pulled out? That necklace is so thin it's probably just gold-plated. Is this toad brain dead or what? Look at Chen Luoxi's phone case, that's the latest pearl stingray skin model. Just that case alone could buy 3 of those necklaces. Seriously, what does this guy think he is? Even a so-called Phoenix man has to have some real skills. Chu Xinghe's just an intern who got in thanks to his mentor. And he's confessing to the boss. You think he's sane? Maybe he read too many CEO romance novels. The domineering president falls in love with me, har 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 har. Forget Chen Luoxi, even their receptionist wouldn't give him a second look. Hey, gossip is fine, but don't insult me personally, snapped a heavily made-up woman nearby. Why wouldn't I give him a second look? Amid the waves of ridicule, Chu Xinghe couldn't utter a single word of his prepared confession. Facing Chen Luoxi's icy gaze, a tight, suffocating pressure clutched at his chest. He felt utterly miserable. Was it really all just wishful thinking on his part? But she had stayed late at the office several times, seemingly on purpose. And she had always treated him just an intern more attentively than others. Luoxi. Chu Xinghe's lips were pale, his throat choked with unspoken words. Call me President Chen, she cut him off coldly, killing whatever courage he had left. Chu Xinghe bit his lip, his entire body aching as if stabbed by thousands of needles. It felt like all the blood had drained from his body. Powerless and faint, the lofty image of Chen Luoxi in front of him blurred and wavered. This guy's not gonna have a heart attack, right? Look at him trembling. Yikes. Hope he doesn't die here. That'd be bad luck. President. Chen Chu Xinghe struggled to his feet, his voice shaky. With each word, it felt like something inside him was breaking apart. The mockery around him cut like blades, chopping his dignity into pieces, exposing him before everyone. Your internship ends in a week. Take care of yourself, Chen Luoxi said emotionlessly before turning and walking back into the office. Was that a warning that he'd be fired? Was he about to lose this hard-won job too? That final sentence hit Chu Xinghe like a heavy blow to the head. Dizzy and unsteady, he collapsed back onto the floor. The crowd quickly scattered, afraid he might cling to them for help. And so, the farce came to an end. Much later, when Chu Xinghe finally regained consciousness on the cold ground, he realized not a single person had helped him up. The company had long since closed. Only the company logo still glowed faintly in the dark hallway. Sorrow. Helplessness. Pain. Despair. All of it surged into his chest like a flood. He felt like a stray dog, unwanted, discarded, left to rot. No one cared. President Chen, heh. Chu Xinghe whispered hoarsely as he stood up. His mind drifted back to a night just like this, when Chen Luoxi had brought him a small cake during overtime and encouraged him to work hard. Or when it rained and she lent him her umbrella. So to her, he was just a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. Staggering out of the company in a daze, things only got worse. There was a blackout tonight. The elevators weren't working. Chu Xinghe felt the entire world had abandoned him. Living had lost all meaning. He even considered ending it all. In the dark stairwell, his foot slipped. The world spun. A sharp pain shot through him. Then, nothing. His body tumbled down the stairwell, finally coming to a stop, motionless. But heaven never truly shuts all doors. At that moment, a shooting star streaked across the sky, crashed through the glass, and pierced directly into Chu Xinghe's body. "Who's there?" A security guard's voice rang out, and a beam of flashlight landed on Chu Xinghe's unconscious form. Chapter 2, System Activated. Scanning current status. Host has successfully bound to their chosen worker system. Chu Xinghe opened his sore, heavy eyes to a blinding whiteness. His mind was still foggy, and the voice ringing in his ears felt oddly distant. "What the hell did I bind to?" Chu Xinghe muttered blankly to himself. Chosen worker system, successfully bound, the mechanical voice echoed again in his mind. Holy crap! A legendary system. Chu Xinghe vividly remembered yesterday his heartfelt confession to Chen Luoxi, only to be humiliated in front of everyone. Heh. So she'd just been toying with him this whole time. All that concern, all that kindness, it was fake. Still, maybe he should thank her. If not for her, how else would he have ended up binding a system? System. Give me money. Chu Xinghe shouted in his head. The chosen worker system is not yet activated. Huh. Since when did systems need activation after binding? The novels never mentioned this. How the hell was he supposed to activate it? Clueless, Chu Xinghe tried every method he could think of, but all he got in return was the same cold reply. System not yet activated. Still full of confusion, Chu Xinghe dragged himself to work. Well, if it isn't he the most devoted simp in all of Mingkai? Sneered a scantily clad receptionist as he walked through the door. She had always picked on him and in turn using her backstage connections to bully him. When he first arrived, he actually had a crush on her and even helped her with overtime several times. Idiot. Chu Xinghe coldly spat the word. Having been through death once, he wasn't about to keep tiptoeing around people anymore. You damn toad. How dare you insult me? Just wait. The receptionist's eyes bulged as she snapped back at him. Chu Xinghe returned to his workstation, slumped over his desk, and resumed thinking hard about how to activate this so-called chosen worker system. I heard that simp almost fell down the stairs yesterday. You think he is trying to win Chen's sympathy now? As if. Chen can't wait to fire him sympathy. Please. Sure, quiet down. He just cursed out Lily at the front desk. He might be triggered or something. Don't go provoking him. Seriously. Dude may look like a stick, but he's gotta be at least 6 feet tall. If he snaps, we're in trouble. Chu Xinghe had no time to bother with these gossiping fools. His mind was occupied with one thing, the system. Suddenly, the office, which had been noisy due to his arrival, went dead silent. Click clack click clack. The crisp sound of heels echoed closer and closer until they stopped right in front of his desk. Har, look at that. Chen finally has an excuse. That guy's totally screwed now, someone whispered gleefully. Chen Luoxi stood there, staring down at Chu Xinghe with open disdain written all over her face. Bang bang bang. Director Liu slammed his hand down on the desk beside her. Chu Xinghe, what the hell are you doing? Sleeping on the job in broad daylight. No need to wait for your internship to end. Get to HR now and pack your shit. The receptionist, Lily, arrived just in time to watch the show. Arms crossed and eyes rolling, she muttered, serves you right for insulting me. Karma's a bitch. As if on cue, Director Liu turned her way. Lily immediately switched faces, giving him a flirtatious smile. Snapping back to reality, Chu Xinghe found himself face to face with an enraged Liu and a frosty-faced Chen Luoxi. He instantly understood what was happening, but sometimes, survival meant bowing your head. Sorry. I wasn't feeling well. You're going to sit there and talk to your superiors like that? Director Liu snapped, taking advantage of his meek tone. Chu Xinghe silently stood up from his desk. You came to work just to win my sympathy, didn't you? Chen Luoxi said with disgust. Rather than feeling sorry for him, his pitiful act only made her despise him more. Sorry, Director Chen. Chu Xinghe couldn't explain the real reason, so he swallowed his pride. That's enough. Stop wasting everyone's time, Chen Luoxi snapped. Your internship is almost over. According to company policy, in addition to regular performance reviews, you'll need to complete a business assessment to pass. Understood. The moment those words left his mouth, a voice echoed in his head again. A semi-transparent screen suddenly appeared before his eyes. Chosen worker system activated. New mission, internship evaluation. Objective, secure partnership with Greentown Real Estate. Hint, if you wanted the stars, I'd pluck them from the sky for you. Progress, 03. Starter pack available. Open now? Chu Xinghe stared at the translucent screen, dazed. So the system required a mission to activate. But what was that hint about plucking stars from the sky? Chen Luoxi misread his blank stare, frowned again, and turned around without a word. HMPH. I don't care what tricks you pull. If you screw up the Greentown deal, your assessment is over. Mingkai has no place for trash, Liu sneered, then ran off to whisper something to Chen Luoxi. System, open the starter pack. Starter pack opened. You received 100 worker points. Skill unlocked, Scandal Probe. Scandal Probe, spend worker points to uncover dirt on your target. Scandals, huh? Chu Xinghe sat back down, pondering the true value of this new skill. His eyes drifted toward the project contract Liu had left on his desk, and he began flipping through it. That guy's doomed. Greentown's Song Qian is notoriously difficult. How so? Every project she touches ends up with razor-thin margins. Then even if we close the deal, it's not worth the trouble. Exactly. Still, I heard she's gorgeous, easily on par with Director Chen. I've never seen her in person though. Lucky bastard. As the gossip buzzed around him, Chu Xinghe gritted his teeth in frustration. That damn Director Liu was really trying to crush him. Then his gaze flicked back to the Scandal Probe skill and the 100 worker points. He stared coldly at Liu's office. Heh. Let us start with you, you bastard. Would you like help translating the next chapter as well? Chapter 3 Black Material Investigation. After Chu Xinghe opened the cooperation project with Greentown Real Estate, a surge of anger suddenly rose to his head. Such harsh cooperation conditions, let alone that they are the Party B asking for the project, even if Party A puts forward such conditions, they may not be able to find a sucker to take the order. Director Liu doesn't even think about passing the internship assessment. He is trying to get himself killed. This is naked revenge. Director Liu's despicable behavior made Chu Xinghe more determined to use him to test his skills in detecting dirty tricks. Chu Xinghe was staring at Director Liu's office the whole day, but this grandson even had his lunch delivered by the receptionist Lily, so he had no chance to get close to him at all. As it was almost time to get off work, colleagues left one after another. Chu Xinghe pretended to look through their project plan while staring at Director Liu's office. Other colleagues thought that Chu Xinghe was worried about the internship assessment. Time passed by minute. Since the receptionist Lily went into the room at around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the two have not come out yet. At around 7 o'clock that evening, the lights in Director Liu's office were suddenly turned off, which cheered Chu Xinghe up. Finally leaving. There is no one around except this couple, and they are not afraid of being noticed. You haven't left yet. Har, can you negotiate business by working overtime? I advise you to hurry up and find a job. Lily at the front desk and Director Liu were hugging each other without any hesitation. When they saw Chu Xinghe standing up, they made sarcastic remarks. Xiaochu, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you should be down to earth in everything you do. Director Liu put one hand around Lily's waist and educated Chu Xinghe with a sanctimonious look on his face. Chu Xinghe was too lazy to argue with the two of them, and directly pressed the black material skill of a black hand icon towards Director Liu in his mind. The black material detection skill was used successfully. Deduct 100 work points. Liu Xingxue, male, 38 years old. Dropped out of the second year of junior high school. Current 958 was purchased online. Purchase address. I have received kickbacks many times in projects. Here is the specific list. Xinhe Engineering Company, Limited, secretly changed the cement grade during construction, 300,000 yuan. Beiyuan Environmental Protection Technology Company, Limited, falsely reported sewage discharge data, 250,000 yuan. Jiangmeng Network Technology Company, Limited. My god, how dark is this bastard? I can't even put all his dark facts on this page. Chu Xinghe was amazed at how much dark facts Director Liu had. Har har, what are you looking at? I can crush you to death as easily as crushing an ant. You'll work overtime until you die of sudden death. I'll see how you can pass the assessment. Director Liu frowned and cursed when he saw Chu Xinghe staring at him blankly. Okay, Director Liu, there's no need to be angry with him. Aren't you going to take me to Japanese food? I'm hungry. Lily, the receptionist, rubbed her plump breasts against Director Liu and said in a coquettish voice. Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll help you drive him away in a few days. Let everyone in the company know that you, Dong Lily, are mine. Let's see who dares to bully you. Director Liu unscrupulously used Chu Xinghe's dignity to demonstrate his status as a man. Chu Xinghe sneered and watched the two leave silently. Liu Xingxue, just wait for me. The skills provided by this system are so powerful that they directly exposed Director Liu's underwear. Director Liu had so much negative information that for a moment, the empty office was filled with the sound of Chu Xinghe typing rapidly on the keyboard. Unknowingly, Chu Xinghe had already sorted out all of Director Liu's negative information on his computer. Chu Xinghe stretched out his hands suddenly, wanting to stretch. R. Accompanied by a cry of surprise, Chu Xinghe felt his fingertips touching something extremely soft. And very chewy. Shit. Chu Xinghe was also startled and hurriedly closed the document on the computer. Chu Xinghe. A clear and angry voice sounded beside Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe turned his head and saw Chen Luoxi, whose face was flushed, standing beside him without him knowing when. This. Why hasn't Mr. Chen left yet? Is he still trying to PUA me? Mr. Chen, I didn't know you were here. Chu Xinghe rushed to pass the buck. This was said naturally, after all, he really didn't know she was next to him. Forget it, you didn't mean it. It's so late, are you looking at Greentown's information? Chen Luoxi calmed down and didn't dwell on it anymore. Yes, at least we need to understand the background of the project. Seeing that Chen Luoxi didn't notice that she was compiling negative information about Director Liu, Chu Xinghe just went along with what she said. I agreed to the project Director Liu gave you. After all, if you only do this kind of thing, I don't think there is any reason to keep you in the company. Har har, then let's wait and see, Mr. Chen. Chu Xinghe was no longer as cowardly as before, and looked at the beautiful Chen Luoxi calmly. Oh? It seems that I really overestimated you. I don't know why the instructor insisted on recommending you. I hope that if you get into any trouble in the future, don't say that you are his student. We can't afford to lose this person. Chen Luoxi raised his eyebrows and said in a suddenly cold voice. I still say the same thing, let's wait and see. Whether I am in Mingkai in the future or not, I will definitely get this order. Har har, can you get this order? Unless you are Xu Jiang's biological son. If you can get this order, I will reward you by having dinner with me. After saying that, Chen Luoxi walked away from the company in high heels like a noble swan. Xu Jiang is the chairman of Greentown Real Estate. After Chen Luoxi left, Chu Xinghe opened up some dirt on Director Liu. He wondered if he could get this guy to help him complete the project with this dirt. Thinking of this, Chu Xinghe opened the company's WeChat group, tagged Director Liu, and typed a few words. Xinhe Engineering Company, Limited, Beiyuan Environmental Protection Technology Company, Limited, Jiangmeng Network Technology Company, Limited. These companies are all the companies where Director Liu has taken black money. Director Liu, who was eating Japanese food with Dong Lily, frowned and took out his cell phone. When he saw that it was Chu Xinghe who tagged him, he immediately became furious. But when he saw the company names sent by Chu Xinghe, cold sweat broke out instantly. Director Liu, what's wrong? Dong Lily asked in a delicate voice when she saw Director Liu's unhappy expression. At this time, Chu Xinghe sent another message in the WeChat group, Director Liu, I have some data that doesn't match. Can you come to the company? By the way, there is too much data. It would be best to bring Dong Lily to help. Come back to the company with me. Director Liu threw down his chopsticks with a grim look on his face and stood up and said. Dong Lily said in confusion, going back to work overtime at this time. No, I have to go back to apply a facial mask. Chapter for Lily's transfer. Who would have thought that Director Liu, who had always doted on Dong Lily, would angrily yell with a dark face, "Stop talking nonsense. Come back to the company with me right now." Dong Lily was frightened by Director Liu's sudden anger. She didn't dare to say anything for a moment. She immediately packed her bag and followed him. On the way, Director Liu did not forget to reply in the WeChat group using his mobile phone, "Okay." After a while, Director Liu was afraid that Chu Xinghe really knew something about him, so he replied in the group, "I'll be there soon, wait a moment." When Director Liu and Dong Lily rushed into the company in a hurry, the company was empty. No matter whether I sent WeChat or made a phone call, I could no longer contact Chu Xinghe. Damn it. This guy actually stood me up. Director Liu looked at the empty company, feeling extremely angry. Nothing happened that night. The next morning, when Chu Xinghe saw 100 or so missed calls, he knew that the scandal was confirmed. However, a trump card is most intimidating only when it is not exposed. Early in the morning, Director Liu came to the company and stood at the door waiting eagerly. Did you see that? Director Liu is waiting for someone at the door. I saw it. Could it be that he is waiting for that loser Chu Xinghe? Forget it. He must be waiting for Mr. Chen. By the way, what happened last night? Why are Lily's eyes red? Director Liu is still in good shape. Just wait and see. I suspect it has something to do with that kid. When Chu Xinghe arrived at the company, he was stopped by Director Liu, who had been waiting at the door before he even entered. What's wrong with the companies you sent to the group? Director Liu stared at Chu Xinghe with red eyes. Nothing, I just sent it randomly. I wanted to discuss with you the project that Greentown Real Estate is launching. How dare you? Chu Xinghe. Do you still have the relationship between superiors and subordinates in your eyes? You called us back for this reason. And you went home yourself. You are kidding us. Do you know how long we have been waiting for you? When Dong Lily saw Chu Xinghe, she ran over from her workstation. When she heard what Chu Xinghe said, she immediately became furious and pointed at Chu Xinghe's nose and started scolding him. Director Liu did not say anything to stop him. He was not sure whether Chu Xinghe really knew his little secret. Dong Lily, who among you two is the director? Chu Xinghe looked at Director Liu with a cold face. Director Liu coughed at the right time and said, Lily, keep your voice down. We are in the company. Dong Lily then calmed down a bit and stopped talking. Director Liu looked at the fearless Chu Xinghe and was not sure whether he really knew something. I hope it's just a false alarm. Director Liu did not blame Chu Xinghe too much, but called the angry Dong Lily to his office. Not long after, Director Liu brought the smiling Dong Lily towards Chu Xinghe's group. Everyone come here, I have something to announce. Director Liu greeted the employees in Chu Xinghe's group. Everyone is familiar with Dong Lily's situation. In view of her recent performance, the company has approved her transfer application. Starting today, she will be officially transferred to your business group 3. After saying this, Director Liu looked at Chu Xinghe again. Xiaochu, the project opened by Greentown Real Estate is not easy to negotiate. The company's senior management brought up this project just to try their luck. I see that although you graduated from a prestigious university, you are still not very familiar with the company's business. So the company decided to let Dong Lily be the project leader. If you have any questions, you can ask your sister Lily. Dong Lily, who was standing next to Director Liu, was almost grinning from ear to ear as she looked at Chu Xinghe with pride. Okay. Chu Xinghe responded helplessly. Chu Xinghe could only obey the company's arrangement. I will need your support in my future work. Dong Lily also said a few polite words at the right time. Several veteran employees from Business Group 3 exchanged a few polite words and returned to their workstations. Chu Xinghe also returned to his workstation, but before he even sat down, Dong Lily came over. Xiaochu, I just came to the third sales team, and I want to treat everyone to a cup of coffee. Can you buy some for me? Let's go to the Lukin coffee store on the commercial street. They have plenty of ingredients. What flavor do you want to drink? I just created a small group. Tell us in the group. Chu Xinghe frowned. If you want to treat me, then treat me. What are you talking to me about? Even if I am poor, I will not drink a single sip of your drink. Chu Xinghe was about to refuse when Director Liu, who had just walked a few steps, came back and said to Dawn Lily, Lily, come to my office. Xiaochu, I'm sorry to ask you to buy it for me. Everyone is waiting. Dawn Lily responded and then said to Chu Xinghe. Looking at the backs of the two people colluding with each other, Chu Xinghe felt suffocated. It turned out that this was a plan between the two of them to show their power. If I refuse, other team members will be dissatisfied with me and blame me for not letting them drink coffee. But the commercial street is in the city center, at least 3 kilometers away from their industrial park. These two bastards. Chu Xinghe cursed inwardly, but still walked out of the company obediently. I am still too green, and I can't compete with the experienced people who have been in the workplace for many years. They just use some tricks to make a fool of me. Chapter 5 Design Frame Up. Chu Xinghe walked out of the office angrily, wondering how he could make a comeback. Director Liu has transferred Dawn Lily to Business Group 3. I can't guarantee how she will bully me in the future. This guy knew his own strengths and weaknesses. Even the reception report he made was full of loopholes. When he was licking Chen Luoxi before, he helped her a lot in order to understand her schedule when she came to the company. Sitting on the bus, when I finally got a full cup of coffee. Congratulations to their host for completing the extra unreasonable work, and I will reward you with 50 work points. Chu Xinghe's eyes lit up when he heard this system prompt. The haze in his heart disappeared in an instant, and a refreshing feeling swept over his body. Ahaha, the chosen worker system. Less than 300 yuan for a cup of coffee, plus the almost negligible fare, in exchange for 50 work points. You know, Liu Xingxue only needs 100 work points to reveal so much negative information. Dawn Lily, har, you are really my lucky star. The expression on Chu Xinghe's face now was exactly the same as the expression on Dawn Lily's face just now. The raised corners of the mouth are harder to suppress than AK, it's impossible to suppress it at all. Another Mingkai Company, in Director Liu's office. Dawn Lily sat on Director Liu's lap without any hesitation, with her arms around his neck, looking as if she wanted to suffocate Director Liu to death. Director Liu pushed Dawn Lily away with a red face and said, Lily, you want to suffocate me to death. Aren't they rewarding you? Didn't they say that there would be an assessment before transferring to the business department? How come it's going so smoothly? Dawn Lily couldn't help but kiss Director Liu on his shiny forehead. Don't worry about it. Is this how you plan to reward me? Director Liu's hands were moving around in a very dishonest manner at this time. Then tell me how you want me to repay you. It's up to you. Dawn Lily felt weak all over from being touched, and she collapsed on Director Liu. Director Liu smelled the perfume emanating from Dawn Lily, his eyes rolled, and he directly pulled out the light yellow shirt that Dawn Lily had originally tucked into her skirt. Dawn Lily lay down next to Director Liu's ear, breathing heavily from time to time, which further stimulated Director Liu's desire. After a long while, Dawn Lily's body had already fallen limply on Director Liu, and Director Liu reluctantly pushed Dawn Lily away. Actually, I was able to transfer you here so quickly this time because I have a mission for you. What mission? The blush on Dawn Lily's face had not yet faded, and she looked at Director Liu with seductive eyes. Chu Xinghe's internship assessment is a project developed by Greentown Real Estate. Although this project itself is very difficult, he is a top student who graduated from Southeast University after all. We have to prevent him from actually negotiating the project. Oh? So you want me to ruin this project? Of course. You have to take this seriously. If you do a good job, I will give you your salary after the transfer this month. Really? Oh my Director Liu. Dawn Lily's eyes lit up when she heard it, and she threw herself on Director Liu again. Chu Xinghe returned to the company with a happy face and distributed coffee to each colleague without mentioning the money for the coffee. Several colleagues who were waiting to eat the melon showed disappointed expressions on their faces. It seems that this Southeast University graduate is simply a fool. No wonder he was fooled into confessing his love to Mr. Chen. His IQ is worrying. Chu Xinghe sat at his workstation, revising the plan previously developed by Greentown Real Estate while looking up various information. Dawn Lily, who was assigned a workstation next to Chu Xinghe, had been keeping an eye on Chu Xinghe. When she saw Chu Xinghe start working, she also opened the project information she had just received from Director Liu. It is difficult to negotiate a project smoothly, but it is too easy to ruin a project. In a big way, you can just go against the design style of the other party. In a small way, it is also simple, just make a few mistakes in the data. Even not doing the layout is also a solution. In this regard, Dong Lily can be said to be very experienced. After Dong Lily revised the Greentown real estate project according to her own ideas, she walked straight to Director Liu's office. Chu Xinghe looked up and continued to improve the plan. The company's plan was just a general direction, and a lot of data needed to be improved, including design style, key data, cost budget, etc. All of these require a lot of work. Chu Xinghe was busy and exhausted. Soon he saw Dong Lily walking out of Director Liu's office with an unhappy look on her face. Xiao Chu, I have completed the project report of Greentown Real Estate. There are only some key data left. Please fill it in. As soon as Dong Lily returned to her workstation, she said to Chu Xinghe angrily. Before Chu Xinghe could say anything, a file was sent to him via WeChat. After opening the file, Chu Xinghe immediately understood why Dong Lily was angry. This report is so poorly written that even the most basic table of contents is wrong. No wonder she was kicked out by her lover, Director Liu. Chu Xinghe read it through and found that the mistakes were not just in the directory. Instead of revising it, it would be better to rewrite it directly. However, Chu Xinghe was too lazy to correct her. He just responded and then worked slowly. When it was almost time to get off work, more than half of the data was still not filled in. Dong Lily stood behind Chu Xinghe with a frown on her face. She didn't want to work overtime with this intern, so she said impatiently, "It took you a whole day to finish this little data. Have you ever looked at the project before? This is your internship assessment, I'm helping you. I'm sorry, there's a lot of data and all of it needs to be calculated. This workload. I won't listen to your reasons. Mingkai doesn't need trash. Tomorrow morning, I want to see the report with the data filled in. Otherwise, I won't be in charge of your matter." Dong Lily said this and turned away. Wait, there are so many important data that need to be calculated. What if I can't finish it? Can't finish it. Dong Lily sneered without turning her head. Can't finish it. Is that even a question? But, wait, Dong Lily seemed to understand what Chu Xinghe meant. She paused, turned around, and said with a half smile, that depends on what Director Liu thinks. Chapter 6, The Blame-Shifting Master. Director Liu, please give me the money. Dong Lily asked me to buy coffee today. Director Liu raised his head, looked at Chu Xinghe with an expression that looked like he was a fool, and sneered, "You got into Southeast University by cheating, right? Dong Lily asked you to buy coffee, and you came to me to reimburse." Chu Xinghe said with a fake smile, "Everyone says that Director Liu is good to everyone. In addition, Sister Lily has a relationship with you, so it's the same if I ask you to reimburse me." Director Liu was about to start scolding, but suddenly changed his mind. Could it be that the handle Chu Xinghe had on him was the relationship between him and Dong Lily? Looking at the other person's expression, Director Liu suddenly chuckled. He was scared to death last night, but now he can finally put his worries aside. Just this handle, har har, this guy is not without intelligence, he is simply without brains. Thinking of this, Director Liu put away the smile on his face and said coldly, "What is the relationship between me and Dong Lily? Are you sick?" After saying this, Director Liu kicked Chu Xinghe out without further ado. Chu Xinghe, who had suffered a setback, became even more depressed. It took him 3 full hours to calculate the wrong number based on Dong Lily's wrong base. Congratulations to the host for completing the extra unreasonable work, and I will reward you with 100 work points. In an instant, Chu Xinghe's dissatisfaction disappeared. He looked at Dong Lily's WeChat profile picture and found it more pleasing to the eye. This is what is called planting flowers with care but having them not bloom, but planting willows by accident but having them grow into a shade. Dong Lily could never have imagined that her PUA in the workplace would be like a book of experience for her on the road to upgrading. The next morning, Dong Lily was waiting for Chu Xinghe at her workstation. As soon as Chu Xinghe came over, she spoke in a rush. "Xiao Chu, what's wrong with you? I waited for you all night yesterday, but you went straight home to sleep. Then you can do this project by yourself. I sent it to the group." Chu Xinghe said directly to Dong Lily, then turned on the computer and prepared to continue to improve his report. Dawn Lily felt embarrassed because she clicked on the Do Not Disturb button after joining the WeChat group yesterday, and she didn't see the file sent by Chu Xinghe at all. Chu Xinghe finally finished writing his report in the morning. In the afternoon, he could go to Director Liu to report. After get off work at noon, Director Liu came to find Dawn Lily, only to see Dawn Lily struggling with the data. After asking, I found out that although Chu Xinghe was assigned a task yesterday, due to errors in the original data, all subsequent data did not match. You still have to familiarize yourself with the work of the business department as soon as possible. After you do this a few times, Chu Xinghe will have every reason to refuse your request. Director Liu persuaded kindly. I saw that Chu Xinghe also made a report. Would you like to take a look? Director Liu's eyes lit up and he turned on Chu Xinghe's computer. When it was time to go to work in the afternoon, Dawn Lily threw yesterday's report directly on Chu Xinghe's desk. None of your data is correct. How on earth do you do your job? I calculated it based on the data you gave me. I've checked it several times. Chu Xinghe said unhappily. I'm new to this project. How do I know the first version of the data is wrong? You've been following it for so long, so wouldn't you make changes if you saw any mistakes? Are you sick? Chu Xinghe was so angry that his head was dizzy. Did he put all the blame on himself? How can you talk like that? Director Liu asked me to help you with good intentions, but I helped you in the wrong way. Dawn Lily frowned and shouted loudly. Director Liu, who came upon hearing the news, did not even ask the reason, and said to Chu Xinghe, Xiao Chu, Lily also has good intentions, how can you speak like that? Director Liu, your memory is not very good. Do you remember the last time you told me that you bought something online, but you thought about it for a long time and couldn't remember it? In the end, I helped you find it. It was called Xinghue Printing Shop. Seeing that the two men were in cahoots with each other, Chu Xinghe no longer cared about exposing the dirty laundry he had on Director Liu, and publicly exposed the shop where he bought the fake diploma. Director Liu frowned immediately. His memory was not bad, on the contrary, it was very good. Especially for things like this, he remembered them very clearly. This Xinghue Printing Shop is the place where I bought my fake diploma. Mingkai Company is different from other small companies. All employees need to undergo academic qualification examination. If your academic qualification is found to be fake, you will definitely lose your job. What's all the fuss about? A middle-aged man appeared at the door of Director Liu's office. He was Wang Kai, the vice president of Mingkai Company and a veteran who founded the Shancheng branch. It's okay, Mr. Wang. It was just a small misunderstanding. It has been handled. Director Liu reacted quickly, put away the file and said, well, be careful and don't make any noise in the company. If President Chen sees you, he will definitely deduct your salary. Old Liu, come here. Wang Kai looked around at everyone and finally his eyes fell on Chu Xinghe and said, a farce ended here. In Wang Kai's office. If you can't even handle an intern, what are you doing? Didn't you say before that you could get rid of him if you transferred Dawn Lily over there? Director Liu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said humbly, Boss Wang, I will deal with him soon. Please give me some more time. Time? I'm running out of time. That person is coming soon. If I can't deal with Chen Luoxi, I'll have to pack up and leave. I can't let her negotiate any projects at this time, understand? Soon, the company has only Chu Xinghe's internship assessment that has a chance of getting a project. He definitely won't be able to negotiate this project with Greentown Real Estate. According to the information I got, Greentown Real Estate has decided to give this project to the Cao family. Well, hurry up and do it. Liu Xingxue, I can still make you go away before I go away. And your ass is not much cleaner than mine. Do you understand what I mean? After hearing what Director Liu said, Wang Kai looked at him coldly, his words full of threats. Don't worry. Director Liu nodded vigorously. Chapter 7, Digging Holes. Chu Xinghe sat at his workstation sulking. These two bastards will kill you all sooner or later. If I didn't understand the details of the system, I would have just walked away. Even if I'm delivering food, I won't endure this humiliation. Generally, internship assessments are small projects in the hands of the company's old customers. As long as the interns do not make principled mistakes, these old customers will generally not make things too difficult for them. But for some reason, since Chu Xinghe joined the company, in the 3 months since then, the company's interns have not negotiated any orders. Every internship assessment project is ridiculously difficult. The Greentown real estate development project that fell on Chu Xinghe's head this time was headed by the person in charge, Victoria Song, who was known in the industry as a difficult person. Not only that, the entire business department of the company is in a state of not issuing orders, and I heard that this situation has been going on for a long time. There is something wrong here. Director Liu's reasons for targeting me are too unreasonable. At this moment, Director Liu came out of Wang Kai's office and went straight to Chu Xinghe's workstation. Xiao Chu, don't be so impulsive in the future. The company's arrangements have their own reasons, and this is also an opportunity for you to learn. But the original data sister Lily gave me was wrong. I calculated based on her data. Chu Xinghe knew Director Liu's true thoughts and didn't give him a chance to get any information from him. Really? That might be because Lily has just taken over this project and doesn't know much about it. Just continue to complete the information today. This is your first time discussing a project, so you still need to be more prepared. Director Liu stuffed the report into Chu Xinghe's hands with a hypocritical smile. Chu Xinghe took the report and sneered at Director Liu. Director Liu, I actually made a report myself. I don't have much time, so I plan to go to Greentown to see the other party's attitude first. Director Liu's face suddenly turned cold, and he stared at Chu Xinghe with his 3 white eyes, no longer concealing the hostility in his eyes. At this time, Dong Lily jumped out and said, Director Liu, look, this is what happened when you asked me for help. People don't appreciate it at all. I waited for him all night last night, but he didn't even look at it and sent out the wrong data. Xiao Chu, you too, Lily is a veteran of the company after all, and she has some unique insights into the project. Chu Xinghe was not at all nervous and did not give Director Liu any chance to repeat his old tricks. He transferred Dong Lily here to make things worse. Just take out your mobile phone and go to Daobao, then click on the interface for forwarding WeChat and select the company's large group. After reaching this step, Chu Xinghe showed the screen of his mobile phone in front of Director Liu. After using despicable means to deal with Chu Xinghe, he still failed. Director Liu was already annoyed by being threatened by Wang Kai, and when he saw that Chu Xinghe had learned his lesson and did not fall for it, he became even more furious. But when Director Liu saw the interface of Chu Xinghe's mobile phone, the coldness on his face suddenly disappeared, and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. The phone interface that this guy opened turned out to be the online store where he bought the fake degree. And the damage he chose was the custom product he bought. Exposed. Director Liu understood in an instant that Chu Xinghe was not pretending, but really knew his secret. He just kept it in his heart and never said it. Putting aside how he got the news, just because he had never made it public, Director Liu felt that Chu Xinghe was not as stupid as he seemed. Well, it's time to talk to the other party in person. After all, no matter how much paperwork you do, it's not as good as meeting in person. Dong Lily stood aside in shock, looking at Director Liu in confusion. Director Liu was too lazy to explain, so he turned off Chu Xinghe's phone and handed it back. Lily, give Xiao Chu the business department's public mailbox number and make an appointment by email before going. Director Liu signaled to the lackey beside him. Dong Lily was stunned at first, then she showed an expression of understanding. Experience always brings wisdom. Director Liu's move was really smart. He knew clearly that the intern did not have the right to make an appointment with the project client, but still gave him the account. As the company's receptionist, I may not know much about other things, but I am very familiar with appointment making. At that time, I can just say that I didn't receive Chu Xinghe's appointment application and put all the blame on him. Even if Mr. Chen personally protected him, he had no reason to stay in the company. After all, a large company like Mingkai has very complete rules and regulations for reporting to superiors and subordinates. These contents are the first lesson that interns need to learn. Looking at Chu Xinghe, who had already started typing, Dong Lily showed a sinister smile on her face. After Chu Xinghe successfully sent the appointment email, he packed up the project plan and left the company. Dong Lily sitting on the side really made people feel uncomfortable. Director Liu returned to the office, and after seeing Chu Xinghe leave, he took out a laptop from the drawer with a sneer on his face. After opening one of the software, he actually directly controlled Chu Xinghe's office computer. I don't know when Director Liu downloaded a remote control software on Chu Xinghe's computer. Director Liu manipulated the mouse and quickly found the email address where Chu Xinghe was offline. He then withdrew the appointment email he had just sent and deleted the record. After doing all this, Director Liu put away his laptop as if nothing had happened. He created a new file on his office computer and began to edit the offline reservation application for Greentown Real Estate. And in turn went to Song Qian, the owner of Greentown Real Estate, to discuss a project without an appointment. With Song Qian's tigress character, she might think that Mingkai does not value Greentown and that this in turn does not know the rules, and directly reject them. What's more, according to the inside information I have, this project has already been finalized. This time, I don't believe you can get away with it. If you're going to act, you have to do it fully. Mr. Wang knows my plan and will definitely support it. Then I will send this reservation application to Chen Luoxi via the internal email. By the time she sees it, Chu Xinghe will probably have been kicked out by Greentown Housing. Fight with me. Boy, you are still young. Director Liu sneered, took the edited appointment application and the report he had just downloaded from Chu Xinghe's computer, and walked towards Wenkai's office. Chapter 8, Little Trickster. Chu Xinghe came out of the company with his mind still blank. He said he was going to find Greentown Real Estate to rent a house, but I'm an intern who hasn't even completed the internship period. Even if I just count the appointment emails, will the other party really meet me? Chu Xinghe came to the building opened by Greentown Real Estate with a nervous mood. Greentown Real Estate is a well-known local real estate development company in this mountain city. Its chairman, Chu Xinghe, was originally a vegetable wholesaler. Fortunately, I caught up with the great changes in the past 3 years. I contracted environmental protection projects on several hills and earned my first pot of gold, and then entered the real estate industry. Over the years, we have made steady progress and established a foothold in the mountain city. Not only are there real estate projects one after another in the main urban area, there are also many industries in catering, tourism, education, etc. It can be said that it is one of the few leading enterprises in the area. Chu Xinghe came to the front desk and said, "Hello, I'm from Mingkai Company, and I'm here to see Mr. Song." "Do you have a reservation?" the receptionist at Greentown Hotel asked without even raising her eyelids. "I sent an email to make an appointment." "Email appointment? I didn't receive Mr. Song's afternoon reception. What time did you make the appointment? Who is the assistant?" "Huh? I didn't know the time, so I sent an email to make an appointment." "Then wait, but Mr. Song may not necessarily see you. For someone like you, didn't the company leader tell you that the appointment had to be reviewed before you came out? Didn't you send the appointment email yourself?" The receptionist rolled her eyes and spoke rudely. Chu Xinghe listened patiently and understood. It was that old dog Liu Xingxue again. He asked me to send the appointment email, but he didn't tell me that the appointment still needed to go through the approval process. I fell into the trap again without being careful. Director Liu is so insidious. He is always thinking about digging a hole for himself. You get fooled every day, but it's always different. Xiao Jia, this may be their first time here, so they don't know our procedures. I see that Mr. Song doesn't seem busy, so why don't we give him a call and ask? Just when Chu Xinghe was hesitating whether he should go back to the company to settle accounts with Director Liu, a weak female voice sounded beside him. The receptionist at Greentown Room looked up, so the person who was talking, and picked up the phone while muttering, "You are always so soft-hearted. If I get scolded, you have to treat me to a meal." "Okay. Mr. Song is such a nice person, he won't scold you," said a young girl with black-framed glasses, small stature, a ponytail, and a cute appearance. Chu Xinghe looked at him and said with a smile, "Thank you. It's okay, just sit there and wait." The girl smiled. Chu Xinghe sat patiently in the waiting area, drinking free tea and waiting for Song Qian. After a while, a young man in his 20s, with slicked back hair and a professional suit, came over. After asking the front desk a few questions, he went straight to Chu Xinghe. "You are from Mingkai Company, right? Mr. Song is not available today, please come another day. You are just a small salesperson, and you always ask to see Mr. Song. Do you think this is like ordering a lady from a KTV? Can you see Mr. Song whenever you want?" After saying this, without waiting for Chu Xinghe to speak, the man turned around and left. "Then what should I do to meet Mr. Song?" Chu Xinghe quickly called out to the young man with greasy hair and powdered face. "Wait for me in the coffee shop opposite the company. Do you know the rules? My last name is Zhang, you can just call me Assistant Zhang." Assistant Zhang glanced at Chu Xinghe and said meaningfully. Assistant Zhang, I see President Song is in the office. The girl who had just helped Chu Xinghe passed by with a pile of documents and happened to see this scene again. What? Do we have to receive him when Mr. Song is here? Is he your husband or your father? Assistant Zhang scolded the girl without any politeness. How can you say that? I don't know him. The girl with ponytail suddenly became so angry that her face turned red and tears welled up in her eyes. Chu Xinghe moved sideways to block the girl who was secretly wiping her tears behind him and glared at Assistant Zhang. At some point, a pretty woman appeared standing not far behind this assistant. The woman was wearing a black and white business suit and her hair was pinned with a sharp clip. The woman was tall and hot, with a delicate pointed chin, a pair of bright eyes, and thick black hair. She was a pleasure to look at. At this moment, the woman was looking at this side expressionlessly. As an assistant, do you have such great power? Chu Xinghe really couldn't figure out who gave him the courage. However, from Director Liu, Chu Xinghe understood that when one is weaker than others, one must make good use of the situation in order to turn the tide. The woman standing behind Assistant Zhang looked beautiful, but she gave off an aura that said, keep away from strangers. You can try. Assistant Zhang was in no hurry to leave. He just stood there, sneering at Chu Xinghe with a fearless look on his face. Enough. An suppressed female voice suddenly rang out. Assistant Zhang's arrogant face suddenly turned into panic, and when he turned around and saw the person coming, his face turned pale. You are just my assistant. It is not your turn to decide who I meet and who I don't meet. Now I finally understand why the outside world has such a bad reputation for me. I will ask the disciplinary inspection department to intervene later and audit all your work since you joined the company. When Assistant Zhang heard that Victoria Song wanted the disciplinary inspection department to investigate him, his face turned pale and he wailed, Boss Song, you misunderstood. It was him who insisted on rushing in to find you, so I stopped him. Xiao Zhang is done for this time. He was caught by Mr. Song. He deserves it. Who made him so arrogant? He was lucky to join the company with Mr. Song and was chosen as an assistant. Look at how crazy he has been recently. I thought he was the project manager. At this time, the noise at the door also attracted the attention of the employees of Greentown Real Estate Development Company. Everyone was talking in a low voice, and from time to time they pointed at Assistant Zhang who was about to cry. Everything will be handled by the disciplinary inspection department. There are surveillance here. If you are innocent, you will get the result immediately. Song Qian said lightly. After hearing what Victoria Song said, Assistant Zhang felt his legs go weak and he sat down on the ground. Chapter 9 Local Bully. After dealing with these things, Victoria Song looked at Chu Xinghe. What do you want to talk to me about? Mr. Song, I'm Chu Xinghe from Mingkai Company. I want to talk to you about the design of our company's latest project. Wang Xiameng, right? You can come along too. I remember you were in the design department. Song Qian didn't even look at Assistant Zhang who was slumped on the ground. Instead, she turned around and spoke to the girl with the ponytail who was standing there at a loss. In the conference room, Song Qian was flipping through the report brought by Chu Xinghe, making the sound of flipping papers, and her brows gradually furrowed. Are you here to tease me? Get out of here before I get completely angry. Song Qian threw down the report and looked at Chu Xinghe coldly. It was indeed difficult. Before Chu Xinghe could say anything, Song Qian, who was renting a house in Greentown, threw the report in Chu Xinghe's face. Although this woman was pretty, her cold aura made Chu Xinghe feel nervous and a little flustered. Mr. Song, Mingkai's parent company is a Fortune 500 company, and we have a strong backing. I believe that if you are willing to try to cooperate with us, it will be a win-win solution for both of us. Chu Xinghe tried to persuade Song Qian. Har, how many landscaping projects has your company done? What are the project backgrounds? Take your proposal for example, what level of idiot do you think someone would sign it? I can tell you right now that if the total project investment is reduced by 3 levels, this project will be given to you Mingkai. Do you dare to agree? You are just an intern. What status do you have to discuss projects with me? Just because of this, I will never give this project to you even if it sucks. Song Qian was in a high position and had a cold expression. Every word she said was like a heavy punch to Chu Xinghe's heart. Although the other party had a bad attitude and sharp words, everything he said was true. This time, I was badly screwed by Director Liu's grandson. Mr. Song, although I'm just an intern, I'm quite confident in the area of landscaping. Chu Xinghe didn't want to fail in the first mission and wanted to continue fighting for it. Go away, go away. I don't want to see you anymore. Song Qian waved her hands impatiently and no longer had the desire to continue communicating with Chu Xinghe. At this moment, the door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open and several men walked in. The leader had a beard and wore a shirt with few buttons fastened, revealing a colorful tattoo on his chest. Boss Song, I'm here to sign a contract. I just heard that you're dating an intern named Mingkai. Wow, your taste is not that good. I, old cow, can kill 5 of these chicks with one slap. This is Cao Wenbin, the second son of the Cao family in Shancheng. The earthfill sites in Shancheng are basically controlled by his family, so when there are large-scale projects, we have to cooperate with them, otherwise we have to transport them to other places at a high price. Before Chu Xinghe could speak, the little girl named Wang Xiameng leaned close to Chu Xinghe's ear and whispered. Chu Xinghe nodded silently. It would be hard for a family with such monopoly resources not to develop. Cao Wenbin, you'd better watch your mouth. This is Greentown's real estate opening. Song Qian's face suddenly turned cold. What's wrong with Greentown? Even if it's old Shu, he has to be polite to me when he sees me. Song Qian, I'm telling you, don't be shameless. Cao Wenbin arrogantly pulled over a chair and sat down, with his legs thrown directly on the conference table. Chu Xinghe's eyes rolled and he understood instantly. No wonder Victoria Song didn't even want to talk about it anymore. It turned out that this project had already been decided. Looking at Cao Wenbin happened to be looking at Chu Xinghe. Kid, get out of here right now. If you're a step slower, don't blame me for making you see blood today. Cao Wenbin grinned and stared at Chu Xinghe viciously. It was the first time Chu Xinghe had seen such a scene, so he couldn't help feeling a little nervous. But at this moment, Chu Xinghe suddenly had an idea and opened the chosen worker system for Cao Wenbin. The black material detection skill on the system interface lit up in Cao Wenbin's head. Without any hesitation, Chu Xinghe directly used his skills on Cao Wenbin. The black material detection skill was used successfully. Deduct 100 work points. Cao Wenbin, male, 30 years old. Graduated from high school. He beat others to disability many times. Here is the specific list. Sun Qianyu, both eyes were blinded. Chen Xiaoli, left ear cut off. Guangxin, hand broken. Zhang Wei, lower body paralyzed. This Cao Wenbin turned out to be a real bully. There were at least dozens of records of him maliciously hurting people. Behind these records, Chu Xinghe also saw an arrow pointing downwards. When my eyes swept over, a prompt popped up on the system. Do you want to consume 10 work points to download? This black material also has the function of downloading. Chu Xinghe was a little confused for a moment, but the younger brother standing behind Cao Wenbin had already walked over at the other's signal. Although Chu Xinghe is tall, he is very thin. Compared with Cao Wenbin's burly figure, he may not be able to withstand a slap from the other party. The younger brother walked up to Chu Xinghe and glared at him with anger on his face. It seemed that if Chu Xinghe hesitated for another second, a slap would fall on his face. Chu Xinghe even remembered the principle of a wise man not to suffer a loss in front of him, so he quickly stood up, picked up the project plan on the table, and walked out of the meeting room in shame. Before leaving their house, he saw Victoria Song with an unhappy look on her face, and Wang Xiameng, who was also threatened and stood up. Chapter 10, A Hero Saves a Beauty. What should we do? Wang Xiameng was also kicked out and looked at Chu Xinghe helplessly. Chu Xinghe narrowed his eyes. Fortunately, Dong Lily, that bitch, had made things difficult for him before, so there were enough work points in the system. Chu Xinghe downloaded a piece of black material about Cao Wenbin beating others from the Qianxian worker system. After all, this is developed by Greentown Real Estate. Even if the Cao family is powerful, they wouldn't dare to do anything in broad daylight, right? At most, it's just taking advantage. But this is a good opportunity for me. If I can help Song Qian out of the predicament, then that landscaping project might still have hope. Thinking of this, Chu Xinghe said to Wang Xiameng, "What's your WeChat number? You're still in the mood to add me on WeChat at this time. I'm going to go find someone." Wang Xiameng glared at Chu Xinghe, turned around and ran to the company to call someone. Chu Xinghe, who was standing at the door, soon heard the sound from inside the house. Don't come over here, I'm calling for help. Cao Wenbin, don't go too far. You two go guard the door. Boss, this is a green city property, isn't it bad? Fuck you, do you want to die? Cao Wenbin's roar was heard in the conference room, and soon several of his younger brothers who had followed him came out and blocked the door of the conference room. Cao Wenbin, what do you want to do? The conference room is under surveillance. Don't mess around. Song Qian's voice was no longer cold, but full of panic. She was really afraid that Cao Wenbin would do something to her regardless of the consequences. Is there surveillance? That's even better, so I don't have to do it myself. Cao Wenbin's carefree voice rang out in the house. Boy, what are you still standing here for? Are you looking for a beating? The younger brothers who were also driven out saw Chu Xinghe who had not left yet, and their faces became ferocious, rubbing their hands, and approaching Chu Xinghe. At this moment, a loud noise came from behind Chu Xinghe. Wang Xiaomeng and a group of male employees from Greentown Real Estate Development came towards this side in a mighty procession. Seeing this, Chu Xinghe stepped aside and approached Wang Xiaomeng in the crowd. Mr. Song is inside. Wang Xiaomeng said, pointing to the conference room. As soon as he finished speaking, several tall employees walked over. The leader was about the same height as Chu Xinghe, with a burly figure, and muscles bulging under his clothes. It can be seen that he works out regularly. The man walked to the door of the conference room, frowned and looked sullen, showing an attitude that he was not easy to mess with and said, "Get out of the way. Har har, try to touch me today. Believe it or not, I will break your legs in the middle of the night. If you learn to fight like others, can you win? Whoever dares to call the police, don't let us know. Otherwise, he. It was obviously not the first time that Cao Wenbin's subordinates had done such a thing, and they stunned everyone present with just 2 sentences. These people who have been sitting in offices for years have never seen such a scene before. They looked at each other, but no one dared to step forward, and no one even dared to take out their cell phones to call the police. Let me go. Cao Wenbin. Song Qian's exclamation was heard in the conference room. Har har, the more you resist, the more excited I get. Cao Wenbin's arrogant voice rang out. Then there was the sound of tables, chairs and benches falling to the ground, and then a loud bang was heard, as if something was thrown hard on the table. Let me go. Song Qian's voice was already tearful. Chu Xinghe looked around and saw that among the crowd at the Greentown housing opening, except for Wang Xiaomeng who looked anxious and conflicted, most of the others were indifferent. Seeing this, Chu Xinghe looked at Wang Xiaomeng helplessly, thought for a while and took out his cell phone. When I opened my phone, the video I had just downloaded from the system appeared out of nowhere in my phone. Put down your phone. Do you want to die? No one in their company cares, but you are the first to take action. Are you tired of living? When Cao Wenbin's younger brother saw Chu Xinghe take out his cell phone, he immediately shouted at him. Chu Xinghe calmly opened the video on his phone, handed it to one of them and said, I'm not going to call the police, I just have a video to show you. What the hell? Playing tricks. The younger brother took Chu Xinghe's phone and stopped complaining, his face turned ugly. What's wrong? Does he have nude photos of you? The little brother next to him asked, stretching his neck. Fuck. Wasn't this when we were having a barbecue a few days ago? We were the ones who set up the surveillance at the time, and the hard drive was smashed. I don't even have this video, so how could this guy have it? You ask me, who should I ask? If it wasn't for the mission, Chu Xinghe really didn't want to personally show the video. But Wang Xiaomeng didn't even add him on WeChat just now, so in this situation, he could only expose himself. Boy, where did you get the video? Of course it was given to me by Victoria Song. This is the first time I even met your boss today. Chu Xinghe lied without blinking. Seeing this, the 2 men hesitated for a moment and then knocked on the glass door of the conference room. Fuck. That bastard. Don't you guys want to live? You can't even guard the door properly. Boss, that kid just now has a video in his hand, you have to take a look at it. What video do I have to watch now? Don't you know what I'm fucking doing? Cao Wenbin's roar came from the conference room, accompanied by Song Qian's crying. This is not the only copy. You should think about it carefully. You should think about whether this will be exposed on the internet or you will be scolded now. Seeing the other person looking at him, Chu Xinghe shrugged indifferently. The young man gritted his teeth and pushed open the door of the conference room. Chu Xinghe was quick-witted and walked into the meeting room with the younger brother, then closed the door of the meeting room. Song Qian was crying with tears in her eyes, and was pressed down on the conference table by Cao Wenbin in her disheveled state. Cao Wenbin had almost taken off all his clothes. If he had come a step later, Song Qian would have been ruined. Are you looking for death? When Cao Wenbin saw Chu Xinghe squeezing in, he immediately got down from the conference table and was about to beat him up. Chu Xinghe said calmly, "If you dare to touch me, someone will immediately post your video online. How will your Cao family face thousands of netizens then?" Although Cao Wenbin was puzzled, he temporarily suppressed his anger and snatched the phone from his younger brother's hand. Chu Xinghe took off his coat and wrapped up Song Qian, who had climbed down from the conference table. Song Qian looked at Chu Xinghe in confusion with her red eyes from crying. No matter how hard she tried, she could not imagine that the first person to rush in to save him would be the intern Mingkai, who had just been humiliated by her. Chapter 11. Pick me up after get off work. Chu Xinghe hugged Song Qian, feeling her slightly trembling body, and his heart was moved. Although this woman looked difficult to deal with, her figure was really amazing. However, this was not the time for romance. Chu Xinghe simply carried Song Qian down from the conference table and helped her sit on a chair on the side. Cao Wenbin held Chu Xinghe's phone, and his face gradually changed from excited red to dark blue. "Where did you get the video?" Cao Wenbin stared at Chu Xinghe like a hungry wolf and asked. The two younger brothers beside him were even more eager to attack and would rush up and subdue Chu Xinghe at any time as long as Cao Wenbin gave the order. Chu Xinghe said calmly, "I naturally have my own way." The Greentown employees outside the door, facing the conference room door that no one was holding, also followed Chu Xinghe and rushed in. Facing so many people, Cao Wenbin did not dare to expose his true feelings. If the video was really exposed online, it might cause a huge uproar. As the second son of the Cao family, Cao Wenbin has been bullying the city for so many years. What storms and waves has he not seen? He still has some sensitivity. "Boy, I will remember you. You are from Mingkai Company, right?" "Humph." Cao Wenbin finally calmed down, stared at Chu Xinghe with a ferocious face and said something harsh. After saying that, Cao Wenbin swung his arm and smashed Chu Xinghe's phone against the wall. The phone fragments flew everywhere. Cao Wenbin also left Greentown real estate with his men. After Cao Wenbin left, a tall man in a beige suit pushed everyone aside and rushed in. The man had an anxious expression on his face. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Song Qian sitting on a chair with a pale face. 1111, how are you?" The man pushed Chu Xinghe aside, took Song Qian's hand and asked with concern. Song Qian had just experienced the humiliation from Cao Wenbin, her face was already pale, and her body leaned limply on Chu Xinghe's waist. At this time, Chu Xinghe was pushed away by the newcomers, and Song Qian's head suddenly dropped down and was about to fall. Chu Xinghe subconsciously supported Song Qian's chin with his palm. Slippery. Chu Xinghe had never touched a woman at such a close distance, so he touched her subconsciously. The man next to him, who had originally looked anxious, suddenly became like a lion with its fur standing on end, and pushed Chu Xinghe on the chest. "Where did you come from, you wild boy? What are you still standing there for? Get out now. Xu Lei." At this time, Song Qian had also recovered some strength. After glancing at Chu Xinghe, she stood up from the chair with a cold expression. 1111, as soon as I got downstairs, I heard that the beast from the Cao family had arrived. He rushed to save you without even locking the car. Are you okay? Xu Lei pushed Chu Xinghe away with his butt. The man is called Xu Lei, the eldest son of Xu Jiang, the chairman of Greentown Real Estate Development, who just returned from studying in Countrywide this year. In terms of age, he is the same age as Chu Xinghe. Xu Lei, I'm fine. I still have work to discuss with Chu Xinghe from Mingkai Company. Can you talk to me later if you have anything to say? Victoria Song calmly straightened her wrinkled clothes and spoke politely yet coldly. Chu Xinghe? Xu Lei turned his head and glanced at Chu Xinghe. Just by taking a glance, he could tell that he was just an ordinary person. 1111. Xu Lei knew what had just happened and wanted to comfort Song Qian at this time so as to take their relationship to the next level. Vice President Xu, I really have to work. Song Qian's eyes were red, and she didn't want to talk about what had just happened in front of so many people. Okay, 1111, you go ahead. Xu Lei hesitated for a moment, wrote down Chu Xinghe's name without any expression, turned around and walked out of the meeting room. When Victoria Song saw the Greentown housing employees still gathered at the door of the conference room, she immediately turned cold and said, "Don't you have to work? What are you doing here?" The employees surrounding the door immediately dispersed. The burly employee had a look of disappointment on his face, secretly regretting that it was not him who rushed in just now. With so many employees on the journey, it was an outsider who had to come to the rescue. Wang Xiaoming also followed the crowd, but her beautiful eyes were full of curiosity as she looked at Chu Xinghe. Where did he get those videos from? In the conference room, the tables and chairs were still crooked, and there were only Chu Xinghe and Song Qian. Chu Xinghe was squatting in the corner, searching for a SIM card in the wreckage of his phone. "Aren't you going to explain?" Song Qian stood beside Chu Xinghe with her arms folded across her chest. "What's there to explain? This Cao Wenbin is such a beast. If he's angry, then he's angry. But why did he throw my phone?" Chu Xinghe said angrily. Pucci Victoria Song couldn't hold back her laughter and burst out laughing. Chu Xinghe turned his head to look at Song Qian, whose eyes were still red and who was covering her mouth and chuckling, and was stunned for a moment. Song Qian's facial features are very delicate, and compared to Chen Luoxi's European-style looks, they are more in line with the aesthetic taste of Chinese men. "If you look again, I'll dig out your eyes." Seeing Chu Xinghe's dazed look, Song Qian immediately put away her smile and said coldly, "I just saved you, and you treat your savior like this." Chu Xinghe finally found the SIM card from among the phone fragments, put it away carefully and said. Song Qian raised her eyebrows and snorted, "Why? I'll pledge my love to you." "No need. It's just my bad luck. I'm leaving." Chu Xinghe stood up and was about to leave. "Hey." Song Qian hurriedly grabbed Chu Xinghe's arm. Chu Xinghe looked puzzled. What on earth was this woman trying to do? "Well, come pick me up after get off work," Song Qian said in a low voice with her head down. Chu Xinghe was even more confused. Could it be that this woman really liked him? "Come just because I told you to. Why so much nonsense? You don't want to talk about the project anymore, right?" Song Qian raised her head and glared at Chu Xinghe coquettishly. Okay, Mr. Song." When Chu Xinghe heard that there was still hope for his mission, his eyes suddenly lit up. Not to mention the part-time job, with Dawn Lily, who has cerebral palsy, in the third business group, I will definitely have troubles in the future. This phone is only about 2,000 yuan. If the project is successful, I can directly replace it with the latest model of Mate 60 after receiving the commission. After watching Chu Xinghe happily leave Greentown Housing, Victoria Song squatted in the conference room, found the memory card of Chu Xinghe's phone from the wreckage, and then quickly returned to her office. Chapter 12 Reporting Theft. When he was about to leave, Chu Xinghe saw Assistant Zhang roaring hysterically. "Are you blind? When did I openly ask for a bribe? I'm going to find Mr. Song to explain." The hysterical Assistant Zhang suddenly saw Chu Xinghe coming out, his eyes suddenly turned red, and he pounced on him like a mad bull. That look in his eyes seemed to want to skin Chu Xinghe alive and eat him alive. Chu Xinghe widened his eyes and looked at Assistant Zhang, who was flying towards him. In panic, Chu Xinghe subconsciously raised his foot to block it. I only felt a soft touch under my feet, followed by a scream, and saw Assistant Zhang, who had pounced on me, fly away at an even faster speed. Murder! Assistant Zhang, who was kicked away by Chu Xinghe, lay on the ground, his face covered in blood, howling like a pig being slaughtered. "Oh!" Chu Xinghe was stunned. He didn't use any strength just now. He raised his foot completely subconsciously. "Call the police! Call the police! He hit me! You all saw it, he hit me!" Assistant Zhang changed his previous arrogant attitude, wiped the blood off his face, pointed at Chu Xinghe and shouted. "It was you who rushed over to hit me, wasn't it?" Chu Xinghe said innocently. "I hit you? Why is my face covered in blood? When the police come, should I believe you or me? You little jerk!" Assistant Zhang grinned viciously. "There are surveillance cameras here, and there are so many witnesses. Do you believe what you say?" Chu Xinghe was speechless. How did this Assistant Zhang become Song Qian's assistant? The logic in his head was even more elementary school than that of a naughty child. "I don't care, I'm going to sue you. I'm going to find a lawyer." Assistant Zhang acted as if he was determined not to give up. Chu Xinghe was too lazy to answer him. Song Qian, who had returned to the office, heard the noise outside and came out again. Song Qian knew their whole story, but she didn't expect that Chu Xinghe, who looked thin and weak, was so strong. Greentown Real Estate is a leading local enterprise. The local police station took the case very seriously and the police arrived soon after. After briefly asking about the cause and effect of the incident, he took Chu Xinghe back to the police station to take a statement. In the interrogation room, a young female police officer looked at Chu Xinghe curiously with her big eyes. Name: Chu Xinghe. Age. After a standard interrogation, Chu Xinghe explained everything about himself. Before leaving, the capable-looking female police officer called Chu Xinghe. Have you ever practiced any martial arts? No, I am a law-abiding citizen. That's not what I meant. An ordinary person would not be able to react to your kick just now. Even if they could react, they would not be able to kick that person away in such a short time. Do you know how far it flew? 4 meters. Even the most powerful special forces soldier in our station said he couldn't do it after watching the surveillance video. Maybe it's a coincidence. Chu Xinghe didn't want to say more on this topic. Can you teach me? How about it? I'll treat you to a meal. I can also pay for the tuition. As she spoke, the tall, capable and beautiful policewoman's face turned red with excitement. Oh! Chu Xinghe was stunned. What was going on? It was understandable that Victoria Song asked him out, but why did this policewoman also come to pester him? Dong Siki. Come back quickly to organize the transcripts. Where have you been? Just as the policewoman reached out to grab Chu Xinghe's arm, an angry roar sounded from the interrogation room. This is my phone number, call me, you must call me. Dong Siki handed Chu Xinghe a note and hurried back to the interrogation room. Chu Xinghe held the note with the phone number written on it in his hand. This was the first time in his life that he had received a note from a girl. Chu Xinghe has been out for the whole morning, and now he has to report to the company. Otherwise, Director Liu and Dong Lily will not know how to suppress him. As soon as he entered the company, Chu Xinghe saw a group of people gathered around his workstation. Dong Lily was standing in the middle with a bright smile on her face. Director Liu was also standing on the side with a smile on his face. Seeing Chu Xinghe coming back, Director Liu immediately said in a serious tone, "Xiao Chu, you still need to learn more from your sister Lily." That's right, I've been in the company for 3 years and have never been praised by President Wang. As soon as Sister Lily came, she was praised in public by President Wang. Maybe our 3 groups will have a team leader. Chu Xinghe was confused. Dong Lily was praised by President Wang? With the little knowledge she had, was President Wang blind? An ominous premonition spread from the bottom of Chu Xinghe's heart. Chu Xinghe ignored these people and directly opened his computer. Chu Xinghe's face suddenly became ugly. There is no folder. There is no recycling bin either. Where is the report I made? Chu Xinghe turned his head and stared at Dong Lily coldly and asked. Dong Lily pretended to be confused and said, "What report? How can I know what's on your computer? Is there something wrong with your brain?" Chu Xinghe looked at the group of people surrounding him, especially the faint smiles on Dong Lily and Director Liu's faces. He suddenly became furious and his clenched fists trembled slightly. These 2 bastards. Not only did they steal my report, they also took it for themselves. I had been planning to perfect the report after I came back, and talk to Victoria Song about it after work, but now they have directly deleted their electronic version. Xiao Chu, what's wrong with you? Did you lose something? If not, go to the security guard and check the surveillance. Director Liu said hypocritically. As soon as Chu Xinghe saw this situation, he knew that the other party must have done something, and he wouldn't be able to find anything even if he checked the surveillance. Helplessly, Chu Xinghe could only swallow his anger. Liu Xingxue, you just wait for me. Once the mission is completed, I will make you pay the price. Thinking of this, Chu Xinghe stopped talking and said lightly, "It's nothing. Xiao Chu, Lily has already helped you prepare the report on Greentown Real Estate, and has also received praise from Mr. Wang. You must thank your sister Lily. How about this, it's still early, I'll take you guys to Green City to open a house in person this afternoon." Director Liu made arrangements on his own. You stole my report and you want me to thank you? You bastard. Chu Xinghe was about to refuse, but changed his mind and sneered, "Okay, Director Liu." Chapter 13 Workplace PUA. Not only did these two bastards steal my report for themselves, they also deleted my electronic version. Fortunately, I printed out a paper version when I went to Greentown to check in the morning. It was too troublesome to import it into the computer, and it also needed typesetting, so there was no time at all. Chu Xinghe had no other choice but to make some modifications to the paper version. Director Liu saw that Chu Xinghe did not resist and lost interest in continuing to educate him. He did not return to his office, but went directly to his boss Wang Kai. "How is it?" Seeing that it was Director Liu who came in, Wang Kai put down a document in his hand and asked. No, but judging from his look as if his father had died, he probably didn't even get to meet Victoria Song. "Well, that's good. Let's try to negotiate this project opened by Greentown Real Estate, understand?" Wang Kai changed his original strategy at some point and said. "I understand. Don't worry. Well, let's do this. When you leave in the afternoon, come and see me first. If I'm free, I'll go with you. It just so happens that I also want to see what kind of charm this Victoria Song has." "Okay, Mr. Wang." Chu Xinghe was revising his report here, and he had to be on guard against Dong Lily, who wanted to peek at it for various reasons. Dong Lily saw that Chu Xinghe was guarding against her as if he were a thief, and she was so anxious that she was sweating. Before, President Wang had personally instructed her to keep a close eye on Chu Xinghe. "Xiaochu, there's a piece of data here that doesn't seem to match, can you help me take a look?" Chu Xinghe was about to open his mouth to refute, or even expose her ugly behavior in public. But he thought that if he tore his face off, his job would be gone. In the end, Chu Xinghe gritted his teeth and agreed to Dong Lily's request. While Chu Xinghe was busy calculating the data, Dong Lily said, "Xiaochu, go find Mr. Wang and tell him that he has an appointment with Song Qian from Greentown Real Estate at 3 p.m. Chu Xinghe was stunned, but immediately refused, "I can't go at all." Chu Xinghe knew that as an intern, he had no right to report to the company's vice president. Moreover, Dong Lily did not say report, but notify. It's really a waste of time. An intern is going to arrange the schedule of the company's vice president. Not to mention Mingkai, a superior company with strict rules and regulations. Even if an intern in an ordinary company dares to report to a higher level, he will be scolded at best, or even fired directly after the internship. "Xiaochu, why is it so difficult for you to do something? There's something wrong with your work attitude," Dong Lily said with a frown. The communication here attracted the attention of other employees in Business Group 3, and they all pricked up their ears and paid attention. This Chu Xinghe, it's better to mess with Dong Lily than anyone else. Dong Lily is well known in the company for being petty, and is going to be in trouble now. President Wang is in charge of personnel affairs and attaches great importance to the company's hierarchy system. This kid seems to have finally gotten the hang of it and has learned how to say no. Maybe he's just simply afraid. Then I'll go tell Mr. Wang now that Sister Lily wants to ask him something. Wait for me to call him over and you can talk to him in person. Chu Xinghe didn't buy Dong Lily's moral blackmail at all. Director Liu is such a good person. You actually let me help someone like you. Seeing Chu Xinghe like this, Dong Lily got so angry that she got up and went to Director Liu's office. Chu Xinghe looked at Dong Lily's back with a sneer. "Congratulations to their host for rejecting workplace PUA, and I will reward you with 50 work points." The voice of the system came to his ears, which made Chu Xinghe's eyes light up. Refusing unreasonable work will be rewarded with work points, and refusing PUA will also be rewarded with work points. If that's the case, then the system is backing me up and allowing me to sort out the workplace. Thinking of this, Chu Xinghe turned his head and looked at the three groups of gossiping employees. If he scolded them directly in public, would the system reward him for rectifying the unhealthy trends in the office? It seems that I have to find an opportunity to test the system. After all, I have limited work points now. The minimum cost of the skill of black material detection is 100 work points. I still need to continue to explore the system's reward mechanism. Dong Lily was chased away by Chu Xinghe and stayed in Director Liu's office until noon, even ordering takeout for lunch. Before, the two of them were sneaking around and guarding against people, but now, because Director Liu is in charge of Business Group 3, Dong Lily has to go in and report on her work several times a day. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Song Qian, who rented the Greentown apartment, did not agree to Director Liu's appointment, which made Director Liu a little embarrassed. He was scolded like a grandson in Mingkai's office for a long time. After Director Liu came out, he wanted to vent his anger on Chu Xinghe, but when he remembered that Chu Xinghe had evidence of his fake academic qualifications, he held it back. Xiao Chu, did you meet Mr. Song from the other party when you went to Greentown Real Estate this morning? Director Liu asked when he came to Chu Xinghe's workstation. I saw it. When Chu Xinghe heard Director Liu's voice, he hid the report he was revising. This action left Director Liu speechless. This guy really thinks he is a thief. Although Director Liu was very unhappy with this action, he could not show it, otherwise he would be really implementing his instruction to Dong Lily to steal other people's reports. Don't tell me, just the report written by Xiao Chu. Director Liu suddenly realized what Chu Xinghe said. What? You met Mr. Song? Director Liu looked at Chu Xinghe in disbelief. I made the appointment in the name of Mr. Wang, but the other party didn't give me face. Chu Xinghe didn't even go through the appointment process this morning, but he met me. Could it be that Chen Luoxi helped? Director Liu suddenly thought of something and broke out in a cold sweat. This was completely against Mr. Wang's wishes. If Mr. Wang knew about this, he would definitely kill himself before he died. How did you meet Mr. Song? What did you talk about? Why didn't you report anything when you came back? Do you still have a leader in your eyes? You are too free and easy. You are the one who caused the trouble. No wonder Mr. Song rejected the appointment. It turns out that you ruined the company's reputation. Chu Xinghe, get out of here. Dong Lily also jumped up from the side, blamed Chu Xinghe, and put all the blame for the failed appointment on Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe became so angry after being scolded. This couple of dogs were blaming him for everything. Now that Victoria Song doesn't want to see them, she blames herself for ruining the company's reputation. What the hell, this is intolerable. You said that your appointment failed because of me. Where is the evidence? Chu Xinghe argued. You still need evidence. Do you want me to hire a lawyer for you? Dong Lily had been bullied by Chu Xinghe for a whole day and finally found an opportunity to vent her anger. What's going on? Why so noisy? Just when the two sides were arguing fiercely, Vice President Mingkai came to the office area of Business Group 3, which was rare. Chapter 14 Forced to fight back. As soon as Vice President Wang came over, everyone shut up. Director Liu looked at Vice President Wang with cold sweat, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. Chu Xinghe didn't want to pamper these two people, and said directly to Vice President Wang, Boss Wang, this is the case. I can't find the report I wrote for Greentown Real Estate on my computer. But for some reason, that version of the report went to Sister Lily, and I heard that you praised Sister Lily. What's going on? Vice President Wang frowned and looked at Director Liu. It's a misunderstanding, it's a misunderstanding. Xiao Chu may have misunderstood. Chu Xinghe helped with some data sorting work for the report given to you. Director Liu said with cold sweat. Chu Xinghe sneered and was too lazy to completely expose Director Liu, lest this guy turn into a mad dog. Also, it was Director Liu who asked me to go to Greentown Real Estate to find Mr. Song this morning. I was having a good conversation with Mr. Song, but Director Liu came over and scolded me without asking any questions. He said that I had ruined the company's reputation and caused him to fail to make an appointment in the afternoon. Chu Xinghe said it with great grievance, and the crowd of people watching couldn't help but sympathize with him. Director Liu and Dong Lily were really going too far. Did you meet with President Song this morning? Did the conversation go well? Upon hearing this, Vice President Wang's face suddenly turned even darker and he glared at Director Liu fiercely. This was completely different from the information he had. Yes, otherwise why would President Song ask me to go see her after get off work? Chu Xinghe still had no bad influence on Vice President Wang, the vice president of the company. Hearing this, Dong Lily, who had been restrained because of Vice President Wang's arrival, suddenly laughed and said, You? Making an appointment with President Song after get off work? Chu Xinghe. Even if you are lying, find a more reliable excuse, please. Xiao Chu, your joke is a bit too much. Vice President Wang also said seriously at this time. Chu Xinghe didn't bother to pay attention to these snobs. He was just an intern anyway, and no one would believe anything he said. Okay, stop gathering around. Just do what you need to do. Director Liu, come with me. Vice President Wang glanced at Chu Xinghe, then turned and glared at Director Liu with an unpleasant expression. The farce ended here, and Dong Lily did not arrange anything for Chu Xinghe until she got off work. As soon as the get-off work ended, Chu Xinghe left the company with his perfected report. As soon as Chu Xinghe left the company, Dong Lily quickly packed up her things and followed Chu Xinghe out of the office with a lewd look on her face. Chu Xinghe went straight back to the company after driving out of Greentown apartment. Now he has nothing in his hand except a mobile phone card. Greentown House is located in the city center, at least a dozen stops away from the industrial park where Chu Xinghe is located. After thinking for a long time, Chu Xinghe decided to stop a taxi. When we got there, I had to ask Victoria Song to pay for the car fare. If she stood me up, I could just go back to my rental house to get the money. When the taxi arrived near the Greentown Real Estate Development Company, Chu Xinghe was still a little nervous. After all, this was the first time he had experienced such a thing. But the result was good. Chu Xinghe saw Song Qian standing downstairs of Greentown Housing Building, looking around from a distance. This woman was trustworthy and did not stand him up, otherwise he would have been really embarrassed. Dong Lily, who was following closely behind Chu Xinghe, paid the fare early to prevent Chu Xinghe from discovering her. She trotted and hid in the green belt on the side of the road, watching Chu Xinghe's taxi stop. "What's wrong with you? It's already so late and you're half an hour late." As soon as she got off the car, Victoria Song complained with a frown. "The company is so far from here, there's nothing I can do." Chu Xinghe made such a straight man statement that Song Qian rolled her eyes. "Okay, let's go. I'm starving." Victoria Song didn't dwell on this matter any further. Seeing that Chu Xinghe didn't move, Song Qian had a face full of question marks. This was watched by Victoria Song with her big eyes blinking. Chu Xinghe's face turned red for no reason and he said weakly, "Well, can you help me pay for the fare? My phone was broken, and the change I had on me is just enough to get back to the company." Song Qian didn't say anything. She readily paid the fare for Chu Xinghe, grabbed Chu Xinghe's arm and pulled him forward. Song Qian's action made Dong Lily, who was hiding in the green belt, almost pop her eyes out. She quickly took out her mobile phone to take a photo and sent it to Director Liu. Chu Xinghe was dragged by Song Qian to a nearby shopping mall. Chu Xinghe is now full of questions and doesn't know what Song Qian is going to do. Victoria Song took Chu Xinghe directly to a mobile phone store in the mall, said a few words to the clerk, and the clerk handed out a black box. "Here." Song Qian took the box and handed it directly to Chu Xinghe. "What do you mean?" No matter how dumb Chu Xinghe was, he could tell that the other party had bought him a mobile phone. "Grown man, stop being so fussy. Your phone was broken because of me, isn't it normal for me to compensate you?" Victoria Song said with a matter-of-fact expression. Chu Xinghe wanted to refuse, because what Song Qian bought for him was the latest Mate 60 Porsche model. You have to know that the starting price of this latest flagship phone is more than 20,000 yuan. Even if I become a regular employee, it will take me 2 months to earn that much. We met for the first time today and he gave me such an expensive gift. Could it be that he has some feelings towards me? If you don't want it, then there's nothing to talk about. You don't want to fail the internship assessment and be fired by Mingkai, right? Song Qian seemed to be prepared and said to Chu Xinghe cunningly. Chu Xinghe suddenly came to his senses. The other party was the key to the success or failure of his mission. Never mind. If the mission can really be successful, I will accept it even if it means sacrificing my chastity. Chu Xinghe quickly took out the SIM card from his pocket and opened the package immediately. Dong Lily, who was hiding aside, almost bit off her tongue when she saw this scene. "What did you see?" Song Qian, who is known as the ghost of the mountain city, actually bought a mobile phone for Chu Xinghe? Am I hallucinating? Dong Lily didn't care whether Director Liu had any problems or not and directly dialed the other party's number. At this moment, a tall and graceful figure walked into the mobile phone store, attracting the attention of passers-by who were shopping in the mall. This person was none other than Chen Luoxi, who had just got off work. Chapter 15, Confrontation. Chu Xinghe unpacked the package quickly and replaced his SIM card. Chen Luoxi, who had just walked in, saw Chu Xinghe standing with Victoria Song. To be honest, it would not be difficult for anyone who enters this mobile phone store not to notice this side. Just because Song Qian is so beautiful, the mobile phone store that was originally deserted was now flooded with passers-by. Now that Chen Luoxi, such a standard beauty, also walked in. This mobile phone store became bustling almost instantly. Chen Luoxi never thought that he would meet Chu Xinghe here, and the person standing next to Chu Xinghe was Song Qian, who was famous in the engineering construction field of the entire mountain city. How do I insert the SIM card? Chu Xinghe fiddled with it for a long time without any luck, and looked at Song Qian helplessly and asked. But I saw Victoria Song looking straight ahead. Following Song Qian's gaze, Chu Xinghe's heart suddenly tightened and he skipped a beat. Chen Luoxi. How come she is here? Chu Xinghe was a little flustered for a moment, like a child who was caught eating candy and was at a loss what to do. What a coincidence. Are you buying a cell phone too? Chen Luoxi's voice sounded as clear as the sound of a spring. Well, I bought it for Chu Xinghe. His phone was broken. Song Qian took over the conversation with a smile, her voice gentle, not giving Chu Xinghe a chance to speak. The company has a work cell phone. Didn't you get one? Chen Luoxi looked at Chu Xinghe and asked in her clear voice. Chu Xinghe opened his mouth and wanted to say that the company would only provide mobile phones after the internship period, but the words stopped coming out of his throat. As if thinking of something, Chen Luoxi smiled at Chu Xinghe. Just as she was about to speak, she was interrupted by Victoria Song and said, his phone was broken because of me. If I don't compensate him, I don't know how he will hate me. Is that so? Chen Luoxi nodded and looked at Chu Xinghe. As a woman, Chen Luoxi clearly felt Song Qian's inexplicable hostility. As a woman, Chen Luoxi couldn't help feeling jealous when she saw a woman suddenly appear next to the man who originally loved her. You can live well, but not too well. You confessed to me and I rejected you, then you turned around and hooked up with a woman who was as good as me in status or appearance. This made Chen Luoxi feel uncomfortable. Even though I don't have any romantic feelings for him. Chu Xinghe was almost dying of embarrassment, and felt that Chen Luoxi's gaze was like a knife scraping at him. Mr. Chen, it's time to get off work now. If there's nothing else, we're going to have dinner. Just when Chu Xinghe was at a loss, Song Qian directly took Chu Xinghe's arm, raised her white jade neck and said as if to declare her sovereignty. Chen Luoxi's pupils shrank, and then he said with a smile, if you don't mind, let's go together. It just so happens that I also want to change this phone, so I'd like to hear Chu Xinghe's advice. Song Qian didn't say anything, but turned her head to look at Chu Xinghe. On one side is his immediate superior, and on the other side is the key person in the system mission. Chu Xinghe also saw that the two women were competing against each other, and he became the poor man caught in the middle. Then, let's go together. Chu Xinghe said with gritted teeth. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt Song Qian, who was holding his arm, pinching his arm hard, while Chen Luoxi on the opposite side showed a satisfied smile. While the three of them were talking, Dawn Lily in the corner was almost going crazy. Her clenched fists had lost all color. She could never have imagined that the harmless Chu Xinghe had such a good relationship with Mr. Song, the owner of Greentown Real Estate. Now she just feels like a clown. Not only that, but Mr. Chen also came. Seeing the smiles on their faces, Dawn Lily felt that her career was over. When Dawn Lily thought about her attitude towards Chu Xinghe during this period, she couldn't stop shaking all over. Chu Xinghe, is he the son of some big boss who came here to gain experience at the grassroots level? If he doesn't mind, I have no objection. Song Qian still looked calm and graceful. Just like that, Chu Xinghe, under the envious gazes of passers-by, walked with two beauties to the top floor of the mall, to their famous Pearl restaurant in Shancheng. Chu Xinghe had never been to such a high-end place. The entrance hall alone was an archway inlaid with pearls, so densely packed that it instantly cured Chu Xinghe's claustrophobia. Hello, Miss Song. The Crystal Palace box has been prepared for you. Before I even entered the door, the waiter from Pearl restaurant came up to me and said. Before Song Qian could say anything, another waiter came up and said, hello, Miss Chen, the Pearl Harbor box is ready for you. The two women did not speak, but looked at Chu Xinghe together. Chu Xinghe just felt a headache. He was just an intern. Was it necessary to do this? I won't talk about Victoria Song, after all, I am her savior. If I hadn't helped her, even if Xu Lei arrived, she would have been taken advantage of by Cao Wenbin. But why is Chen Luoxi doing this? I was blinded by her before and confessed my feelings to her. At that time, she looked at me as if I was a piece of rotten meat. Why is she jealous of me and Victoria Song now? Including two waiters, for women were staring at him at once, and Chu Xinghe could only feel his face getting hot. The Crystal Palace. Chu Xinghe finally chose Song Qian. After all, Song Qian owed him a favor. As for Chen Luoxi, to be honest, since he had let it go, he didn't have any good feelings towards this woman. When Song Qian heard Chu Xinghe's answer, she raised her head higher and looked at Chen Luoxi with eyes like a white swan that had won a fight. Chen Luoxi behaved very generously, and there was nothing unusual in his expression. Dong Lily, who was following closely behind the three people, looked over here furtively, fiddling with her cell phone in her hand and sending a message to Director Liu. Although this Pearl restaurant is in the mall, it is a reservation-only restaurant. I didn't make a reservation, nor did I have a reserved room, so I couldn't even get through the door. After Chu Xinghe and the other two entered the box, Chu Xinghe found a seat near the door and sat down. Who knew that the two women did not follow the routine at all and sat next to him, one on the left and one on the right. There is no need to order food in Pearl restaurant, and the waiter left after leading the three people in. At this time, three people were sitting in the box, no one spoke, and the atmosphere was extremely weird for a moment. Chapter 16 Video Aftermath. Chu Xinghe was squeezed in between the two women, and he smelled the perfume coming from Song Qian and Chen Luoxi, and he felt dizzy. Give me the payment code and I'll refund you the taxi fare. Finally, it was Chu Xinghe who broke the silence and said to Song Qian. Song Qian looked at Chu Xinghe with a smile and showed her WeChat QR code. Byte. The interface for adding WeChat friends appeared on Chu Xinghe's mobile phone screen. This is not a payment code that Song Qian gave me. It is a QR code for adding WeChat account. It's not much money, just send it to me in red envelope. What? You don't plan to pay it back? Song Qian saw that Chu Xinghe didn't click the button to request to be a friend, and he was still smiling, without any trace of his previous coldness and ruthlessness. Of course I have to pay it back. One thing is one thing, the phone was dropped because of Song Qian, so Chu Xinghe accepted it as a matter of course. The fare was paid by the other party, so of course he had to return it. After adding Victoria Song's WeChat, Chu Xinghe was about to send a red envelope, but Chen Luoxi on the other side held out his phone and said, Chu Xinghe, you are working for the company, and the car fare should be reimbursed by the company. Add me on WeChat and I'll send it to you. This doesn't comply with the company's regulations, right? Chu Xinghe was stunned. Even if it was for reimbursement, he had to go to the finance department to apply first, and then have the vice president in charge of finance sign it. Ever since being tricked by Director Liu, Chu Xinghe has learned his lesson. He reviewed the company's rules and regulations again in the afternoon. Now is the time for him to remember them clearly. It's okay, let's go through the formalities when we get back. What? You don't want it? Chen Luoxi raised his eyebrows and his face darkened. Does Chu Xinghe have something against me? He didn't choose Pearl Harbor when he was choosing the box, and now he added Victoria Song on WeChat, but deliberately didn't add me. All right. Chu Xinghe thought about it and decided not to embarrass Chen Luoxi in front of outsiders. To be honest, although she was pretty, she was like a poisonous snake in Chu Xinghe's eyes, so he would avoid her if possible. Chu Xinghe also added Chen Luoxi's WeChat account, and the private room fell silent again for a moment. Fortunately, at this time the waiter pushed the door open and started serving the dishes, which eased the tense atmosphere in the room a little. After the food was served, the three of them began to eat in silence. Chu Xinghe held up his chopsticks and lowered his head to eat. The plates at the Pearl restaurant were big enough, but the portions were pitifully small, and before long, most of the food went into Chu Xinghe's stomach. The meal was extremely awkward, but fortunately it was over quickly. Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Song. I'm so sorry that you should let us pay the bill. Chen Luoxi wiped his lips with a napkin. Mr. Chen, you're too polite. Actually, I mainly want to ask Chu Xinghe out. Although Song Qian's tone was polite, her words were rather harsh. It's almost like saying that you, Chen Luoxi, are here to eat for free. Chen Luoxi was not angry, but looked at Chu Xinghe curiously. She knew a little about this junior of hers. In school, he is a relatively quiet person, and a bit introverted in character. However, he is willing to work hard in his studies and is quite hardworking. It seems that I have disturbed Mr. Song's world of two. How about I leave first? Chen Luoxi said with a playful smile, which was also a test. Okay, I'll visit you again when I'm free some other time. Victoria Song didn't buy it at all and just went along with what Chen Luoxi said. Chen Luoxi's smile froze on her face and she turned to look at Chu Xinghe. Mr. Song, why don't you let Ms. Chen talk about it together? After all, she is the boss of the company. I can't make the decision on the questions you asked me before, but she can. Chu Xinghe no longer pretended to be blind at this time. No need, this matter mainly depends on you. We can let professionals discuss the specific form of cooperation when the time comes. Unexpectedly, Victoria Song rejected it outright. Chen Luoxi did not linger any longer. After all, it was really strange that he had not closed a single deal since he took office. Although Chu Xinghe is an intern, it seems that this business deal is still very promising. Okay, then you guys talk. Chu Xinghe, try your best to agree to whatever Mr. Song needs. If you have any requests that you are unsure about, feel free to contact me on WeChat. Chen Luoxi was also straightforward and just got up and left. After Chen Luoxi left, Song Qian stared at Chu Xinghe with a smile, which made him feel uneasy. Mr. Song, there are only two of us here, just say whatever you want to say. Song Qian didn't say anything, but used her phone to send a video to Chu Xinghe via WeChat. This video is exactly the negative information about Cao Wenbin that Chu Xinghe downloaded from the system before. It turned out to be a video of negative information. Fortunately, I didn't show anything, otherwise the other party would probably call me Mr. Song again. Don't you want to explain? There's nothing to explain. Isn't the implementation right in front of you? Are you the young master of a family in Shanjing who was let go? Or are you the dragon king of a foreign mercenary group? Song Qian asked seriously. You've read too many online novels. I'm just an ordinary person who happened to get this video. Chu Xinghe felt ashamed. It's just unbelievable, because the camera in that barbecue restaurant broke down 3 months ago. Do you think I haven't investigated it? Seeing Chu Xinghe's denial, Song Qian leaned back in her chair and said lightly. Oh, what does it have to do with me? I took out the video because I didn't want to see a woman being humiliated in public. As for you wanting to threaten me with this, I'm sorry, I'll just resign. Chu Xinghe said with a pout. The chosen worker system is his biggest secret, and nothing is more important than this secret. You want to resign? Great. Come to Greentown and be my assistant. There's no internship period, and the salary starts at 10,000 yuan. You can start right away. When Song Qian heard what Chu Xinghe said, her eyes suddenly lit up. Regardless of this guy's background, he is no ordinary character as long as he can produce this video. If he helps me, I may be able to get rid of Cao Wenbin and Xu Lei's harassment. Forget it, Mingkai is also good. Chu Xinghe hesitated for a moment, but still refused, because he didn't know what the consequences would be if the first task issued by the system failed. Okay, I won't force you. But the video issue isn't over yet. Cao Wenbin won't let you go just like that. Does he dare to kill anyone? Song Qian looked at Chu Xinghe seriously and said, I definitely wouldn't dare to kill someone openly, but I can definitely find a dump truck to hit you. Chu Xinghe thought of what Wang Xiameng had said to him. The Cao family's power was really capable of doing this. In an instant, Chu Xinghe's back was soaked with cold sweat. Do you live with your parents or alone in Shancheng? I'm from out of town. Then you can't go back home now. Maybe they are waiting for you now. When I thought about Cao Wenbin, the well-known figure with elaborate tattoos, and his gang of followers blocking my door, I would be lying if I said I wasn't scared. Chapter 17 Happiness Comes. You don't have to worry too much. After all, it was me who offended Cao Wenbin. I will naturally be responsible for you to the end. Seeing Chu Xinghe's face turn ugly, Victoria Song said at the right time. Chu Xinghe felt uncomfortable after hearing this, as if she had become a virgin who was bullied by a scumbag. When Song Qian saw that Chu Xinghe looked at her with a strange look in his eyes, her face suddenly turned red and she said angrily, What are you thinking about? Is this appropriate? Chu Xinghe couldn't help but feel a little excited when he thought about this woman taking him home. He had never lived in the same room with a woman of the same age. What do you mean by suitable? Didn't you want to take over the greening project started by Greentown Real Estate? The model room of that building has just been renovated and it hasn't been opened for sale yet. You can live there first. There are people at the construction site day and night, and Cao Wenbin doesn't dare to bring people in to cause trouble for you. As for how to go to work, you have to figure it out yourself. Is this appropriate? If I say it's suitable, then it's suitable. Do you want to go or not? Song Qian did this just to repay Chu Xinghe for his help. His previous attitude towards Chu Xinghe was just because he wanted to deliberately anger Chen Luoxi. Come on, do you want to see the report? Chu Xinghe asked as he handed over the report he had spent the entire afternoon revising. Well, give it to me. Can you drive? Song Qian took the report. After getting Chu Xinghe's reply, Victoria Song threw a diamond-shaped key to Chu Xinghe and told him an address. Chu Xinghe felt a little nervous while driving Song Qian's Mercedes-Benz off-road vehicle. I saw Victoria Song sitting in the passenger seat, looking down at the report carefully. Her profile reminded people of fine porcelain, smooth and cool. Her naturally slightly upturned mouth corners revealed a hint of confidence. Dawn Lily followed Chen Luoxi from the company to the mall and waited at the door of Pearl Restaurant for a long time. When she saw Chen Luoxi coming out, she carefully hid behind a green plant. After waiting for a long time for Chu Xinghe and Song Qian to come out, I followed them all their way to the underground garage, and then watched Chu Xinghe drive away in Song Qian's car. What happened that night made Dawn Lily feel like she had fallen into a black hole. Is this Chu Xinghe really just an intern with no background? Will I be killed silently because of the way I treated him before? Thinking of this, Dawn Lily didn't dare to follow him anymore and took a taxi directly to their high-end apartment that director Liu rented for her. Chu Xinghe has arrived at the construction site of Greentown Real Estate's new project. Before he could roll down the window, the railing was automatically lifted up, and a security guard with his hat tilted came out of the security room. Don't worry about him, just drive inside. Just as Chu Xinghe was about to roll down the window to say hello, Song Qian said without even raising her head. Chu Xinghe was secretly amazed. This was the benefit that status brought. Victoria Song took Chu Xinghe into the model room. The design style of this model room was elegant and simple. There were not many things in the room, but every corner exuded a noble atmosphere. An ornament that Song Qian casually pointed at was worth nearly half a year's salary for Chu Xinghe. Your report is well written, but the data and analysis are not detailed enough. You can't compete with Cao Wenbin with this report. Song Qian sat down on the sofa and continued to look through the report. I'm just an intern after all. Chu Xinghe said as he sat down one step away from Song Qian. Song Qian glanced at Chu Xinghe and frowned slightly. To be honest, she was still in shock after today's experience. After all, no matter how she thought about it, she never thought that Cao Wenbin would dare to do something unkind to her in the company. Now, Song Qian has a subconscious resistance to men. Yeah, that makes sense. Tell me about the project when you go to work tomorrow and I'll consider it. I hope you can go into more details. Victoria Song said after thinking for a while. Chu Xinghe thought about it and decided that this couldn't be done this way. There is no doubt that Director Liu and Dawn Lily, those two troublemakers, will cause trouble. If I rely on myself alone, how can I get you to give the project to Mingkai? Victoria Song looked at Chu Xinghe seriously, shook her phone and said, if there are more videos like that, maybe there will be a chance. Okay. Chu Xinghe simply took out his cell phone and pretended to fiddle with it for a while, but he was actually using the chosen worker system to download videos. For atrocities that looked more serious by Cao Wenbin were selected and sent directly to Song Qian's WeChat. Victoria Song stood up from the sofa in a flash. He looked at the 4 videos on his phone in astonishment, unable to believe that these were the videos Chu Xinghe had just sent to him. Obviously, Chu Xinghe did not have these videos of Cao Wenbin before. This information is enough for Victoria Song to analyze too many terrible possibilities. Chu Xinghe. He actually has the ability to investigate a person at any time. Moreover, he was willing to do this for Chen Luoxi. Could this person really be the young master of a family in Shanjing who came to the grassroots to gain experience? Song Qian knew these people's taboos very well, and did not dare to ask any more questions about Chu Xinghe's identity. That's enough. With these videos, I can now arrange the layout of this project for you Mingkai to do. Chu Xinghe didn't know that his operation, which he thought was foolproof, made Song Qian's misunderstanding even deeper. Really? Chu Xinghe didn't expect happiness to come so quickly. Victoria nodded, now eager to go home and plan how to make good use of these 5 videos. Just send me the electronic version and wait for me to notify you to sign the contract. The terms will be based on what you proposed. They won't be too different. Okay, the key is on the table, you can just live here with peace of mind. Song Qian said the last sentence and got up to leave. Chu Xinghe sat on the sofa and waited for a long time, but he didn't receive any system notification that the task was completed. It seems that we have to wait until the contract is signed before the task is officially completed. After a brief thought, Chu Xinghe called Chen Luoxi on WeChat. Hello. After the phone rang 7 or 8 times, Chen Luoxi's slightly lazy voice sounded. Mr. Chen, I'm calling you so late. I really have something to do and can't wait until tomorrow. As soon as the WeChat call was connected, Chu Xinghe spoke directly without waiting for Chen Luoxi to say anything else. Chen Luoxi came to his senses instantly, secretly sighing at how he could have been so foolish as to let Chu Xinghe add him on WeChat. Was this guy going to confess his love to him again? But the next few words from Chu Xinghe made Chen Luoxi, who was originally annoyed, sit up from the bed excitedly, unable to suppress the joy on her face. She didn't even bother to pull up the pajamas that had slipped off her shoulders, and for a moment the room was filled with a beautiful scene. It's a pity that no one appreciates this beautiful scenery. Chapter 18 Luxurious Rewards. Are you sure? Chen Luoxi's voice was filled with excitement. Chu Xinghe half lay on the sofa and said, confirmed. If nothing unexpected happens, Victoria Song will discuss the specific details of the cooperation with the company later. Great. Chu Xinghe. You've done a great job. If it's really as you said, then you will pass the internship assessment directly. You don't have to wait until the official contract is signed. Absolutely true. Chu Xinghe was extremely confident in the video of the chosen worker system, and he patted his chest and guaranteed it immediately. Okay. I believe you. Then you have passed the internship assessment now. I will announce it as soon as you start work tomorrow. Also, please send me your location later and I will pick you up for work tomorrow. After hearing Chu Xinghe's assurance, Chen Luoxi made the decision immediately. Following Chen Luoxi's order, the crisp reminder sound of the chosen worker system rang in Chu Xinghe's ears. Byte. The internship assessment task is currently 3-3 complete. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, internship assessment. Mission reward, 2 points of mental strength, 2 points of physical strength, and 200 work points. Reward passive skill, Eye of Insight, which can obtain the opponent's basic attributes. Note, passive skills do not consume work points. Activate the character attribute function. Host properties panel activated. Host, Chu Xinghe. Physical strength, 3 points. Spiritual power, 3 points. Active skill, black material detection. Passive skill, Eye of Insight. Note, physical strength is a comprehensive indicator of various physical qualities, such as speed, strength, etc. Mental strength is a comprehensive indicator of various mental areas, such as intelligence, memory, etc. At this time, Chu Xinghe no longer cared about Chen Luoxi's puzzled questions on the phone. He was completely immersed in the shock brought by the system reward. Fortunately, I withstood the pressure from Director Liu and Dong Lily and did not resign and give up the task directly. The reward for this mission is simply too luxurious. The character attribute was directly rewarded with 2 points. According to the system's notes, I am now equivalent to the sum of 3 ordinary people in all aspects. And the Eye of Insight. This mission actually directly rewarded me with a passive skill. A passive skill that can be activated without using work points. There is also a properties panel. This system of chosen workers finally seems to be somewhat systematic. My physical and mental strength are now 3 points each. In other words, I am just a standard passerby, without any innate attributes that are off the charts. Seeing that Chu Xinghe ignored her for a long time, Chen Luoxi knew that the other party had hung up the phone and lay back on the bed. Chu Xinghe looked around subconsciously, and suddenly his eyes lit up. He grabbed the key on the table and went out. Not far away, I saw a man squatting in front of the security room at the entrance of the construction site, smoking. Chu Xinghe called up the system interface and saw 2 icons lit up above the man's head. One icon was a black hand, which was Chu Xinghe's active skill, black material detection. After completing the task, he was rewarded with 200 work points. With the points he had obtained from Dong Lily before, Chu Xinghe now had a total of 250 work points, which could be said to be his richest moment. The other icon is a big blue eye, which should be the Eye of Insight that we just obtained. The Eye of Exploration skill was used successfully. Jinshi City Construction Site Guard Wang Sanjin. Physical Strength, 0.5 points. Spiritual Power, 0.5 points. Active Skill, Making Specious Arguments. Passive Skill, Careless. Oh, the difference is obvious after this comparison. There is a huge difference between my own panel and this ordinary person's panel, just like the difference between an immortal and a mortal. My active skill is to detect dirty tricks, while this security guard's active skill is to make specious arguments. Is this also an active skill? Isn't this just a nitpicker? As for the number of people and passive skills, they are representative of the lower class working people. Wang Sanjin's skills are all negative. In terms of attributes, he has not reached the average of ordinary people. In short, he is stupid and stubborn. Until Chu Xinghe returned to the room, Wang Sanjin, who was squatting at the door of the security room smoking, did not notice Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe returned to the room and still couldn't contain his excitement. The reward for this internship assessment task was too luxurious. Chu Xinghe is now looking forward to tomorrow. When he gets to the company, he will take a good look at the level of Director Liu and Dong Lily. After a simple wash, Chu Xinghe lay down on the big bed which was covered with brand new bedding and smelled of industrial engine oil. Chu Xinghe was already fast asleep here, while in Chu Xinghe's rental house on the other side, Cao Wenbin had smashed everything that could be smashed in the house. The violent neighbor downstairs, after going upstairs and seeing Cao Wenbin and others with the door open, returned home dejectedly, locked the door and dared not complain at all. Didn't you say that you saw that guy taking a taxi away after work? Look at what time it is now. Cao Wenbin grabbed the collar of a well-mannered young man. This young man was a colleague of Chu Xinghe. At that time, Chu Xinghe had just started internship at Mingkai Company, and it was he who introduced this residence. I saw him take a taxi and leave. I don't know where he went. The young man spoke with a trembling voice. Obviously he had been threatened by Cao Wenbin more than once. You contact him. Tell him that the landlord said there's water leaking in the house and flooding the downstairs, and ask you to come back quickly to deal with it. Cao Wenbin loosened the young man's collar. The young man immediately took out his cell phone and dialed Chu Xinghe's number, but a system prompt tone came from the microphone indicating that the number you dialed was turned off. The young man looked at Cao Wenbin with a sad face. Cao Wenbin was so angry that he kicked him in the stomach and said viciously to his subordinates, "Smash it for me, smash everything that can be smashed." Chu Xinghe didn't sleep well that night. Although the bedding was new, the smell of machine oil was really bad. As soon as Chu Xinghe turned on his phone, it rang with an unfamiliar number. Hello? You're finally awake. As soon as the phone was connected, an angry female voice was heard. Who are you? Chu Xinghe had just woken up and was a little confused. Who was this person? Chapter 19 Eye of Insight. It's incomprehensible. Chu Xinghe hung up the phone and walked out of the room. Chu Xinghe had only taken a few steps out of the room when he saw a woman arguing with the security guard at the door. The woman was wearing a hip-hugging short professional skirt, a waist-hugging blazer on top, a white shirt underneath, and black high heels. She looked like a professional woman. Chen Luoxi? How could she? Oh no. Chu Xinghe was so excited about receiving the mission reward last night that he completely forgot that Chen Luoxi was going to pick him up for work today. I told you he lives in there. He just didn't answer the phone. Chen Luoxi said in a cold tone and his face looked unhappy. I said it's impossible to live in it. How can someone live in this house when it's not even finished yet? Construction site, no one allowed in. The security guard was shouting, and Chen Luoxi only said one sentence, but he retorted several times in return. Wang Sanjin's words made Chen Luoxi so angry that he felt dizzy and wondered how there could be people who couldn't reason like this. Chu Xinghe came over with an embarrassed look on his face and said to Wang Sanjin, "She's looking for me, open the door." Who are you? Why haven't I seen you before? This is a major construction site. How can you open it just like that? Who will be responsible if something goes wrong? Which department are you from? Wang Sanjin saw Chu Xinghe walking out of the construction site, turned around and yelled at Chu Xinghe. There are so many people in the construction site, have you seen them all? Do you think this is the street door of your home? Open the door quickly. Chu Xinghe's face turned black, and he shouted at Wang Sanjin unceremoniously. This system of chosen workers is really amazing. and the analysis of Wang Sanjin is too realistic. This unreasonable way of making trouble is simply using his innate skill of making specious arguments. As I said, construction is important. If you say one more word, I'll make you get out of here right away, believe it or not. Who am I? Mr. Song sent me here last night. Are you blind? Wang Sanjin was scolded by Chu Xinghe. He felt embarrassed in front of the beautiful Chen Luoxi. He stiffened his neck and was about to refute, but suddenly found that Chu Xinghe looked familiar. Come to think of it, it was really him who was sitting in the passenger seat last night. His momentum suddenly weakened by 3 points, and he muttered, "Why didn't you say it earlier? Wouldn't it be enough if you said it earlier? This is an important construction site. What did you say?" Seeing that he had really yelled at Wang Sanjin, Chu Xinghe glared at him and was about to continue scolding him. It's open, come in quickly." Wang Sanjin shrank his neck. "Why are you coming in? Can't you see I've already walked out?" Wang Sanjin, right? Humph. Chu Xinghe walked out of the construction site gate and sneered at Wang Sanjin. Wang Sanjin suddenly broke out in a sweat and stretched out his hand to stop Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe didn't even look at him and walked straight to Chen Luoxi. "Mr. Chen, Chu Xinghe said awkwardly as he looked at Chen Luoxi, whose face turned pale. "Get in the car." Chen Luoxi glanced at Chu Xinghe without saying much. Chu Xinghe hurriedly followed, and did not forget to turn back and glare at Wang Sanjin fiercely. "Get in the car, close the door, reverse and shift gears, and Chen Luoxi will work together." A white BMW 5 Series left Greentown Housing and drove to the entrance of the construction site, raising a cloud of dust. On their way to Mingkai Company, Chen Luoxi did not take the initiative to talk to Chu Xinghe. But Chu Xinghe was a little embarrassed to see Chen Luoxi like this. Suddenly remembering the exciting things that happened last night, he quickly used the Eye of Insight skill he had just acquired on Chen Luoxi. Chen Luoxi. Physical strength, 0.8 points. Spiritual power, 2 points. Active skill, perseverance and courage. Passive skill, bright and attractive. Wow. Although he was mentally prepared, Chu Xinghe was still stunned when he saw Chen Luoxi's panel attributes. Compared with the previous security guard Wang Sanjin, Chen Luoxi's attributes can be said to be a rare talent. His physical strength is higher than that of Wang Sanjin, who has been engaged in physical labor for many years, and his mental strength is twice that of a normal person. In addition, his active and passive skills are both positive. Just from these two skills, it can be seen that it is no accident that Chen Luoxi can sit in this position today. What are you looking at? Is it fun to see me make a fool of myself? Just when Chu Xinghe was shocked by Chen Luoxi's attributes, Chen Luoxi's voice, like the sound of a spring dripping in a valley, rang out in the car. No, I really overslept. Song Qian might send someone to negotiate for the Greentown real estate project today. I didn't lie about this. Well, you can live in the model room of Qinchi City. It seems that you have won, Song Qian. We only talked about the project. Chu Xinghe touched his nose and didn't say much. Humph. But the way you scolded the security guard just now was still very manly. It's just that you are too thin. It damages the company's image. Chen Luoxi was obviously not really angry because of Wang Sanjin's difficulties. People of that level were not worth Chen Luoxi's anger. Isn't it because of overtime that I am malnourished? In a company like Mingkai, interns only get 800 yuan. Will anyone believe it if I tell them? Chu Xinghe complained as soon as he mentioned this. Chen Luoxi did not respond. The company's system, which concerned branches across the country, was not something she, a person in charge of a mountain city, could change. Then why did you suddenly move into Qinchi City? Was there something wrong with your previous house? Chen Luoxi glanced at Chu Xinghe out of the corner of his eye and asked casually. Well, this is a long story. Chu Xinghe sighed, hesitating whether to tell Chen Luoxi the truth. At this time, the car had already entered the industrial park of the mountain city. As soon as the front foot of the car stopped, a 23 Volkswagen Magetan stopped next to it. A fat middle-aged man in a blue polo shirt got out of the car, stood beside the car with a flattering smile on his face, and was not in a hurry to go upstairs. This person is none other than Liu Xingxue, Director Liu, who has always targeted Chu Xinghe. Chapter 20, Narrow-Minded. Director Liu stood beside Chen Luoxi, with a flattering smile on his face. When Chen Luoxi got in the car, he smiled and said to him, "Morning, Mr. Chen." "Good morning, Director Liu." Chen Luoxi responded. Then Chu Xinghe opened the passenger door and got out. Director Liu was startled and saw Chu Xinghe's face. Chu. Director Liu's smile froze on his face. He pointed at Chu Xinghe and was speechless for a moment. "Good morning, Director Liu." Chu Xinghe greeted him. "Xiao Chu." "Good morning." Director Liu said with an ugly expression as if he had eaten shit. How could this guy be in Mr. Chen's car? Could it be Mr. Chen? Okay, Lao Liu, go and inform President Wen that the meeting will start at 9 o'clock. There has been progress on the Greentown real estate project. Chu Xinghe, come with me. Chen Luoxi's voice interrupted Director Liu's thoughts. Okay, Mr. Chen, this is the notification. Do I need to inform other colleagues? Not for now, just you and Mr. Wen can come. Chen Luoxi has already brought Chu Xinghe upstairs. In the meeting room, the four of them had already taken their seats, and Chen Luoxi directly talked about the current progress of the Greentown real estate development project. After listening to this, Director Liu looked at Chu Xinghe in disbelief. Dawn Lily had told him everything she saw last night, but after spending several months together, Director Liu still didn't believe that Chu Xinghe could do this. Mingkai, who was sitting next to Director Liu, looked visibly gloomy and said nothing. This is the situation. Lao Liu, bring all the people from the business department. It's 9 o'clock now. Submit the detailed plan to me before 11 o'clock after it has been reviewed by President Wang. Boss Wang, please check carefully. Chu Xinghe, go contact Mr. Song from Greentown now and see if he can give us an accurate answer. Also, go and complete Chu Xinghe's formal employment procedures before the end of get off work this morning, and give him our company's accommodation and meal allowances, starting from the internship period. Chen Luoxi calmly arranged various tasks. After hearing Chen Luoxi's arrangement, Director Liu looked at Mingkai first. This was noticed by Chu Xinghe, who had been paying attention to Director Liu. Chu Xinghe didn't listen to the content of the meeting carefully at all, because to be honest, he didn't understand these things at all. Chu Xinghe used the Eye of Insight skill on the two of them. Mingkai. Physical strength, 1 point. Spiritual power, 1.3 points. Active skill, swift and decisive. Passive skill, narrow-minded. After investigating Vice President Mingkai, Chu Xinghe turned around and used the Eye of Insight skill on Director Liu. Liu Xingxue. Physical strength, 0.8 points. Spiritual power, 0.7 points. Active skill, strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Passive skill, greedy and selfish. It seems that the evaluation of the chosen worker system is still very objective. After all, Mingkai can sit in the position of vice president, so he must have strengths over ordinary people. As for Liu Xingxue, his evaluation is similar to that of security guard Wang Sanjin, nothing about him is positive. The three received their respective tasks and walked out of the meeting room. Xiaochu, you did a good job. But don't be proud. Are you sure you can connect with Mr. Song? I think you should follow Director Liu to make the plan. You can learn something there. I will communicate with Mr. Song. As soon as they left the meeting room, Vice President Wen gave orders to Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe immediately frowned and said, "But Mr. Chen just arranged for me to coordinate, and I was the one who negotiated this project." Xiaochu. How do you talk to Mr. Wang? Can't Mr. Wang see that he is doing this for you? How come you can't understand good and bad words, kid? Okay, don't mess things up here. I'll take you to the HR department to handle the formalities first. Director Liu pulled Chu Xinghe away without saying anything. Mingkai looked at the two men's backs with a gloomy face, thinking in his head how to get this project blamed on him. At the same time, I was curious about how Chu Xinghe persuaded Song Qian. Could it be that the rumors were untrue and Song Qian was actually very easy to talk to? Chu Xinghe was pulled to the HR department by Director Liu to start processing formalities. With Chen Luoxi's instructions, the people below did not dare to make things difficult for him. They just looked at Chu Xinghe with some curiosity in their eyes. After all, Chu Xinghe's reputation is well known. He is known as Mingkai's most affectionate contestant, and in turn who dares to directly confess his love to the president. Chu Xinghe actually didn't care about Mingkai's stealing the job, because he knew too well why Song Qian signed the contract with Mingkai. The evaluation of the chosen worker system is really accurate. This Mingkai usually looks upright, but in reality he is a narrow-minded person who cannot stand his subordinates whose abilities exceed his own. Not to mention Mingkai going to negotiate. Even if Chen Luoxi went to negotiate in person, it might not be as effective as himself. Go ahead and grab it, and see how you end up. Under the leadership of Director Liu, Chu Xinghe quickly completed the formal employment procedures. From this moment on, Chu Xinghe became a formal employee of Mingkai Company. Chu Xinghe was not very excited, but rather felt a little bored. After returning to his workstation, Chu Xinghe began to refine the plan with Director Liu. This process is very cumbersome and requires verifying every piece of data and carefully considering the expression of every sentence. Director Liu assigned Chu Xinghe and Dong Lily to the same group. This time, Dong Lily did not make things difficult for Chu Xinghe, which made Chu Xinghe, who was expecting to get a job by doing some unreasonable work, a little disappointed. Soon the morning passed, and near noon, Mingkai came to the business department's office with a smile on his face. The plan has been approved, thank you all for your hard work. Mr. Wang's professional quality is really strong. In fact, we are aware of the quality of what we wrote. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Director Liu, the bootlicker, immediately ran to Mingkai. A group of people clapped weakly. There is good news, but don't take it lightly. At 2 p.m., Mr. Song from Greentown Real Estate will come to the company in person to discuss the project. I hope everyone can stay highly focused at all times. Mingkai said a few polite words and left. Chu Xinghe sneered in his heart. Since it was none of his business, he might as well just ignore it. He had already completed his task, got his job as a regular employee, and received the subsidy he was owed. Chu Xinghe is now in the most relaxed moment since graduation. Chapter 21: Borrowing a Knife to Kill. Chu Xinghe was happily watching short videos on the new phone given by Song Qian while drinking the company's free coffee. This is the first time I have had such a leisurely working time since I started my internship. Chu Xinghe finally felt the corporate culture of his boss company. It turned out that everyone was so happy to slack off at work on weekdays. A little after 2 o'clock in the afternoon, in the meeting room of Mingkai Company, Victoria Song was sitting in the conference room with Wang Xiameng, who had helped Chu Xinghe out of trouble before. Chen Luoxi was present in person. In addition, Mr. Wang and Director Liu, who are in charge of Mingkai's business, also attended. Chu Xinghe did not come, not because he did not want to come, but because he had no idea that Song Qian was coming to the company. Chu Xinghe is now very busy. Wang Kai had arranged a lot of work before, but Director Liu did not start at all, and instead asked the three business teams to work together. Since Chu Xinghe had been involved in the project before, the task of data verification naturally fell on Chu Xinghe's head. It has to be said that although the employees of Mingkai Company always think about slacking off on weekdays, they are all top-notch experts when it comes to actually doing things. Even Dong Lily, who has a low level of education, submitted data of high quality. Chu Xinghe was busy as hell, but the atmosphere in the meeting room had reached freezing point. Mr. Song, you can see that we are very sincere. If possible, can we sign the contract today? Wang Kai said with a smile on his face and a loud voice. Song Qian frowned slightly and looked around absent-mindedly. The smile on Wang Kai's face froze and his expression immediately turned gloomy, but then he seemed to have thought of something and forced a smile again. Mr. Song, is there any problem with the details of the contract? I have asked someone to prepare it. This. Mr. Wang, right? Is this your style? It seems that you are more like Party A than I am. What? I have to sign just because you are sincere? And sign today. Do you know the budget of this project? What is the design style? How long is the construction period? Have you read the project report? Song Qian spoke bluntly, without any fear because of Wang Kai's identity. She directly threw the report that Chu Xinghe had scribbled on the conference table. What's the matter with this report? Wang Kai was scolded by Song Qian. His breathing became heavy and he turned to look at Director Liu beside him. Director Liu picked up the report and recognized it as Chu Xinghe's handwriting at a glance. Har har, it's like this, Mr. Song. This was done by an intern in our company. I apologize to you on his behalf for the immature parts. Director Liu was relieved. This was great. Chu Xinghe, har har, I didn't expect that this project would eventually fail because of Chu Xinghe. Immature? Do you have a more mature plan? Song Qian asked calmly. Of course. Director Liu took out the report confidently and handed it to Song Qian. Although Director Liu has many shortcomings and faults, he still has the necessary professional standards to be able to hold the position of business director in a company like Mingkai. After quickly flipping through the report, Victoria Song threw it on the conference table and said, "Is this your mature report? There is no highlight at all. The whole report is about costs and deadlines. Tell me, what are your advantages? I really doubt how Mingkai survived in the mountain city. Mr. Song, even if the deal fails, we still have our friendship. What you said is a bit too much." Wang Kai's attitude also became cold. "I think you don't seem like Party A anymore, but more like a supervisory body. If you don't want to talk, don't sit here and get in the way." Song Qian is not from Mingkai Company, and she has more than just this one project in her hands, so she is naturally confident in what she says. "Since Mr. Song is not sincere, we Mingkai are not worthy of cooperating with a company like yours." Wang Kai had a cold face and did not indulge Song Qian at all. Song Qian was about to get up and leave when she suddenly looked at Chen Luoxi, who was sitting quietly on the side and hadn't spoken a word from beginning to end. Song Qian suddenly smiled and said to Chen Luoxi, "Mr. Chen, what do you think?" "I don't know much about business matters." Chen Luoxi said lightly, without a trace of emotion in his eyes when he looked at Wang Kai. "In that case, there's nothing left for President Wang and I to discuss. What about Chu Xinghe? I'd better talk to him." Song Qian curled her lips and didn't care about Chen Luoxi's obvious trick of killing someone with a borrowed knife. There are often factions in a company. It is obvious that Mr. Wang and Chen Luoxi do not get along. Chu Xinghe. Wang Kai frowned and looked at Director Liu with eyes that seemed like he wanted to eat him alive. "Okay, Lao Liu, go call Chu Xinghe in." Chen Luoxi finally spoke. Director Liu didn't move at all, but turned his head to look at Wang Kai. "Mr. Chen, this is not good. Chu Xinghe is just an intern." Wang Kai met Chen Luoxi's eyes. "He has been regularized. Even if you become a regular employee, you'll just be a salesperson in Sales Group 3. When will it be a salesperson's turn to make decisions about the company's business? Didn't you just break up the negotiation? Mr. Wang, business is the company's business, and your position is also the company's position. Don't mistake the platform for your own ability. Give young people more opportunities and don't narrow the path." Chen Luoxi's slender fingers tapped the table lightly, making a dong dong sound. At this moment, it was like a heavy hammer hitting Wang Kai's heart. Chen Luoxi noticed it. Looking at Chen Luoxi's increasingly sharp eyes, Wang Kai couldn't help feeling a little guilty. Because he knew that what Chen Luoxi said was right. As the head of the branch, Chen Luoxi had the right to directly intervene in the company's business. "Old Liu," Wang Kai said in a low voice. Chapter 22 Help me. Chu Xinghe, who was busy summarizing data, was suddenly called out of the office by Director Liu. Director Liu had a sullen face and didn't say much. He directly took Chu Xinghe to the conference room. Chu Xinghe walked into the meeting room with a confused look on his face, and saw Wang Kai with a grim look on his face, and Song Qian and Chen Luoxi with expressionless faces. "Congratulations, Chu Xinghe. You are the first intern to be converted to a full-time employee since President Chen took office half a year ago." Wang Kai congratulated him in a sarcastic tone as he entered the room. Chu Xinghe glanced at Wang Kai, then looked at Chen Luoxi, who had no expression on his face. He wondered what had happened. Why did Wang Kai come in and bite people? "Chu Xinghe, have you passed the internship period? Congratulations. Do you want to have dinner together tonight to celebrate?" When Song Qian saw Chu Xinghe come in, she immediately said with a smile. Chu Xinghe greeted awkwardly and said, "We are in the company, what are you talking about?" Oh. Although Song Qian may not care about Mingkai Company, she dare not underestimate Chu Xinghe. It was Chu Xinghe's 5 videos that gave her the ability to face the Cao family in Shancheng directly. That's why this project was given to Mingkai Company. Thinking of this, Song Qian glanced at Chen Luoxi. This woman was just so-so in appearance. How could she have charmed Chu Xinghe, who had a mysterious background, so much? "Okay, let's talk about the project," Song Qian said helplessly. Wang Kai and Director Liu heard the conversation between the two word for word, and the expressions on their faces were more interesting than the face-changing performance in Sichuan opera. Director Liu opened his mouth and made a gasp sound in his throat, unable to utter a word. Mingkai looked like he was hit hard in the chest and his face turned red. Director Liu, please go and perfect the project plan with your colleagues in the business department first. I think President Song would rather talk to Chu Xinghe about the specific business. Seeing this, Chen Luoxi said in a cold voice. In the business department, Chu Xinghe was suddenly called away, and all the work came to a standstill. For a while, everyone was forced to stop the work at hand due to data reasons. Where's Chu Xinghe? Let him come back to work. So many colleagues are waiting for him. His acting so arrogant right after being promoted to a full-time employee. Dawn Lily saw Director Liu coming back and walked up to him in front of everyone's eyes. What nonsense! Can't we work if one person is missing? There are so many people in your business department, and you are counting on Chu Xinghe? Where are the leaders of Group 1 and Group 2? You will take over Chu Xinghe's job. Director Liu was essentially kicked out of the conference room. He was now extremely furious and he yelled at Dawn Lily in front of everyone. Dawn Lily was stunned by the scolding and her eyes immediately turned red. Bang! Director Liu slammed the office door shut. In the conference room here, the atmosphere eased a little as Director Liu left. I won't beat around the bush. Jinshi City is just a residential area. The requirements for the greening project are just like that. It's not difficult. As long as you can guarantee the construction period, we can sign the contract today. Song Qian looked at Chu Xinghe and said bluntly. Chu Xinghe was a little nervous at first, and when he heard Song Qian's words, he didn't react for a while. Song Qian, what do you mean? Mingkai, who was sitting on the side, felt very uncomfortable, and his voice was almost squeezed out from between his teeth. It's nothing. I just don't want to sign with you, okay? Victoria Song didn't tolerate Mingkai's bad habits at all. Mingkai was speechless for a moment after being criticized by Song Qian, and was breathing heavily. Mr. Chen, does this comply with your company's regulations? Song Qian gestured to Wang Xiaomeng beside her and took out a contract from her briefcase. Chu Xinghe turned his head and looked at Chen Luoxi. Chen Luoxi took the contract and looked through it carefully. During this time, Victoria Song kept staring at Chu Xinghe. Song Qian's beauty is fresh and natural, which is in line with the aesthetics of the Chinese people. Being stared at by such a beautiful woman, Chu Xinghe felt a little uncomfortable. Compared to Song Qian's somewhat stressed look, Wang Xiaomeng, who was sitting next to her and always glanced at him furtively with timid eyes, made Chu Xinghe feel closer to her. There's no problem with the contract, Chu Xinghe, just sign on behalf of the company. After a moment, Chen Luoxi put down the contract and said. You really want me to sign? Chu Xinghe pointed at his nose. Why don't you let him sign? Song Qian said, pointing at Mingkai who had begun to tremble slightly. Chu Xinghe glanced at Mingkai, whose eyes had turned red and he seemed to be ready to pounce on him and tear him to pieces. Chu Xinghe stopped hesitating and directly signed his name on the contract. When it was Victoria Song's turn, she was not in a hurry to sign. Your company hasn't had any projects since CEO Chen took office, right? I heard that companies like yours have mid-term performance reviews every 6 months. If we calculate the time, it should be soon. Song Qian turned the pen in her hand and looked at Chen Luoxi. Chen Luoxi's smile, which was about to be suppressed, suddenly froze on her face. What Victoria Song said was right, and the time for the mid-term assessment was set for next Monday. Although other aspects were doing well, Mingkai is a company in the construction industry and has not had any projects for half a year. Even if the financial statements are done well, I would be derelict in my duty. Mingkai seized on this point and kept interfering. There were already several projects that were promising, but in the end they were all ruined by him. This project launched by Greentown Real Estate can be said to be Chen Luoxi's last chance. After hearing Song Qian's words, Mingkai, who was about to go berserk, suddenly had a clear look in his eyes, and his body, which was shaking with extreme anger, calmed down. With a cruel smile on his face, he stared at Chen Luoxi and said, Boss Chen, it seems that Boss Song is also very aware of your situation. Why don't you just give up? Why bother yourself? In my opinion, Mr. Song should not get involved in this muddy water at this time. Be careful, as you may end up in trouble. He then turned around and looked at Song Qian again. What do you mean? Song Qian's face suddenly turned cold. What do I mean? Do you really think there is an impenetrable wall in this world? Wenbin said that you will be his sooner or later. Mingkai said with a sneer. You dare to threaten me? Song Qian's face turned completely cold. Just when the two were on the verge of a fight, Chen Luoxi suddenly looked at Chu Xinghe eagerly and said, Chu Xinghe, please help me. Upon hearing this, Chu Xinghe felt his scalp go numb. Before he could open his mouth to speak, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Trigger mission, help me. Mission content, help Chen Luoxi pass the midterm assessment. Mission tip, use your strength to conquer her. Current progress, 03. For a moment, everyone in the conference room looked at Chu Xinghe. Mingkai looked at Chen Luoxi. Is she crazy? Har har, ask the intern for help, I have something to talk about at the dinner party tonight. After this woman was dismissed, can she still escape from Cao Wenbin's clutches? But when the time comes, I wonder if I can also benefit from it. Mingkai did not hide his eyes and looked at Chen Luoxi lustfully. Chapter 23 Triggering Mission. Okay. Chu Xinghe said with his eyes shining and an excited expression. Here we come. It's finally here. Second mission. After hearing what Chu Xinghe said, Song Qian sighed softly and signed her name on the contract without saying anything more. Mingkai, who was sitting on the side, was completely stunned. He looked at Chu Xinghe as if he was looking at some shocking monster. Just one sentence made Victoria Song sign the contract. Who is this Chu Xinghe? Isn't he a graduate of Southeast University? He had confessed his love to Chen Luoxi before. No. Mingkai stood up in horror and held onto the wall behind him. Chu Xinghe was not fired for confessing his love to Chen Luoxi. And he also passed the internship assessment. In an instant, Mingkai became scared. Could it be that this Chu Xinghe is not just a simple intern, but has a powerful background? This background is so strong that Chen Luoxi dared not fire him, and it is so strong that Song Qian gave in because of his words. Oh no! Mingkai's mind raced in a short period of time, and then he came to a chilling conclusion. That is Chu Xinghe, most likely a young master from a noble family in Shanjing who came out to gain experience. Otherwise, why wouldn't Chen Luoxi dare to fire her, and why would Song Qian obey him so obediently? Okay, I'll leave after the contract is signed. The first payment will be paid to you after the construction team officially enters the city. Victoria Song stood up and prepared to leave. Chen Luoxi smiled at Chu Xinghe and said, You can tell him, but this is his first time signing a contract, so it's better to greet everyone formally. If you can help to support him, the effect will naturally be the best. Chu Xinghe was still surprised by Chen Luoxi's 180-degree change in attitude, when Song Qian on the other side said, Okay, there's nothing to do when we go back to the company anyway. In this way, a group of people, with Chu Xinghe as the center, came all the way from the conference room to the business department. Director Liu, who heard the noise, came out to check and found that Chen Luoxi and Song Qian were surrounding Chu Xinghe on the left and right. His immediate boss Mingkai and a junior assistant from Greentown were walking at the back of the crowd. Everyone come here, there is good news to announce. Chen Luoxi called everyone together in a loud voice. When Chen Luoxi said that Chu Xinghe successfully signed a project from Greentown's Song Qian, who was known as the female devil, everyone's expressions ranged from shock to confusion, and some even picked their ears, thinking they had misheard. Did I hear correctly? Chu Xinghe opened an order. And from the devil lady Song Qian. Humph, who would believe that? It must be a project that Mr. Chen signed himself. He was afraid of attracting attention, so he put the blame on Chu Xinghe. I heard that the two of them came to the company together this morning. Mr. Chen has been conquered by this guy. Maybe we will have to call Mr. Chu soon. Dong Lily and Director Liu in the crowd listened to the discussions and looked at each other quickly, both seeing the extremely horrified expressions in each other's faces. These two people knew in their hearts that the truth was not what everyone was talking about. This project was negotiated by Chu Xinghe alone from beginning to end, and had nothing to do with Chen Luoxi. After Chen Luoxi gave a brief explanation, he and Chu Xinghe sent Song Qian away. Let's celebrate tonight after signing such a big contract. Victoria Song stood at the door of Mingkai Company, looking at Chu Xinghe with sparkling eyes. She knew that the real battle with the Cao family had just begun. It is obvious that Mingkai knows Cao Wenbin, and I'm afraid Cao Wenbin now knows that this project has been given to Mingkai. Cao Wenbin's revenge might come faster than he imagined. Although he now has 5 videos of Cao Wenbin maliciously injuring people in his hands, it is not so easy to truly make use of these 5 videos. Since Chu Xinghe was able to get these videos, there might be more. Chu Xinghe was about to refuse, but suddenly remembered that he was still living in someone else's territory, not to mention that the other party had just signed a contract, so it would be a bit too snobbish to do so. It should have been arranged. Chu Xinghe will definitely go. Before Chu Xinghe could speak, Chen Luoxi on the side spoke first. Then we'll see each other in the evening. Seeing that her goal had been achieved, Victoria Song left first. Thank you. Chen Luoxi said softly as he watched Song Qian's car leave. Chu Xinghe opened his mouth and wanted to explain, but when he thought of the task he had just received, he chose to remain silent. Don't you have anything to say to me? Chen Luoxi asked after a pause when he saw Chu Xinghe didn't say anything. Chu Xinghe wanted to say something, but in his mind, Chen Luoxi's condescending look and the cold look on her face when she called her Mr. Chen made Chu Xinghe lose any good impression of her. Mr. Chen, if there's nothing else, I'll go back to work first. Thousands of words turned into a simple courtesy. Chen Luoxi looked at Chu Xinghe's departing back with mixed feelings. During this period of time, Chen Luoxi's mind kept recalling the scene when Chu Xinghe confessed his love to her. Was my behavior at that time too inhumane? He was just a college graduate. I treated him like that in public, so I couldn't blame him for treating me like that now. Well. Chen Luoxi sighed silently and prepared to take advantage of tonight's dinner to clear up the misunderstanding with Chu Xinghe. Chapter 24 Celebration Dinner. After get off work, Chu Xinghe was watching the mini-program on his phone while waiting for the bus when he saw a group of people walking out of the building, led by Chen Luoxi. Chen Luoxi's face was filled with a brilliant smile. The setting sun shone on her face, and it seemed as if her whole body was glowing, so beautiful that it was beyond words. In addition to Vice President Mingkai, who is in charge of business negotiations, there are two other people following her. Chu Xinghe knew these two people. One was Qi Yun, who was in charge of finance, and the other was Chenan, who was in charge of personnel. Chu Xinghe used his eye of insight skill on the two of them. Qi Yun, Vice President of Finance of Mingkai Company. Physical strength, 0.4 points. Spiritual power, 1.1 points. Active skill, careful calculation. Passive skill, haggling. Mingkai Company's Vice President of Human Resources, Chenan. Physical strength, 0.7 points. Spiritual power, 1.3 points. Active skill, sweet talk. Passive skill, greedy and lustful. Chu Xinghe looked at the three people around Chen Luoxi, and secretly sighed that this woman had some skills to be able to hold on for half a year. These three people are not all ambitious, but they are not good people either. Chen Luoxi, who was in high spirits, saw Chu Xinghe at the company gate at a glance. After saying a few words to the people around him, he walked towards Chu Xinghe. Let's go. Chen Luoxi said to Chu Xinghe with a smile. Chu Xinghe looked confused. Go have dinner with Victoria Song, didn't you agree to that before? Chen Luoxi looked at Chu Xinghe with a look that said, you have lost your memory. Chu Xinghe certainly didn't lose his memory, he just didn't understand why Chen Luoxi acted so intimate with him. Perhaps it was because she signed a project developed by Greentown Real Estate on the eve of her being audited. Chen Luoxi booked dinner at the most famous Pearl restaurant in Shancheng in the name of the company. The participants were basically all the management of Shancheng Mingkai Company and himself, the hero. Chu Xinghe sat in Chen Luoxi's car and they were silent all their way. There seemed to be a tacit understanding between the two of them not to speak. When they arrived at the Pearl restaurant, as soon as they got out of the elevator, Wang Kai, who had been waiting at the door, said to Chu Xinghe arrogantly, Xiao Chu, wait here for President Song and the others. Oh. Chu Xinghe responded and didn't bother to argue with him over such a trivial matter. There were not many people at the entrance of the Pearl restaurant. Occasionally one or two people came up, and they just glanced at Chu Xinghe quickly before walking into the restaurant in a low-key manner. There is no noisy scene like in ordinary restaurants, but only a sense of luxury created by the colorful lights on the wall. Not long after waiting, Chu Xinghe saw the elevator open, and Victoria Song came with Wang Xiaming and an elite man wearing a tight suit and his hair combed meticulously. Chu Xinghe. Song Qian saw Chu Xinghe waiting at the door at a glance, and greeted him with a happy face. Hello, Mr. Song. Chu Xinghe said politely. Song Qian curled her lips, seeming to be somewhat dissatisfied with Chu Xinghe's official attitude, but after thinking about it, she smiled and said, take us in quickly. When we arrived at the box, everyone had already been seated. Several exquisite snacks were placed on the table. Behind each person stood two pretty waitresses who were wearing burgundy gyeongsams and were about 20 years old. After sitting down, Chu Xinghe used the eye of insight skill on the man brought by Song Qian, who looked like a workplace elite. Greentown Real Estate Public Relations Director Guohua. Physical strength, 0.7 points. Spiritual power, 0.6 points. Active skill, creating something out of nothing. Passive skill, forget about morality when you see profit. Wow. This Song Qian is even more powerful than Chen Luoxi. She has that arrogant little assistant by her side. Now anyone she brings out will be a traitor among treacherous ministers. Not only is Guohua's physical and mental strength lower than the average of ordinary people, but even his skills are so weird. Song Qian looks quite smart. Why is she surrounded by such players? She must be lucky to have come this far. Greentown Housing Project Manager Victoria Song. Physical strength, 0.7 points. Spiritual power, 1.9 points. Active skill, extraordinary intelligence. Passive skill, ambitious. Really? Song Qian's panel is also different from ordinary people. It seems that the saying, "there is no mediocre person under the fame," is still somewhat true. Whether it is Victoria Song or Chen Luoxi, their panels are far beyond ordinary people. After a few people sat down, they briefly introduced themselves to each other and began to toast each other. It was the first time for Chu Xinghe to attend such a dinner. Led by Chen Luoxi and Song Qian, the two women kept praising Chu Xinghe. Even the people brought by both parties frequently toasted Chu Xinghe. Compliments like, "in the prime of life, full of vigor and vitality, talented, young and promising," etc., hit Chu Xinghe like sugar-coated bullets. Chu Xinghe had never seen such a scene before. He was complimented by two beautiful women. After a few rounds of drinking, his face turned red and his ears felt like they were burning. Towards the end of the dinner, both Victoria Song and Chen Luoxi drank a lot of wine. Their cheeks were rosy and their eyes were blurry. When Chu Xinghe looked at Chen Luoxi like this, his hatred towards her was alleviated a lot for a moment. By now, everyone was basically drunk. At the entire table, only the fat and big-eared Mingkai was still in good shape. After toasting Song Qian and Chen Luoxi several times and being rejected, Mingkai turned his firepower to Chu Xinghe and Guohua. Chu Xinghe and Guohua could only cope with it with difficulty. They were suppressed by Mingkai and could not even raise their heads. Just as the drinking party was about to end, the door of the Pearl Harbor box was suddenly pushed open roughly, and everyone looked over with bleary eyes. Cao Wenbin appeared at the door with a few tall younger brothers. Their faces were red and they were even drunker than the people in the room. Behind them, there were several waiters from the Pearl restaurant, who seemed to be trying to persuade them. Unexpectedly, Cao Wenbin slapped a waiter next to him in the face, and the younger brothers around him immediately punched and kicked the poor waiter. Cao Wenbin looked at Song Qian and walked towards her with a crazy smile on his face. Chapter 25 Uninvited Guests. The sudden change caught everyone off guard. Cao Wenbin roughly pulled Guohua, who was sitting next to Song Qian, up, and with a stronger smell of alcohol, he sat down next to Song Qian. At the same time, Cao Wenbin put his hand on the back of Song Qian's chair and leaned close to her, looking very intimate. At the door of the box, the lobby manager walked in with a nervous look on his face. He wanted to approach Cao Wenbin, but was stopped by his younger brother. The owner of the Pearl restaurant has a strong background, but he is also a local, so it is not easy for him to break off relations with the Cao family. The lobby manager also knows this, so he can only try his best to dissuade the second son of the Cao family, who is notoriously dissolute. Otherwise, the reputation of the Pearl restaurant would be damaged, but your job would be in jeopardy. The lobby manager of the Pearl restaurant was sweating profusely and was anxious. He took a few waiters with him, but was stopped by two younger brothers who were as strong as mountains. These two younger brothers have fierce eyes, dark skin, and bulging muscles on their exposed arms. They are obviously tough guys. When the lobby manager of Pearl restaurant and several male waiters saw this situation, they all became timid and didn't dare to come forward. "What are you looking at? Close the door. You're disturbing my drinking pleasure." Cao Wenbin shouted towards the door, and his two younger brothers immediately understood and used their bodies to push the lobby manager and the male waiters out. Bang! The door of the box was slammed shut, and for a moment the entire box was silent. Everyone looked at Cao Wenbin in confusion. Guo, who was roughly dragged up, originally wanted to scold a few words, but after seeing who was coming, he stood aside, his body swaying, his face flushed, but he didn't dare to say a word. Song Qian also sobered up at this time. Her face suddenly turned cold, but her face was still a little red because of the alcohol, which made her look more graceful. Seeing this, Cao Wenbin felt very itchy in his heart and wished he could press this little girl, Song Qian, under him immediately. Mr. Song, what a coincidence that we meet here. Let me toast you. As Cao Wenbin spoke, he picked up the wine glass that originally belonged to Guo and placed it in front of Song Qian. Song Qian pursed her lips, looking grim. It was obvious that she hated Cao Wenbin, who suddenly appeared. Cao Wenbin turned his head to look at the people at the dinner table. When his eyes fell on Chen Luoxi's face, his eyes suddenly lit up and said, "You are Chen Luoxi from Mingkai Company, right? It's better to meet in person than to hear about it. After I toast to President Song, I will toast to you." Song Qian pursed her lips, and Cao Wenbin's hand holding the wine glass moved closer and closer, with a ferocious smile on his face, and he was about to force her to drink. Under the influence of alcohol, Chu Xinghe frowned and said, "If Ms. Song doesn't want to drink, don't force her. I'll do it for her." As he spoke, Chu Xinghe was about to pick up the wine glass. At the same time, he quickly used the Eye of Insight skill on Cao Wenbin. Cao Wenbin, the second son of the Cao family. Physical strength, 1.5 points. Spiritual power, 1.1 points. Active skill, tyranny. Passive skill, revenge for every slight. But as soon as Chu Xinghe touched the wine glass, Cao Wenbin's face turned black, and he turned around and threw the wine glass in his hand at Chu Xinghe. The wine glass hit Chu Xinghe's face directly, and the wine spilled all over his face and flowed down his cheek. "I gave you face last time, didn't I? Who the hell are you? Give you face. God damn it. Do you have any face in front of me?" Cao Wenbin suddenly got angry and cursed at Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe didn't expect that Cao Wenbin's face was like a dog's face, changing in an instant, and he didn't react for a while. When Chu Xinghe heard Cao Wenbin's curse clearly, he suddenly felt hot all over and could clearly feel the blood vessels in his arms throbbing. This grandson. Too arrogant. Chu Xinghe stood up suddenly and glared at Cao Wenbin. Cao Wenbin on the opposite side was not to be outdone. The two younger brothers who were originally blocking the door had already come behind Chu Xinghe. Cao Wenbin sneered at Chu Xinghe and stopped pretending. He grabbed Song Qian's shoulders, grabbed the bottle of wine on the table, and tried to force the wine into her mouth. Chu Xinghe was hit by the wine glass, and the wine spilled all over him, and he was stunned for a moment. This grandson is so arrogant. Har, what's your status? If you weren't sitting here today, you wouldn't even be qualified to see me. Cao Wenbin looked at Chu Xinghe arrogantly with a ferocious smile on his face. You may have forgotten the previous video, right? Chu Xinghe wiped the wine stains off his face and looked at Cao Wenbin coldly. Har, do you really think you can defeat me with just a few videos? Boy, is there mush in your brain. Cao Wenbin laughed wildly. Chu Xinghe was speechless. Did Cao Wenbin really think this was the 1980s and that he could do whatever he wanted? If you, a dog basket, hadn't hidden yourself, I would have made you feel like you were in heaven. Do you really think that I'm here to drink with some girls today? Cao Wenbin suddenly let go of Song Qian's hand, stared at Chu Xinghe and shouted angrily. Chu Xinghe was shocked. This bastard. Could it be that it was directed at me? Hold him down for me, I want to see how capable he is. Cao Wenbin gave an order, and the two younger brothers who had broken into the box with him before rushed forward and pounced on Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe naturally would not sit there and wait for death, so he ran straight towards Cao Wenbin. The two younger brothers who had been guarding behind Chu Xinghe rushed over when they saw this. One grabbed his hand and the other grabbed his throat, trying to pin Chu Xinghe to the ground. However, Chu Xinghe's strength was amazing. The two younger brothers, who were at least 1.8 meters tall, couldn't catch Chu Xinghe and were dragged by Chu Xinghe towards Cao Wenbin. Cao Wenbin was also a veteran of street fights. When he saw Chu Xinghe coming over, he slapped Chu Xinghe in the face. Although Chu Xinghe's physical fitness is beyond ordinary people, he has no experience in fighting. When Cao Wenbin suddenly slapped him, he could only dodge subconsciously. But Chu Xinghe's dodge failed to avoid it. Chu Xinghe only felt a shadow flash quickly before his eyes, and he subconsciously dodged, and then it felt like a piece of paper hit his head. In the eyes of everyone, Chu Xinghe walked towards Cao Wenbin, and then the other party slapped Chu Xinghe on the head, which frightened everyone. The slap was so solid that it made a crisp sound in the closed box. For a moment, the entire box was silent. Chu Xinghe just felt like someone hit him on the head with paper, and turned to look at Cao Wenbin with his eyes wide open. Cao Wenbin shook his aching palm in shock. This kid looks thin, but why is his head so hard? Chapter 26 Conflict escalates. Although Chu Xinghe was slapped hard, his head did not move at all. Cao Wenbin also made a puzzled sound. Chu Xinghe grabbed Cao Wenbin by the collar and slammed his arms on himself. To be honest, it was not as pleasurable as being tickled by a child. At the same time, Cao Wenbin's two younger brothers, one held Chu Xinghe's arms with both hands, and the other hugged Chu Xinghe's neck like a monkey. Chu Xinghe, what do you want to do? Let Wenbin go. Mingkai jumped out and shouted when he saw this. Chu Xinghe had no time to pay attention to Mingkai. He was like a wild bull. He grabbed Cao Wenbin by the collar and, ignoring the other two brothers' attempts to stop him, dragged him to the door of the box and threw him out like garbage. Then, Chu Xinghe freed his hands and picked up the two younger brothers on his body like chickens. Chu Xinghe pushed open the door of the box, and the lobby manager who was waiting outside the door fell to the ground without noticing. Under the horrified gaze of the lobby manager and a waiter outside the door, several people were thrown out. Bang! Chu Xinghe slammed the door shut. After closing the door, Chu Xinghe sat back in his chair, breathing heavily. He turned his head and looked at the stunned Mingkai who had just roared at him and said, "What did you just say? I didn't hear it clearly." Seeing Chu Xinghe pushing Cao Wenbin out of the box like a bull, Mingkai didn't dare to offend him for a moment. He stepped back a few steps and stood there awkwardly, mumbling and unable to utter a complete sentence. Several people were stunned by Chu Xinghe's sudden outburst. The only sound in the box was Chu Xinghe's breathing. Cao Wenbin, who was standing outside the room, stared blankly at the closed door. He turned his head to look at the two younger brothers beside him and said, "What happened just now?" "Brother Cao, it seems like we were pushed out by that kid just now. There's something wrong with that kid. He's too strong to be a human." The younger brother next to Cao Wenbin said. "What are you looking at?" Cao Wenbin glared at the lobby manager who came up to him with a fawning smile on his face, then turned around and asked his younger brother to call his brothers to help. How could Cao Wenbin swallow this bitter breath when he was dragged out of the box by an unknown boy, especially now that he was drunk? Cao Wenbin felt that his chest was holding back his breath and was about to explode. Seeing this, the lobby manager did not dare to step forward to persuade them. He quietly retreated behind the crowd and directed his waiters to call the police while he himself called his boss. "Boss, it's me. Someone is causing trouble in the restaurant." "Yes, yes, yes. But the other party is Cao Wenbin, the second son of the Cao family. He wanted to enter the Pearl Harbor box, but was kicked out. He is calling for help now. I told him, but he was drunk and didn't listen." "Yes, yes." The lobby manager was reporting the situation to the owner of the Pearl restaurant, and the waiter had already called the police. "What are you afraid of? That guy was just brave for a moment. In front of a woman, his adrenaline burst out. He is alone, how can he beat you to death?" Cao Wenbin slapped his younger brother in the face and cursed angrily. The younger brother who was beaten and scolded covered his red and swollen cheeks, stepped aside and dared not say anything more. Just when Cao Wenbin was getting angry, a group of younger brothers rushed in from outside making a lot of noise. "Brother! Brother!" There was a continuous stream of shouting for a while, and at a quick glance, there were at least 5 or 6 strong young men with crew cuts. Some of them were wearing work clothes, and it looked like they had just come from a construction site. Okay. Cao Wenbin showed a grim smile on his face and stared at the tightly closed door of the box. These little brothers were ready to go, just waiting for Cao Wenbin's order to break in. At this moment, Cao Wenbin's cell phone suddenly rang. In this box, chairs were lying on the ground in a disorderly manner, no one was talking, and the air seemed to be frozen. Song Qian had already asked Wang Xiameng to call the police. At this time, she was staring at the elite man's mobile phone, wondering what the two people were doing. Everyone was sober at this moment, and their eyes were all looking at Chu Xinghe intentionally or unintentionally. Chu Xinghe was secretly curious at this time, when did his strength become so great? The two younger brothers just now, plus Cao Wenbin, who was over 1.8 meters tall, weighed at least 400 kilograms. But these three people were driven out by me using brute force. It felt like a few slightly heavier suitcases. Chu Xinghe pinched the tabletop of the dining table and applied light force. The table made a slight sound and was lifted up by Chu Xinghe. Everyone looked at Chu Xinghe, and Chu Xinghe let go of his hand with an expressionless face. I was extremely shocked. The tabletop of this dining table is made of mahogany and weighs at least 200 kilograms. How could he lift it so easily with just one hand? Chu Xinghe had a feeling that as long as he exerted some strength, he could lift up the tabletop. Opening the system panel, Chu Xinghe used the eye of insight skill on each person and found that these people's data were average. Basically, their physical strength did not reach the average level of ordinary people, while their mental strength was slightly higher. In just a moment, the noise outside the box started again. The tightly closed door was violently kicked open, and Cao Wenbin, led by 7 or 8 fellow men with crew cuts, stood at the door with arrogant looks on their faces. Get out of here, you have nothing to do here. Cao Wenbin said, staring into Chu Xinghe's eyes. The people in the box had never seen such a scene before, and they were all panicked. Especially Song Qian, who seemed to recall the helplessness of opening a meeting room in Green City Room that day, and hid behind Chu Xinghe in fear, subconsciously grabbing the corner of Chu Xinghe's clothes with both hands. Cao Wenbin grinned, waved his hand, and called his crew-haired younger brother to rush into the box. Chu Xinghe quickly used the eye of insight skill on these younger brothers, and a translucent panel appeared next to each person's head, with various values on it. These people are just the opposite of the people in the box. Their mental strength is relatively low, but their physical strength basically exceeds the average level of ordinary people. Chu Xinghe had no experience in fighting with others. Even though his stats were very high, he would definitely not be a match for this group of people if a real fight broke out. Chen Luoxi pretended to be calm and said, "We live in a society ruled by law now. Do you still dare to rob people in public?" Rob someone? I'm going to kill someone. Mr. Chen, right? I'll have a deeper discussion with you after I finish this matter. Brothers, come on, beat this guy to death. Cao Wenbin was nothing like the talkative villain in novels. He just pointed at Chu Xinghe's nose and shouted. It seems like he has already defeated everyone. Chu Xinghe made a prompt decision and stopped talking to Cao Wenbin. He turned around and grabbed the mahogany dining table that was nearly 3 meters in diameter. Chapter 27 Intrigue. The guys at the door are fast, but Chu Xinghe's side is even faster. Chu Xinghe grabbed the edge of the dining table with both hands, lowered his body, and lifted up the dining table weighing more than 200 pounds. Cao Wenbin has a lot of people and power, and even if his data is equal to that of 3 ordinary people, he won't be able to last long under their hands. Chu Xinghe held the dining table and rushed to the door of the box. He crossed the dining table and slammed it heavily on the door that was kicked open. He supported himself with both hands and blocked the younger brothers who rushed in. The dining table is round, and although it blocks most of the door, there is still a gap in the corner. Push it open. What are you standing there for? Cao Wenbin shouted angrily from outside the door. Some of the guys with crew cuts started to bump into him, while others reached their hands through the gaps left behind, trying to reach Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe only felt the huge force outside and could only grit his teeth and hold on. Why don't you come and help? Hold on until the police arrive. Chu Xinghe said through his teeth. A good man never suffers a loss in front of him. He was not stupid enough to fight with this group of people. Not to mention his current 3 points of physical strength, even if he had 10 points, he would probably not be a match for these people. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to enroll in a class and learn how to fight. Otherwise, I will be just like a big sandbag with only strength. The others were awakened by Chu Xinghe's shout, and they rushed up to hold the dining table. This made Chu Xinghe feel a lot more relaxed. Chen Luoxi and Song Qian were on Chu Xinghe's left and right. 2 completely different scents drifted towards Chu Xinghe's nose, and he felt that his strength had increased a lot. Everyone in the box started to fight, including the 2 waiters who were originally in the box. Only Mingkai stood there with a gloomy face, and did not fight either. The guy with a crew cut outside was banging on the door frantically, reaching his hands through the gap to grab the people inside. Chu Xinghe was standing in the middle and was not caught, but Guo Hua, who was standing next to him, was grabbed by the hair by a guy with a crew cut and very long arms, causing him to scream. The people in the box were leaning against the table with all their might, while the crew-haired guys outside were banging on the door like crazy. Fortunately, there is an unreasonable person like Chu Xinghe, otherwise these useless guys who can't even lift a hand would have been rushed in by the ferocious and wolf-like young men with short hair outside the door. After more than 10 minutes of banging, the noise outside the door suddenly stopped. Chu Xinghe leaned against the table and heard the footsteps of a group of people leaving. Chen Luoxi, who was in the group, looked at Chu Xinghe with a pale face and asked in a low voice, "Are they gone?" This is the first time that Chen Luoxi has encountered such a situation in his life. Song Qian, who was on the other side of Chu Xinghe, looked even uglier than Chen Luoxi. You know, Cao Wenbin came for her today. If Chu Xinghe hadn't stopped everyone, she would have already. Just then, Song Qian's cell phone suddenly rang. He's the lobby manager of Pearl Restaurant. Song Qian glanced at Chu Xinghe and said. Chu Xinghe leaned against the table and said, "Answer it." "Mr. Song? Mr. Cao and the others have left. You can clear the table now." The lobby manager's voice came over the phone. Chu Xinghe heard it clearly and couldn't help but frown. Song Qian heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. After hanging up the phone, she looked at Chu Xinghe and said, "It's okay, they've left. Thank you so much for today." As she spoke, Victoria Song released her arms that were against the dining table and sat down against it. Seeing this, the others also breathed a sigh of relief and followed Song Qian's example and sat on the floor leaning against the dining table. Chu Xinghe frowned, his mind working rapidly, and he felt something was wrong. There was an obvious tremor in the lobby manager's voice. It was as if he was being threatened to say these words. Although he had not had much contact with Cao Wenbin, given his arrogant and domineering personality, it was impossible for him to give up so easily. You know, last time they opened in Greentown, Victoria Song's base camp dared to do that, let alone a restaurant. Even if this restaurant is the most famous restaurant in the mountain city, what does it matter? Chu Xinghe's body was tense, but instead of letting go, he secretly exerted force. Song Qian sat on the ground, and seeing Chu Xinghe's indifferent expression, she looked confused. There was silence outside the door. Just when Song Qian was about to speak, Chu Xinghe suddenly felt a huge force coming from behind the door, and the tabletop that was originally close to the door frame was pushed open. Chu Xinghe gritted his teeth, feeling all the muscles in his body aching. He let out a low growl and managed to hold on. This Cao Wenbin is really bold. Things have gotten to this point, but he is still thinking about breaking in. Everyone sitting on the ground was suddenly awakened and immediately got up and leaned against the table. Chu Xinghe sneered in his heart. This Cao Wenbin was really courageous. Just as the result of the Eye of Insight had revealed, he was really a tyrannical person. Hold! Bang! As the table was blocked by Chu Xinghe, who was prepared, Cao Wenbin's angry voice and the crisp sound of a palm hitting his face were heard outside the door. Along with the lobby manager's screams, the younger brothers outside the door started a new round of banging. Chu Xinghe gritted his teeth and pressed his body against the table, thinking, are these people animals? Won't they get tired? Fortunately, this time it lasted for a very short time, and soon there were scolding voices and noisy footsteps outside the door. The noise gradually died down, and this time everyone did not dare to let down their guard, still leaning against the dining table. Everyone knew what they would face if Cao Wenbin broke in. After a short while, the noisy noise outside stopped completely. Someone knocked on the table and said, "Open the door, we are the police." He. Chu Xinghe sneered, and his body tensed up even more. Seeing this, the others also leaned against the table tightly. We are really the police. The person outside the door was stunned for a moment and said helplessly, Cao Wenbin, do you think we are children? You are using such tricks. If you have the guts, let's fight one-on-one. Chu Xinghe also became angry. Could this rich second generation whose family worked in earthwork engineering really be so arrogant? At this time, Song Qian's phone rang again. After Song Qian answered it, the lobby manager's voice sounded again and said, Boss Song, the police are here. Hang up. Chu Xinghe didn't believe in calling the lobby manager at this time, so he asked Song Qian to hang up the phone. At this time, a clear female voice sounded outside the door, shouting excitedly, Master, it really is you. We are here. Chu Xinghe felt their voice outside the door sounded familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was for a moment. Judging from what this person said, he seemed to know me. Master? When did I have a female apprentice? Chapter 28, Heartbroken. If you don't believe me, look. Seeing that Chu Xinghe remained silent for a long time, the person outside stretched a hand through the gap between the dining table boards, holding an ID card in a black leather case. Guo, who was standing beside him, looked at Chu Xinghe, the backbone of the box. Chu Xinghe nodded, and Guo reached out to take the certificate from the other party. Through Song Qian, who was standing by, the certificate was finally handed to Chu Xinghe. When he opened it, Chu Xinghe was delighted. I actually know this person. The last time I checked into a room at Greentown, it was because of the incident with Victoria Song's assistant and the female police officer Dong Siki, whom I met at the police station. Only then did Chu Xinghe believe that the police had really arrived. Chu Xinghe said to the people around him, "The police are here, please step back." Everyone stepped back upon hearing the sound, and Chu Xinghe used his old trick to grab the tabletop with both hands and put it back on the table. A group of policemen in uniform were standing outside the door, and Dong Siki was naturally among them. When Chu Xinghe picked up the dining table, Dong Siki saw the martial arts master he had been thinking about, holding a mahogany table weighing more than 200 pounds and putting it back on the table with ease. The hard mahogany table was now covered with various smash marks, which showed how hard the animals led by Cao Wenbin had worked. You said you don't know martial arts. Dong Siki walked into the box with shining eyes and said to Chu Xinghe, who had just put down the table. Chu Xinghe curled his lips. Well, this time I really can't explain it clearly. Even if a strong man wanted to lift the table so easily, I'm afraid it wouldn't be as easy as me. This is really counterproductive. Almost at the same time as Dong Siki walked in was a tall young man wearing a close-fitting suit and meticulously groomed hair. On his wrist was a watch that was obviously worth a lot of money. Chu Xinghe narrowed his eyes. He also knew this person. Xu Lei, the eldest son of Xu Jiang. Physical strength, 1.2 points. Spiritual power, 1.2 points. Active skill, weakness and incompetence. Passive skill, fine clothes and delicious food. Chu Xinghe looked at the translucent panel next to Xu Lei's head. Luxurious clothes and delicious food. Isn't this a natural destiny of wealth and luxury? This is really the case of comparing yourself to others and getting frustrated. This kid's passive skill may seem insignificant, but judging from Chu Xinghe's use of the Eye of Insight during this period of time, it can be said that he is one in a million with such a good fortune. Think about Director Liu's greed and selfishness, Wen Kai's narrow-mindedness, and Guo, who just started screaming when his hair was grabbed by the crew-cut guy, and whose passive skill is to forget his principles when he sees profit. Among these people, except for Chen Luoxi and Song Qian, whose passive skills are positive, almost all of them are negative. At the same time, Chu Xinghe also keenly discovered that although Cao Wenbin was a rich second generation like Xu Lei, his panel seemed a little different. One is the second son of Cao, and the other is the eldest son of Xu Jiang. There seems to be some explanation here. There is not much introduction to the chosen worker system. Whether it is the increase or decrease of work points, or the introduction of skills and panels, it is all in a minimalist style. If you want to understand why the panels of these two rich second generations are different, you have to continue researching. 1111, how are you? Are you not hurt? Xu Lei pushed everyone aside and looked at Victoria Song, who was sitting on the chair, with concern. Although he went straight to Victoria Song, his eyes could not help but glance at Chen Luoxi, who was sitting beside him. I thought to myself, what a beautiful woman, she is no less beautiful than Victoria Song. And this woman seems to be more attractive than Victoria Song. Song Qian's complexion had basically returned to normal at this time. For some reason, although the situation was urgent just now, she felt unusually at ease with Chu Xinghe by her side. It seems that no matter what danger occurs, Chu Xinghe can protect himself. Song Qian has never experienced this feeling since she can remember. Seeing Chu Xinghe being surrounded by Dong Siki and asked all kinds of questions, Song Qian actually forgot about Xu Lei in front of her for a moment. Xu Lei followed Song Qian's gaze and looked at Chu Xinghe. Suddenly, a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes, and then quickly disappeared. 1111, let me take you home. I have already informed the police station, so you don't have to go there. What Cao Wenbin did this time is really too much. Don't worry, I will tell my dad tonight. Xu Lei was concerned about Song Qian and took off his suit and was about to put it on her. Song Qian came to her senses and wanted to refuse, but she was already wrapped up by Xu Lei's clothes. Thank you. Song Qian glanced at Xu Lei and said politely. Xu Lei immediately showed a smug smile on his face and said, "This is what I should do. I'll take you back, 1111. No, I'd better go to the police station." Song Qian rejected Xu Lei's kindness. Dawn Siki was finally called over by her colleagues and began to conduct simple inquiries to several people in the room. Chu Xinghe wanted to slip away, but was blocked by Chen Luoxi, who had been keeping an eye on him. "Where are you going?" Chen Luoxi asked softly. This. Chu Xinghe was caught red-handed and was too embarrassed to utter a complete sentence for a moment. "When did you become so strong? I remember when you first came to the company, you couldn't even move the filing cabinet." Chen Luoxi asked Chu Xinghe curiously. "I remember when I first joined the company, I wanted to work overtime but accidentally dropped a document behind the filing cabinet. While I was fiddling with it, I was seen by Chen Luoxi, who was also working overtime. That was also the first time they met alone. Well, maybe he was scared. I heard that people will secrete adrenaline when they are emotionally excited. It would have been fine if you didn't say it. My arm started to hurt as soon as you said it." Chu Xinghe thought of the short video he had seen before, and talked nonsense without blinking. Let me see." Chen Luoxi didn't think much about it. When he heard that Chu Xinghe's arm was injured, he immediately got nervous and grabbed Chu Xinghe's arm. Chu Xinghe quickly dodged the hand that Chen Luoxi extended to him. Chen Luoxi's hand froze in mid-air, and he was completely stunned, looking at Chu Xinghe in disbelief. Then, the expression on his face quickly turned into one of loss. The loss quickly turned into grievance. It's like throwing away a piece of stone, but when you look back you find that it is a precious jade that you will never encounter again in your life. Chen Luoxi, who had remained calm and composed when faced with threats from Cao Wenbin, suddenly had red eyes and her bright big eyes were filled with tears. Chen Luoxi only felt countless loss and grievance in her heart was empty, and she never wanted to see the man in front of her again. Chen Luoxi withdrew his hand, wiped his eyes with the back of his hand, and without saying a word, he walked around Chu Xinghe and left. "Hey, wait, we still have to take a statement in the club." Dawn Siki, who was questioning the waiter, saw Chen Luoxi walking towards the door, and immediately shouted and chased after him. "Mr. Chen was fine just now, why did he suddenly start crying?" Just when he was about to chase after him to explain, a figure blocked his way. Chapter 29 Escort Mission. Chen Luo's eyes were dull and lacked their former brilliance. After being stopped by Dawn Siki, he just stood there with his head down and said nothing. Chu Xinghe wanted to go over and ask what was going on, but Xu Lei blocked him and looked at him impatiently. "Chu Xinghe, right? You did a good job this time. I will talk to the company's human resources and give you a bonus of 10,000 yuan this month." Xu Lei said to Chu Xinghe with a condescending expression. Chu Xinghe was stunned, thinking, this guy is so stupid for picking up girls. "I am an employee of Mingkai Company, why did you ask the HR of Greentown Real Estate to give me a bonus? Are you sick? Am I from Greentown? Why are you giving me a bonus?" Chu Xinghe looked at Chen Luoxi, who seemed to be wiping tears over there, and hurried over to say something to Xu Lei, the eldest son of Xu Jiang. "Mr. Xu, this is Mingkai's man." Guo Hua didn't have any eyesight at this time, and came up to finish off Xu Lei. Xu Lei was stunned, as if a ghost had pinched his neck, and he couldn't utter a word. Yes, the other party is not from Greentown, so how can Greentown's HR give him a bonus? Xu Lei was very angry at this time, but there was nothing he could do. After all, Chu Xinghe was not a member of their company. Chu Xinghe walked around Xu Lei, who was sulking alone, and walked to Chen Luoxi. Seeing that she was secretly wiping away tears, he felt a little reluctant. Could it be because he had said something wrong just now? Mr. Chen, everything is fine now," Chu Xinghe said to Chen Luoxi awkwardly. "Yeah." Chen Luoxi lowered his head and responded in a mosquito-like voice. Chu Xinghe looked at Dawn Siki helplessly, but the other party rolled her eyes at Chu Xinghe. The fuss gradually subsided. After the police conducted a brief inquiry at the Pearl restaurant, they took several people back to the police station. In the police station, it was Dawn Siki who was still taking Chu Xinghe's statement, but this time due to lack of staff, Dawn Siki was alone. "You still say you don't know martial arts?" Dawn Siki skipped the basic questions such as name and age, and looked at Chu Xinghe curiously with her big eyes. Chu Xinghe touched his nose, turned his head and said, "I really can't do it." "You still deny it?" Dawn Siki threw a few photos to Chu Xinghe. The photos were of the mahogany dining table. On the front of the table, there were marks of being hit by those crew-haired guys, and there were 2 clear handprints on the back. Judging from the size of this palm print, who else could it be if not left by Chu Xinghe? Forehead. Chu Xinghe looked at the evidence, and for a moment, even if he had to be thick-skinned, he couldn't think of a good excuse to deny it. "I'm just naturally strong. I really don't know any martial arts you're talking about." Chu Xinghe spread his hands and gave up. "So, you are the legendary person born with supernatural powers?" Dawn Siki's eyes brightened after hearing Chu Xinghe's words. Chu Xinghe held his forehead with his hand. The more he explained, the worse it got. On the other side, other police officers in the police station were also taking statements, and finally came to the same conclusion, that is, Cao Wenbin and his subordinates maliciously broke into their box, and after being rejected, he called on his subordinates to use force. Walking out of the room, the lobby manager of Pearl Restaurant took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead, and immediately dialed a number on his mobile phone. "Master Jian, yes, I came out of the police station. Second Master Cao has already left and didn't meet the police." "Okay, I understand, don't worry." The lobby manager breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had informed Cao Wenbin and let him leave first. Otherwise, if he was caught by the police in the Pearl Restaurant, the reputation of the Pearl Restaurant would be ruined, and he, as the lobby manager, would definitely be fired. Cao Wenbin, who was sitting at a barbecue stall, was drinking with his crew-cut buddies, his face full of anger. The crew-cut buddies kept silent, unwilling to provoke Cao Wenbin at this time. "Damn it! Are you all just here to eat and do nothing? I support you guys normally, but you fail me at the critical moment." Cao Wenbin became angrier and angrier the more he thought about it. He smashed the beer bottle in his hand and cursed angrily. Seeing that his younger brothers didn't say anything, Cao Wenbin was so angry that he took out a cigarette and was about to light it, when he suddenly saw 2 beautifully dressed girls coming from next door. They looked to be in their early 20s and seemed to be college students nearby. "Boss, come and order some food." One of the college students greeted the barbecue stall owner in a crisp voice. "Coming." The barbecue stall owner responded. Cao Wenbin's eyes lit up. Although these 2 girls were not as stunningly beautiful as Victoria Song and Chen Luoxi, they were also youthful and pretty. So he rolled his eyes and walked over with a glass of wine. After a while, Cao Wenbin suddenly cursed and hit one of the girls in the face. How could the thin girl withstand Cao Wenbin's powerful slap? She was knocked to the ground. "You shameless bastard! Why are you pretending to be innocent in front of me? Brother, give me some face and forget it. It's not sensible to date a little girl. If you want to have fun, there's a Moulin Rouge KTV just ahead. There are plenty of pretty girls there." The barbecue stall owner came up to persuade him upon seeing this. Bang! Cao Wenbin slapped the barbecue stall owner in the face and angrily cursed, "Fuck you, I'm tired of going to the Moulin Rouge. Stay away from me and don't seek death." The barbecue stall owner was also a burly man, and his eyes turned red when he was slapped. But before he could do anything, the crew-cut guys who had been watching stood up and surrounded the barbecue stall owner. Cao Wenbin had a grim smile on his face. He grabbed the hair of the girl he had knocked to the ground and walked out of the house. Seeing this, the girl's companion tried to stop them, but was kicked down by Cao Wenbin, who then grabbed the girl's hair with his other hand and dragged her out together. It was already late at night and there weren't many people eating barbecue. Cao Wenbin's side had a lot of people and no one dared to stop them. Surrounded by his fellow bald thugs, Cao Wenbin, with a grim smile on his face, gradually walked into a dimly lit alley amid the cries of the 2 girls. At the same time, on the other side, Chu Xinghe and others finally walked out of the police station after answering the questions. As soon as he stepped out of the police station, a series of system prompts rang in Chu Xinghe's mind. Congratulations to their host for completing the escort mission. You will be rewarded with 1 point of stamina, 100 work points, and the 8 parts of Varger Kung Fu, internal martial arts. 8 parts of Varger Kung Fu, internal martial arts, created by Mi Jingzi, has 10 stages in total. You can use work points to learn it. Do you want to upgrade? Ding! The negative information about Cao Wenbin, the second son of the Cao family, has been updated. Do you want to check it out? Chu Xinghe was stunned. This was the same as the previous PUA task he completed for Dong Lily, except that the reward content was too rich. 8 parts of Varger Kung Fu, internal martial arts. It sounds like a very powerful martial art. It can also be upgraded by working points. But what did Cao Wenbin's grandson do? This black material investigation actually has a tracking service, which is worthy of being a novice reward. Chapter 30, Quietly Guarding the Inner Pass. Let's go. I'm on my way and can take you back. Song Qian walked up to Chu Xinghe and said. Chu Xinghe originally wanted to agree without thinking, but when he saw Chen Luoxi standing there, he crossed his arms even though Qi Yun, Chen and others from the company were surrounding him. It seems that one feels alone even in a crowd. I don't know if it was because of some feeling, but when Chu Xinghe looked at Chen Luoxi also looked at Chu Xinghe. Their eyes met in the air. Chen Luoxi's body trembled slightly, and he quickly looked away. No, I'd better go back with Mr. Chen. Chu Xinghe rejected Song Qian's kindness and said. On the road outside the police station, in a Panamera sports car, Xu Lei, the eldest son of Greentown Real Estate, was still waiting for Song Qian. He has already completely offended Cao Wenbin. If he offends Xu Lei because of this woman, Chu Xinghe simply cannot imagine his future life. Okay? Song Qian naturally noticed Chu Xinghe's look just now, so she no longer insisted. In Song Qian's eyes, everything Chu Xinghe did was for Chen Luoxi. It was just a coincidence that she came into Chu Xinghe's sight because of the project opened by Greentown Real Estate. In order not to annoy this great god who had gone to the countryside to gain experience, Victoria Song did not dare to act too tough at this time. If you want to move to the Cao family in the mountain city, you have to rely on the mysterious power behind Chu Xinghe. After saying goodbye to Chu Xinghe, Song Qian headed out of the police station. She was soon discovered by Xu Lei, who was guarding the door, and then got into the other party's car. After Song Qian left, Chu Xinghe came to Chen Luoxi. Mr. Chen, let's go back and rest early. Chu Xinghe gritted his teeth and met Chen Luoxi's cold gaze. Oh. Chen Luoxi responded coldly and walked straight towards his car. Chu Xinghe didn't know how he had offended Chen Luoxi, but he wisely didn't explain much. He sat in the driver's seat and waited for Chen Luoxi to get in. Chen Luoxi did not sit in the passenger seat, but in the back seat. The car slowly drove out of the police station, and a female police officer ran out in a panic, shouting at the car that had already driven out of the door. What's his phone number? Dawn Siki glared at the car that was driving away, then walked up to the people from Mingkai Company who had not left yet and asked. Mr. Chen? Chu Xinghe asked in a low voice after driving some distance away from the police station. Speak. Chen Luoxi's attitude remained cold. Where is your home? Chu Xinghe was embarrassed. This woman was really unreasonable when she got angry. Chen Luoxi didn't say much. Just when Chu Xinghe was about to pick his feet in embarrassment, his WeChat on his phone suddenly rang. He stopped the car and opened it to see that it was Chen Luoxi who sent him a location. In silence all the way, Chu Xinghe sent Chen Luoxi back to her home, a high-end apartment in the mountain city. Mr. Chen. I'll go back first if there's nothing else. After getting off the car, Chu Xinghe said hello to Chen Luoxi and turned away. I muttered to myself that I should not be soft-hearted towards this woman. Who was I showing off to? I had provoked her. Looking at Chu Xinghe's leaving back, Chen Luoxi, who originally didn't want to see Chu Xinghe again, suddenly felt soft-hearted. Thinking of what happened tonight, he couldn't help but call Chu Xinghe. Drive the car back. It's so late. Don't run into Cao Wenbin again. I heard he's a famous gangster in Shancheng. Come pick me up tomorrow morning. After saying this, Chen Luoxi turned around and entered the elevator through the underground garage, not giving Chu Xinghe any chance to refuse. After entering the elevator, Chen Luoxi stomped his feet heavily and touched his hot cheeks. Pick me up tomorrow. Isn't this a bit too explicit? Will that brat misunderstand me? He was so abominable today. I was clearly caring about him, but he actually avoided my hand. Am I poisonous? Oh, what am I still thinking about him? The most important thing is to deal with Ren Zhong's audit as soon as possible. I don't know who will come to audit me this time. Chen Luoxi returned home like a high school student who had just graduated, with a head full of random thoughts. Chu Xinghe sat in Chen Luoxi's BMW 5 Series, smelling the perfume that had not yet dissipated from Chen Luoxi in the car, and felt a little tired. Too many things happened today, and even Chu Xinghe, whose mental power was as high as 3 points, was a little overwhelmed. The journey was uneventful. Under the anxious gaze of the security guard Wang Sanjin, Chu Xinghe drove into Qinshi City, owned by Greentown Real Estate, without even rolling down the window. After returning to the model room, Chu Xinghe dived into the bathroom. In the rising mist, Chu Xinghe opened the panel of the 8 parts of Varger Kung Fu, Internal Martial Arts. The 8 parts of Varger Kung Fu, Internal Martial Arts was created by Mi Jingzi, a Taoist priest of Juku Huiyan, and consists of 10 parts. The first paragraph, quietly guard Neguan. The second paragraph, changes in wind and thunder. The third paragraph, take root immediately. The fourth paragraph. The panel still inherits the minimalist style of the chosen worker system, with only the names of the first 3 sections. When Chu Xinghe focused on the first paragraph, he found an option that could be learned. Without hesitation, Chu Xinghe chose to study. Bite. 8 parts of Varger Kung Fu, the first section of Internal Martial Arts, quietly guarding the inner gate to successfully learn. Deduct 100 work points. As the system prompted, Chu Xinghe felt all the pores on his body close instantly. It was as if his consciousness had entered his body, and he could clearly see his beating heart, the blood vessels flowing, and even his pale bones. I don't know how long it lasted, but when the hot water in the water heater had completely cooled down, Chu Xinghe finally woke up. The mist in the bathroom had long since dissipated, and the gaps between the tiles on the floor were filled with black stains, accompanied by a faint odor. There are many more fighting moves and techniques in my mind, as if engraved in the deepest part of my memory. Chu Xinghe didn't have time to be surprised. Looking at himself in the mirror, he found that he, who was originally so thin that he was almost skin and bones, now had obvious muscle outlines. The water droplets hanging on the skin seemed to reflect a faint white light. These are external changes. Chu Xinghe only felt that his originally tense scalp was now extremely relaxed, his ears and eyes were clear, his mind was relaxed, his attention became more focused, and it seemed that he could control the muscles of his whole body at any time. Chu Xinghe now feels that if he is asked to lift the mahogany table again, one hand will be enough. This. Washing the meridians and cutting the marrow. Chu Xinghe immediately opened his attribute panel. Host, Chu Xinghe. Physical strength, 4.5 points. Spiritual power, 3.5 points. Active skill, black material detection. Passive skills, Eye of Insight, 8 parts of Varger Kung Fu Internal Martial Arts Part 1 quietly guarding the inner gate. Both physical and mental strength increased by 0.5. This 8-part Varger power is simply ridiculously powerful. After washing his body again, Chu Xinghe wrapped himself in a bathrobe and went to the living room. He retrieved Cao Wenbin's negative information from the system and his brows gradually furrowed. Chapter 31 Giving You Breakfast. Damn thing. Chu Xinghe grabbed the pillow beside him and threw it directly onto the TV in front of him. Bang. The TV made a muffled sound, and suddenly the pillow exploded as if it had been bombed, and the duck down filling inside flew everywhere. Spider web-like cracks also appeared on the TV screen. Chu Xinghe was not surprised by his own strength. His eyes were red at this moment, and he wished he could eat Cao Wenbin alive. This beast actually did such a thing to 2 girls, and then threw them off the roof like rag dolls. Chu Xinghe couldn't swallow this anger, so he spent 10 work points to download the video and sent it to Song Qian's WeChat. Song Qian, who had encountered something tonight, was curled up in her bed at this moment. The sudden voice startled her. After clicking on it, she found it was Chu Xinghe. When the video was clicked, Song Qian's expression changed from confusion to horror. She covered her mouth to prevent herself from making any sound. At this moment, Chu Xinghe wished he could download all the negative information about Cao Wenbin and then post it all online to expose it. However, reason overcame impulse. I had no experience in this area, so it would be better to leave it to Victoria Song. Chu Xinghe opened the panel of the 8 Varger skills again and directly selected the second section, Wind and Thunder Transformation. Bite. The second part of the 8 parts of Varger Kung Fu, Internal Martial Arts, Wind and Thunder Transformation, has been successfully learned. Deduct 200 work points. After studying, there seemed to be flashes of lightning in Chu Xinghe's eyes. The muscles that had been strengthened by the Jingxin Neguan practice just now were bulging with blue veins, like miniature dragons, twisting constantly. As if because he was learning too fast, Chu Xinghe had a painful expression on his face and groaned. He grabbed the sofa tightly with both hands, tearing the expensive leather and revealing the lining inside, but Chu Xinghe was completely unaware of this. The next morning, Chu Xinghe was awakened by the alarm on his cell phone, and discovered that he had spent the night on the sofa. Check your dashboard immediately. Host, Chu Xinghe. Physical strength, 5 points. Spiritual power, 4 points. Active skill, black material detection. Passive skills, Eye of Insight, 8 parts of Varger Kung Fu, internal martial arts second part, wind and thunder transformation. Wow, I leveled up twice in one day, and the attribute points that come with it are almost as much as the reward for completing the task. 5 points of stamina. 4 points of mental power. In other words, my current comprehensive physical and mental qualities are equivalent to the sum of 5 ordinary people. Chu Xinghe only felt that he had slept on the sofa all night, but he did not feel any physical fatigue at all. I clenched my fists and felt the abundant strength in my body and the extremely clear mind. Chu Xinghe did not forget to pick up Chen Luoxi. He simply packed up his body and rushed out of the model room in Qinxi City. The security guard at the door, Wang Sanjin, has become much more honest since he was scolded by Chu Xinghe. When he saw Chu Xinghe's car approaching from a distance, he opened the door and kept smiling flatteringly at Chu Xinghe. Following his memory of yesterday, Chu Xinghe went all the way to the underground garage to wait for Chen Luoxi. After a while, Chen Luoxi, wearing a snow-white dress, light makeup on her face and a hairpin in her hair, appeared at the elevator entrance. Chen Luoxi looked like a fairy descending from the earth. Especially with her long hair tied up and pinned with a hairpin, she looked indescribably classical and beautiful. Mr. Chen. Chu Xinghe waved and shouted. When Chen Luoxi saw Chu Xinghe waiting for him early, a hint of joy appeared in his eyes, but it was quickly suppressed. Let's go to the company. This is for you. Chen Luoxi was still sitting in the back seat of the car and threw a plastic bag containing a sandwich to Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe, who was about to start the car, was stunned when he saw the neatly cut and warm sandwich in the bag. Is this breakfast specially prepared for me? Chu Xinghe looked through the rearview mirror at Chen Luoxi, who was fiddling with his phone with his head down with a natural expression. Thank you. Chu Xinghe did not call Mr. Chen this time. The corners of Chen Luoxi's mouth curled up slightly, forming an imperceptible arc, and he unconsciously tapped the calculator that he had opened in a panic. At least you have some conscience. It's worth it for me to get up early in the morning to tinker with this damn sandwich, Chen Luoxi thought to himself. Unconsciously, Chen Luoxi's attitude towards Chu Xinghe had changed. Was it when he signed the Greentown real estate project? Or when he was carrying the table and blocking the door of the box? Or did he avoid my outstretched hand? Chen Luoxi didn't know. The two didn't have much communication along the way. When they arrived at the company, Chu Xinghe didn't give the car keys to Chen Luoxi, and Chen Luoxi didn't ask any more questions. Chu Xinghe discovered that the business department he was in had very little work since he joined the company. Originally, these salesmen should rely on the company's background and run projects outside. However, since Chu Xinghe entered Mingkai Company, apart from making some reports every day and dealing with various assessments from the head office, no one has gone out to run projects. After receiving the mental power bonus from the chosen worker, Chu Xinghe discovered this at the first moment. When the project launched by Greentown Real Estate entered the negotiation stage, Chu Xinghe knew that the level of these colleagues was simply not up to par. Even if there are no projects worth millions, it is still easy to run a project worth hundreds of thousands per person. The entire business department seemed to be strangled by an invisible big hand, leaving these salesmen useless. After several contacts, Chu Xinghe also understood that the root of these problems lies with Wang Kai, their vice president in charge of business. This guy is very thoughtful. Chu Xinghe sat at his workstation, totally ignoring the look from Dawn Lily, who looked at him from time to time, and analyzed things in his mind. It's almost noon, and I don't know how things are going with Victoria Song. The evil deeds committed by Cao Wenbin last night can be said to have angered God and the people, and I don't know whether she will use it well. Chu Xinghe was just thinking about calling Song Qian to ask if it really didn't work out, when he suddenly received a WeChat notification tone. I basically have no friends, so who could have sent it to me? Come into my office, now. Chu Xinghe was stunned, looking at the sober and otherworldly avatar. It turned out to be Chen Luoxi. Chapter 32 No Good Banquet. Cao's private kitchen is located at the foot of the mountain in the city, and it can be said that the geographical location is quite cheap. The reason why the Cao family chose this place for the reception was, firstly, because it was far away from their slag pit, and secondly, the transportation here was not convenient, which allowed them to engage in some grey industries. Driving Chen Luoxi's BMW 5 Series, he came out of the company. Chu Xinghe's strong self-confidence made the originally anxious Chen Luoxi feel a little more at ease. Chu Xinghe, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, recalled his strongman-like performance last night, and couldn't help but feel more confident about tonight's negotiations. With this man around, at least her personal safety could be guaranteed. As for Cao Wenbin, the worst that could happen was that he would lose some profits. No one could resist the temptation of money. I'll talk about the business later. You just need to ensure our safety. Seeing that the people around them were gradually sparse and they were about to arrive at Cao's private restaurant, Chen Luoxi instructed Chu Xinghe. Yeah. Chu Xinghe responded absent-mindedly. At this moment, Chu Xinghe was getting familiar with the memories that appeared out of nowhere in his mind. These memories are all fighting moves and techniques, such as when the opponent kicks you head-on, there are several ways to dodge and several ways to counterattack. These memories are rooted deep in Chu Xinghe's mind, and he can use them at any time as long as he wants. It was precisely because of the 8 Varger skills, internal martial arts, that Chu Xinghe dared to attend the Hongmen banquet with Chen Luoxi. The car drove to the gate of a large compound without any signs. A few guys with crew cuts were standing at the gate smoking. One of them walked to the side of the car with a cigarette in his mouth and knocked on the window with a nonchalant look on his face. Chu Xinghe rolled down the window, and the other person almost stuck his head into check. Chu Xinghe didn't tolerate the other person at all, and frowned and pushed his head out. The other person's eyebrows immediately stood up, and he cursed, "You fucking stinky. So it's you, kid? Okay, come in quickly, Brother Cao is waiting anxiously." The man was halfway through cursing when he suddenly seemed to remember something. He immediately changed his tone and returned to his companion with a sinister smile on his face. The iron gate of the compound was pushed open, and Chu Xinghe drove in with a frown. These younger brothers seemed to have received instructions from Cao Wenbin. "I'm afraid that today's Hongmen banquet will not be delicious." Chu Xinghe suddenly felt a chill on the back of his hand. He looked down and found that it was the nervous Chen Luoxi. She must have wanted to turn off the radio, but accidentally pressed on the back of her hand. Chu Xinghe did not dodge this time, and said softly, "Don't be afraid, don't worry, no one can touch you with me here." Chen Luoxi felt the warm skin on the palm of his hand, and immediately let out a cry and moved his palm away, saying softly, "Well, be careful, I'm afraid they will tamper with the car." The two exchanged a few words and got out of the car. At this time, the iron gate of the compound behind them slowly closed after the younger brothers walked in. The lights in the yard were dim and the area was not small. Directly in front was a 3-story white building. At this moment, at the gate, Cao Wenbin, wearing a floral shirt, was laughing and joking with his younger brother next to him. Har, Mr. Chan's arrival really makes my place shine. Welcome, come in quickly." Cao Wenbin had a lewd smile on his face and looked him up and down with undisguised eyes. Cao Wenbin's aggressive eyes made Chen Luoxi, who was already nervous, feel a burning pain wherever Cao Wenbin looked at her. Chen Luoxi subconsciously moved closer to Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe only felt a fragrant breeze coming from his nose, and then he felt the warmth of Chen Luoxi's arm. Chu Xinghe laughed secretly in his heart. Chen Luoxi had said before that he would bring Mingkai with him, but he became so cowardly as soon as he got out of the car. He is not very courageous. Cao Wenbin led the two of them into the small white building. In the hall on the first floor of the small white building, there were many young men with crew cuts smoking. The whole hall was filled with smoke, which choked Chu Xinghe and made him cough a few times. Har. Look at that pretty boy, his thighs are not even as thick as my arms. Don't be fooled by his appearance. He is very strong. Last time we... Humph. What's the use of being strong? I don't believe he can defeat all of us before he runs out of strength. These younger brothers were talking unscrupulously, and Cao Wenbin did not stop them at all, with a proud smile on his face. Cao Wenbin took the two of them to a large private room, which had an enormous dining table with a diameter of 5 meters that could seat at least 30 or 40 people. This dining table is made of red wood and was transported back from the Non region. I remember very clearly that this dining table weighs more than 1,000 kilograms. Cao Wenbin said to Chu Xinghe with pride. Oh, that's really amazing. How could Chu Xinghe not hear the sarcasm in Cao Wenbin's words? Anyway, there was no good banquet today, so Chu Xinghe directly retorted without any hesitation. Har har, your mouth is so stinky and hard. I wonder if you will still be so tough after all your teeth fall out. Cao Wenbin threatened directly in a sinister tone. Mr. Cao, let's talk about the transportation of construction waste. Seeing the two people arguing with each other, Chen Luoxi came out in time to change the subject. Cao Wenbin waved his hand and said, "No hurry, let's drink first, and then we can talk about anything. Don't you agree, Mr. Chen?" Okay then. The initiative was in the other party's hands, so Chen Luoxi couldn't say anything. Here, Cao Wenbin invited everyone to serve the dishes. The ones serving the dishes were all his handsome little brothers, some of them even had cigarettes in their mouths. While serving the dishes, they stared at Chu Xinghe without any concealment. Chu Xinghe was thinking in his mind, if he really started fighting, how could he get rid of these people as quickly as possible? Although Cao Wenbin is arrogant and domineering, he is not a fool. Knowing that he had extraordinary strength, he was well prepared this time on his territory. Soon the table was piled with various dishes. Cao Wenbin held up the wine glass and said, "Mr. Chen, let me toast you first. Let's drink it first and then talk." After saying that, without waiting for Chen Luoxi to speak, he tilted his head back and drank the white wine in the glass. Chen Luoxi looked embarrassed, but still picked up the wine glass in front of him. The smile on Cao Wenbin's face could hardly be concealed, and he stared straight at the wine glass held up by Chen Luoxi. Chu Xinghe frowned, grabbed Chen Luoxi's hand and said, "Mr. Chen can't drink much, I'll drink for her." Okay, Xiao Chu is young and promising. He can keep up with President Chen at such a young age. His future is limitless. Unexpectedly, Cao Wenbin was not annoyed at all, but unexpectedly praised Chu Xinghe. Upon hearing this, Chu Xinghe put down his glass and said, "I almost forgot. I was driving today. I shouldn't drink while driving. Mr. Cao, can you understand? Boy, don't be shameless." When Cao Wenbin heard this, he knew that Chu Xinghe was playing a trick on him, and his face suddenly darkened. Chapter 33, Brutal Attack. Have you ever thought about talking to us? Chu Xinghe said coldly. Cao Wenbin grinned and said, "Brothers, come in. I told you to keep a low profile. Have you been discovered?" Har har, I just said that we should catch this guy right at the door. Then you can go and discuss business with Mr. Chen. We will wait for you while drinking. Boss, give me a chance, let me do it. Fuck you, you dared to push my head just now. A group of younger brothers filed in, and the huge box suddenly became crowded. The first to bear the brunt was the man who had just stuck his head into the car and was pushed out by Chu Xinghe. Yellow hair, great, you start taking credit as soon as you come in. Fuck, you are the most cunning one. The brothers are all eyeing the 10,000 yuan bonus from the boss. Har har, I'm not kidding. Xiaoer and the others saw it just now. It was this guy who attacked me first. The little brother who stuck his head into the car window at the door yelled at his companions, as if he had already figured out Chu Xinghe. A bonus of 10,000 yuan. Cao Wenbin had no intention of negotiating business at all, he just wanted to take the opportunity to take revenge. Boss Cao, there's no need for us to be so awkward. You're doing this to no one. How about this? I'll give you 20% of the net profit of this project. Just consider it as making friends. Although our Mingkai has not developed well in Shancheng, it is still a superior company after all. If you want to grow and develop, it will definitely save you a lot of effort with our help. Chen Luoxi said with a hint of anxiety in his tone. After hearing what Chen Luoxi said, Cao Wenbin and his younger brothers were stunned at first, and then burst into laughter wildly. Girl? Are you still asleep? Are you still discussing the project? Come to our boss bed and have a good chat. Mr. Chen, you are so naive. I, Cao Wenbin, know how capable I am. The money I earn from my small piece of land in Shancheng is enough for me. You want me to start a business? Are you crazy or am I? Chen Luoxi's face turned extremely pale after hearing such blunt words. He felt his hands and feet were cold and regretted coming to this Hongmen banquet so rashly. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold, don't waste time. Yellow hair, Do you want to come on? If you don't, I will. Just this kid. He can't even argue, but I can still control him. The younger brother named Wang Mao said arrogantly as he walked behind Chu Xinghe and grinned at him. Boy, weren't you very arrogant when you pushed my head just now? As he spoke, his arm quickly swung over, and to ordinary people it was just a shadow. This is a common tactic in fighting, a sudden attack. Often when the other party is thinking about retorting, before he can even say anything, he has already been slapped. Wang Mao has been in society and is already a veteran in fighting. This move can be said to be his famous skill, which has been tried and tested and has always worked. The slap was about to land on Chu Xinghe's face, but a smug smile appeared at the corner of the yellow-haired man's mouth. But soon, Wang Mao's smile froze on his face, and immediately a painful expression appeared on his pockmarked face. It hurts, it's going to break. The yellow-haired man covered Chu Xinghe's hand. His whole body went limp and he knelt beside Chu Xinghe's chair, shouting in pain. I was the one who pushed it just now. Is there any problem? Chu Xinghe's hand was like an iron hoop around Wang Mao's wrist, and Wang Mao's palm became red and swollen almost instantly. Har har har. You rubbish yellow-haired fellow, you still dare to brag, you're done for now. Yellow hair, is this okay? You're going to kneel right now. None of the guys with crew cuts who were watching the fun felt panicked. Instead, they all laughed happily. Stop laughing. My hand is going to be broken. This kid's strength is not human. The yellow-haired man, with snot and tears all over his face, shouted to his companions behind him. Chu Xinghe didn't give them any chance to react. There was only a crisp bang sound, and the originally noisy box suddenly became quiet. It's broken, Throughout the box, there were the yellow-haired man's heart-wrenching screams. The younger brothers who were originally watching the fun, stared in horror at the yellow-haired man's arm, which was bent at 90 degrees, and the white bones exposed at the wound. The smell of blood, the smell of shit and urine. It emanated from the yellow-haired man's body for a moment. What's wrong? Aren't you going to get a bonus? $10,000. That's a lot. Your boss cow is really rich. Unlike our boss, he only gives me a $100 bonus for every kill. As Chu Xinghe spoke, he stood up and one of his feet happened to step on the yellow-haired man's face. The yellow-haired man who was screaming was suddenly knocked unconscious by Chu Xinghe. Chen Luoxi opened his mouth wide and looked at Chu Xinghe's back. Isn't he afraid at all? And his talking nonsense about giving him a 100 yuan bonus. What are you standing there for? He's alone, and you 30 or so people don't dare to come up. At this time, Cao Wenbin's angry roar was heard behind him. These little brothers looked at each other, and finally gained courage from each other. Following a roar from one of the younger brothers, the other younger brothers with crew cuts began to yell and surround Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe frowned, feeling a little nervous. He didn't expect that even though he was so ruthless to the yellow-haired guy, he still couldn't scare these people. Fuck. A younger brother gave Chu Xinghe a tentative kick. A large number of phantoms suddenly appeared in Chu Xinghe's mind, all of which were ways to fight back. Chu Xinghe didn't bother to think too much, he just randomly chose one of the phantoms and rushed forward with a bent waist. Chu Xinghe felt something soft hitting his shoulder, and then the little brother who jumped up to kick him flew backwards at an even faster speed. For a moment, Chu Xinghe was completely surrounded by the crew cut guys. Countless shadows appeared around him, and he felt fists hitting him at the same time. The crowd surrounded Chu Xinghe, and Cao Wenbin had walked to Chen Luoxi's side without knowing when. Chen Luoxi's attention was always on Chu Xinghe, and he didn't notice Cao Wenbin appearing beside him. Suddenly, Chen Luoxi smelled a strong smell of alcohol. When she turned her head, she saw Cao Wenbin's big bearded face, which was already very close. Chu. Before Chen Luoxi and Chu Xinghe could even utter their names, a strong and powerful hand covered their mouths. Cao Wenbin put his other hand around Chen Luoxi's slender waist, picked her up by the waist, and walked towards a secret door at the back of the box. Chu Xinghe's eyes were red with anger at this point, and he attacked without mercy. Although there were many of these younger brothers, none of them could withstand his attack. But surrounded by more than 30 people, Chu Xinghe could not see anything in front of him except countless fists and sticks. He did not notice at all that Chen Luoxi had been abducted by Cao Wenbin. Chapter 34, Brutal Attack. Have you ever thought about talking to us? Chu Xinghe said coldly. Cao Wenbin grinned and said, "Brothers, come in. I told you to keep a low profile. Have you been discovered?" "Har har, I just said that we should catch this guy right at the door. Then you can go and discuss business with Mr. Chen. We will wait for you while drinking." "Boss, give me a chance, let me do it." "Fuck you, you dared to push my head just now." A group of younger brothers filed in, and the huge box suddenly became crowded. The first to bear the brunt was the man who had just stuck his head into the car and was pushed out by Chu Xinghe. "Yellow hair, great, you start taking credit as soon as you come in." "Fuck, you are the most cunning one." The brothers are all eyeing the 10,000 yuan bonus from the boss. "Har har, I'm not kidding. Xiaoer and the others saw it just now. It was this guy who attacked me first." The little brother who stuck his head into the car window at the door yelled at his companions beside him, as if he had already figured out Chu Xinghe. A bonus of 10,000 yuan. Cao Wenbin had no intention of negotiating business at all, he just wanted to take the opportunity to take revenge. "Boss Cao, there's no need for us to be so awkward. You're doing this to no one. How about this, I'll give you 20% of the net profit of this project, just as a friendship. Although our Mingkai has not developed well in Shancheng, it is still a superior company after all. If you want to grow and develop, it will definitely save you a lot of effort with our help," Chen Luoxi said with a hint of anxiety in his tone. After hearing what Chen Luoxi said, Cao Wenbin and his younger brothers were stunned at first, and then burst into laughter wildly. "Girl? Are you still asleep? Are you still discussing the project? Come to our boss bed and have a good chat. Mr. Chen, you are so naive. I, Cao Wenbin, know how capable I am. The money I earn from my small piece of land in Shancheng is enough for me. You want me to start a business? Are you crazy or am I?" Chen Luoxi's face turned extremely pale after hearing such blunt words. He felt his hands and feet were cold and regretted coming to this Hongmen banquet so rashly. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold, don't waste time. "Yellow hair, do you want to come on? If you don't, I will. Just this kid. He can't even argue, but I can still control him." The younger brother named Wang Mao said arrogantly as he walked behind Chu Xinghe and grinned at him, "Boy, weren't you very arrogant when you pushed my head just now?" As he spoke, his arm quickly swung over, and to ordinary people it was just a shadow. This is a common tactic in fighting, a sudden attack. Often when the other party is thinking of retorting, before he can even say anything, he has already been slapped. Wang Mao has been in society and is already a veteran in fighting. This move can be said to be his famous skill, which has been tried and tested and has always worked. The slap was about to land on Chu Xinghe's face, but a smug smile appeared at the corner of the yellow-haired man's mouth. But soon, Wang Mao's smile froze on his face, and immediately a painful expression appeared on his pockmarked face. It hurts, it's going to break." The yellow-haired man covered Chu Xinghe's hand. His whole body went limp and he knelt beside Chu Xinghe's chair, shouting in pain. "I was the one who pushed it just now. Is there any problem?" Chu Xinghe's hand was like an iron hoop around Wang Mao's wrist, and Wang Mao's palm became red and swollen almost instantly. "Har har har har. You rubbish yellow-haired fellow, you still dare to brag, you're done for now. Yellow hair, is this okay? You're going to kneel right now." None of the guys with crew cuts who were watching the fun felt panicked. Instead, they all laughed happily. "Stop laughing. My hand is going to be broken. This kid's strength is not human." The yellow-haired man, with snot and tears all over his face, shouted to his companions behind him. Chu Xinghe didn't give them any chance to react. There was only a crisp bang sound, and the originally noisy box suddenly became quiet. It's broken, R." Throughout the box, there were the yellow-haired man's heart-wrenching screams. The younger brothers who were originally watching the fun, stared in horror at the yellow-haired man's arm, which was bent at 90 degrees, and the white bones exposed at the wound. The smell of blood, the smell of shit and urine. It emanated from the yellow-haired man's body for a moment. "What's wrong? Aren't you going to get a bonus? $10,000. That's a lot. Your boss Cao is really rich. Unlike our boss, he only gives me a $100 bonus for every kill." As Chu Xinghe spoke, he stood up and one of his feet happened to step on the yellow-haired man's face. The yellow-haired man who was screaming was suddenly knocked unconscious by Chu Xinghe. Chen Luoxi opened his mouth wide and looked at Chu Xinghe's back. Isn't he afraid at all? And his talking nonsense about giving him a 100 yuan bonus. What are you standing there for? He's alone, and you 30 or so people don't dare to come up. At this time, Cao Wenbin's angry roar was heard behind him. These little brothers looked at each other, and finally gained courage from each other. Following a roar from one of the younger brothers, the other younger brothers with crew cuts began to yell and surround Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe frowned, feeling a little nervous. He didn't expect that even though he was so ruthless to the yellow-haired guy, he still couldn't scare these people. Fuck! A younger brother gave Chu Xinghe a tentative kick. A large number of phantoms suddenly appeared in Chu Xinghe's mind, all of which were ways to fight back. Chu Xinghe didn't bother to think too much, he just randomly chose one of the phantoms and rushed forward with a bent waist. Chu Xinghe felt something soft hitting his shoulder, and then the little brother who jumped up to kick him flew backwards at an even faster speed. For a moment, Chu Xinghe was completely surrounded by the crew cut guys. Countless shadows appeared around him, and he felt fists hitting him at the same time. The crowd surrounded Chu Xinghe, and Cao Wenbin had walked to Chen Luoxi's side without knowing when. Chen Luoxi's attention was always on Chu Xinghe, and he didn't notice Cao Wenbin appearing next to him. Suddenly, Chen Luoxi smelled a strong smell of alcohol. When she turned her head, she saw Cao Wenbin's big bearded face, which was already very close. Chu. Before Chen Luoxi and Chu Xinghe could even utter their names, a strong and powerful hand covered their mouths. Cao Wenbin put his other hand around Chen Luoxi's slender waist, picked her up by the waist, and walked towards a secret door at the back of the box. Chu Xinghe's eyes were red with anger at this point, and he attacked without mercy. Although there were many of these younger brothers, none of them could withstand his attack. But surrounded by more than 30 people, Chu Xinghe could not see anything in front of him except countless fists and sticks. He did not notice at all that Chen Luoxi had been abducted by Cao Wenbin. Chapter 35 Worse than Beasts. Don't block the way. Get out of the way. Fuck, hey Xiao, why the hell are you pushing me? These crew-haired guys were knocked down by Chu Xinghe almost one by one, and soon many of them were lying on the ground in a mess. The few who were left were retreating in panic, and even pushed their companions towards Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe was extremely excited at this moment. His powerful strength gave him unprecedented confidence. 8 Varger Kung Fu. This is only the second paragraph. It is so powerful. If it reaches the highest level, the 10th level, how terrifying would it be? Chu Xinghe only felt his whole body burning hot, and his blood was like boiling magma. The blows from fists and sticks did not cause him any harm. Due to the extremely simple attributes of the chosen worker system, the physical strength value includes all the comprehensive qualities of the body. In addition to the most intuitive strength and speed, Chu Xinghe's ability to withstand blows is now 5 times that of an ordinary person. At this time, a circle of Chu Xinghe's brothers were lying around his feet, groaning, and there were 7 or 8 more standing outside, looking at Chu Xinghe, who was like a god of war, with horror on their faces. Come on? Why don't you continue? Chu Xinghe shouted at them. Without waiting for them to say anything, Chu Xinghe rushed over, grabbed the nearest person by the collar, and was about to slap him. I learned this trick from Huang Mao. Although it is crude, it is very useful against these street scum. Uncle, we were wrong. The man caught by Chu Xinghe's legs softened and he knelt down. However, Chu Xinghe grabbed his collar and he almost suffocated when he knelt down. He stood up softly. Don't you want the bonus? Chu Xinghe was in the mood for fighting. Chu Xinghe, who had never fought since he was a child, felt that he had endless energy at this moment. Stop fighting. If you continue, someone will die. That's right, leave us alone, we are just a bunch of workers. Ha! Where's Chen Luoxi? Faced with these younger brothers who kept begging for mercy, Chu Xinghe lost interest in continuing the attack. He turned his head and his scalp suddenly went numb. Chen Luoxi is missing. And Cao Wenbin, who was standing at the back, also disappeared. Where are the people? Chu Xinghe grabbed the younger brother and shook him violently, causing the younger brother to roll his eyes. He went out the back door. The younger brother who was caught by Chu Xinghe felt that his brain was about to be shaken into a paste, and he pointed weakly to the location of the secret door in the box. Chu Xinghe simply left this little brother behind, and without caring about the little brothers lying on the ground, he stepped over them. For a moment, there was another round of wailing everywhere. Chu Xinghe kicked open the secret door in the box, and in front of him was a dim upward staircase. At this moment, I am on the third floor of the small white building. Chen Luoxi knelt in the corner of the room, holding the hairpin that was originally on her head and pressing it against her neck. The hem of the snow-white dress had been torn, revealing tight white thighs with 5 obvious red palm prints on them. The makeup on her face was already worn off by tears, the hand holding the hairpin was shaking, and there were traces of blood on her neck. "Mr. Chen, why are you hiding? Let's talk about the construction of the garbage transportation project. I don't want the 20% profit, I just want you to accompany me for 2 days, no, just 1 night tonight. Although I am not a good person, I will always keep my word. You are not a novice, right? Just think of it as being bitten by a dog. Is there any need to seek death?" As Cao Wenbin spoke, he slowly approached Chen Luoxi. "How about this? I'll give you 20% of the profit and transfer it to your personal account later. Even though the profit from this Greentown project is not much, it should be around 1 million, right? How much is your annual salary?" "Cao Wenbin, I would rather die than let you touch me." Chen Luoxi's voice was tearful, but she spoke resolutely. Cao Wenbin stretched his hand to his nose and took a deep sniff, then said with a lustful look on his face, "But didn't I touch it just now? It smells so good. You deserve to die. You are worse than a beast." Chen Luoxi shouted angrily, raised her hand and stabbed the hairpin into her skin a little deeper, and blood immediately flowed down her fair neck. "I deserve to die? You should pay more attention to your lover downstairs. No matter how strong he is, can he be a match for more than 30 people? How about this, if you obey me, just this once, I will let you go and the conditions we just mentioned will remain unchanged. How about it?" Cao Wenbin stopped and said with his hands raised. Chen Luoxi, who had originally planned to preserve her chastity even at death, was stunned when she heard this, and the hairpin in her hand loosened a little. Cao Wenbin stared at Chen Luoxi like a hungry wolf. Seeing that Chen Luoxi was slacking off, he immediately continued, "You have to make a decision quickly. He can't hold on for long. Now, regret, helplessness, despair, fear. These negative emotions overwhelmed Chen Luoxi, and the hand holding the hairpin loosened unconsciously. When Cao Wenbin saw this, he let out a strange cry and pounced forward. Chu Xinghe didn't have time to think too much at this moment. It had been at least 10 minutes since he started doing it. If Cao Wenbin really wanted to do something to Chen Luoxi at this time, everything might be too late. Although Chu Xinghe doesn't have a good impression of Chen Luoxi now, it doesn't affect the fact that he still likes Chen Luoxi. Seeing that his goddess was about to be ruined, Chu Xinghe was now burning with rage, and even the breath he exhaled was scalding hot. The staircase was not high, and should lead directly to the 3rd floor of the small white building. At the end was a security door, which was now closed. The security door opens outwards, has no handle, and only a fingerprint lock. Chu Xinghe punched the fingerprint lock, and suddenly there was a burst of fire. The fingerprint lock was smashed to pieces, revealing the red and blue wires inside. Chu Xinghe reached his hand in and grabbed the edge of the security door, all the muscles in his body tensed up. Kaka. The security door made a teeth-grinding sound, and a large number of cracks appeared on the walls on both sides. The crying and shouting of Chen Luoxi could be faintly heard from inside. "Beast! Stop it!" The veins on Chu Xinghe's forehead bulged, and with a roar, the thick security door was pulled directly off the wall by Chu Xinghe. Chapter 36 Pretending to be strong. The scene inside the door made Chu Xinghe's eyes bloodshot. In the corner of the room, Cao Wenbin's burly figure was pressing down on the crying Chen Luoxi. Cao Wenbin's eyes were already red at this time, and the loud noise behind him did not stop his movements at all. Chu Xinghe jumped up from the door like an eagle and flew towards Cao Wenbin. He grabbed Cao Wenbin's neck, lifted him up from the ground, and threw him hard against the wall behind him. Chen Luoxi was seen with her hands on her chest. Her clothes had been torn into pieces, revealing her bra. Under the torn skirt, one could still see a bit of underwear that had been pulled down. Tears flowed uncontrollably down Chen Luoxi's tightly closed face like a flood. A hint of bright red flowed from the corners of her tightly closed mouth, which looked like blood. Boom! Chu Xinghe's head sank. Was she trying to bite her tongue to commit suicide? "Chen Luoxi. It's me. It's okay." Chu Xinghe reached out and opened Chen Luoxi's mouth, and put his fingers in. Hiss. A sharp pain came from the finger. The finger was actually bitten by Chen Luoxi's crazy strength. Chu Xinghe clenched his teeth tightly and did not use any force, because he knew clearly that if he pulled hard with his strength, he would definitely pull Chen Luoxi's teeth out. Chu Xinghe half knelt quietly in front of Chen Luoxi, letting Chen Luoxi bite his fingers. It seemed like a long time passed without him feeling the other party's next move. Chen Luoxi opened his red and swollen eyes and saw Chu Xinghe grimacing in pain. R. Chen Luoxi quickly opened her mouth and immediately spit out a stream of blood, staining the chest of her white dress red. The blood flowed from the exposed skin along her chest into her bra. Are you okay? Chen Luoxi asked vaguely with blood in his mouth. Chu Xinghe laughed miserably, looked at the deep wound on his finger and said, "You are in this state, and you still have the mood to care about others." I. Chen Luoxi was about to speak when her face suddenly turned red and she hugged her arms tighter across her chest. Chu Xinghe's blood gradually appeared on Chen Luoxi's clothes. Chu Xinghe stood up, grabbed the snow-white sheets on the big bed, and covered Chen Luoxi, who was almost naked. "You stay here, I'll go see if that grandson is dead." Chu Xinghe said this and walked towards Cao Wenbin, who was lying motionless on the ground. The situation was urgent just now, and Chu Xinghe did not restrain his strength at all. Blood was still flowing down the wall, and he didn't know whether Cao Wenbin was alive or dead. Chu Xinghe walked up to Cao Wenbin, put his hand in front of Cao Wenbin's nose and felt relieved. Still angry. Fortunately, this grandson has been exercising regularly, otherwise if it were an ordinary rich second generation, he would probably have been hit to death, and he would be in big trouble. He's not dead, he just fainted. Chu Xinghe said to Chen Luoxi, who was wrapped in a bed sheet and had already stood up. Chen Luoxi also breathed a sigh of relief. If Chu Xinghe killed someone because of him, he would never forgive himself for his decision to attend the banquet today. "Okay, let's go. Can you walk?" Chu Xinghe walked back to Chen Luoxi and asked softly. Chen Luoxi nodded slightly and was about to walk, but her feet went weak and she was about to fall. Chu Xinghe quickly supported Chen Luoxi and felt that the woman's whole body was limp. Chen Luoxi's face turned slightly red, he lowered his head and said nothing. "Why? What a strong woman. Even though my legs are so weak that I can't walk, I still pretend to be strong." Chu Xinghe bent down and picked up Chen Luoxi horizontally. Chen Luoxi buried his head in Chu Xinghe's arms, not daring to look him in the eye. Chu Xinghe walked out of the secret door. This is obviously not the first time that Cao Wenbin has used this secret door. I don't know how many women he has harmed before. This beast. If this wasn't a society ruled by law, I would tear him to pieces. Chu Xinghe was furious when he thought of the scene just now. After hearing this, Chen Luoxi buried his head in Chu Xinghe's arms again without saying a word. The younger brothers who had just been knocked down were now supported by everyone and sitting on the chairs in the box, humming. When they saw Chu Xinghe coming out, they all stood up from their chairs nervously and looked at Chu Xinghe with vigilance. "Call an ambulance for your boss, otherwise it's none of my business if he dies." Chu Xinghe said this, then hugged Chen Luoxi and walked out of the little white building. Putting Chen Luoxi in the passenger seat, Chu Xinghe drove away. After returning to the underground garage of Chen Luoxi's house, Chu Xinghe said to Chen Luoxi, who was sitting in the passenger seat, "Mr. Chen, we are home." Chen Luoxi did not respond to Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe took a look and found that Chen Luoxi had fallen asleep without him knowing when. Chu Xinghe thought about it, turned around and drove back to Qinshi City. Carefully picked up Chen Luoxi from the passenger seat. After Chu Xinghe put Chen Luoxi on the bed, he scratched his head and felt a little worried. She must be injured, but in her current state, how should he bandage her? Although he still liked Chen Luoxi from the bottom of his heart, Chu Xinghe did not want to take advantage of her. Just when Chu Xinghe was at a loss, Chen Luoxi suddenly said, "Are you planning to stand here all night?" You're awake. Then why didn't you say anything just now when I was downstairs at your house?" Chu Xinghe was speechless. Why was this woman pretending to be asleep at this time? "You didn't ask me." Chen Luoxi muttered softly. "Then I'll take you home now," Chu Xinghe said as he was about to pick up Chen Luoxi from the bed again. Chen Luoxi hurriedly said, "No need. Can you take a shower here?" "Can. I didn't clean it up." Chu Xinghe thought of the stains left on the floor yesterday when he was learning and mastering the first stage of the 8-part Varger exercise Jingwei Neguan. It's okay, just help me to the bathroom. Chen Luoxi's voice became lower and lower. Chu Xinghe didn't have any evil thoughts. After helping Chen Luoxi to the bathroom, he went to clean up the duck feathers on the floor of the living room yesterday. As soon as Chen Luoxi entered the bathroom, the sound of running water was heard. At this time, Chu Xinghe finally came to his senses. Looking at the finger bitten by Chen Luoxi, he searched the room for the medicine box. Chapter 37, Daydreaming. Chu Xinghe first cleaned up the duck feathers on the floor, and then finally found the medicine box. One hand was struggling to twist the bottle cap when he heard the bathroom door open. Chen Luoxi said in a voice as small as a mosquito, "Do you have any clothes?" Chu Xinghe was about to answer yes, but he realized that he had only lived in this place for 3 days. Not to mention the clothes, even the toiletries were already there. "Why don't you put on your bathrobe first? I swear I will never peek at you," Chu Xinghe said awkwardly. "It's okay, I believe you, where is the bathrobe?" Chen Luoxi's voice became even quieter. If Chu Xinghe's hearing was not 5 times that of an average person, he might not be able to hear what she said. Chu Xinghe rummaged through the drawers again and finally found the bathrobe. He covered his eyes with one hand and walked to the bathroom door. A slender white hand stretched out from the bathroom, grabbed the bathrobe that Chu Xinghe was holding, and then quickly pulled it back. Chu Xinghe went back to the living room, found some gauze, wrapped it around his fingers a few times, and then tied a knot with his teeth. "It's okay, the blood has already stopped flowing. With my current physical condition, I should be able to recover in a few days, right?" Chu Xinghe looked at the ugly bandage technique and comforted himself. "If you bandage it like this, the wound won't be able to breathe and will become festering and necrotic." Chen Luoxi's voice came from behind Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe turned his head and saw that the makeup on Chen Luoxi's face had been washed off and her hair was wrapped in a towel. She was wearing a red silk nightgown, revealing her calves as white as jade. The nightgown was extremely tight, outlining her nearly perfect figure, and even vaguely revealing some dazzling whiteness. Huh. Chu Xinghe couldn't help but let out a breath of hot air. "Let me help you." Chen Luoxi lowered her head shyly when she saw Chu Xinghe's absent-minded look, but walked over firmly. He wanted to untie the gauze on Chu Xinghe's fingers without saying anything, but Chu Xinghe had used too much force just now and the knot had already choked. Chen Luoxi tried a few times and found that he couldn't untie it, so he bent down and bit it with his teeth. The scent of shower gel came to his nose. "I just tied the knot by biting the gauze with my teeth. Is this considered an indirect kiss?" Chu Xinghe stared at Chen Luoxi blankly. The hem of her skirt drooped naturally due to gravity, which made Chu Xinghe's eyes widen. Following Chen Luoxi's actions, Chu Xinghe, who was still a novice, felt his body heating up rapidly. After finally untying the knot of gauze, Chen Luoxi saw the shocking wound. Her eyes, which were already red from crying, were now misty again. Chen Luoxi used extremely gentle techniques to help Chu Xinghe clean the wound, applied Yunnan Bai Yao, and re-bandaged it for him. "Okay, let's go to the hospital tomorrow," Chen Luoxi said after sniffing. Okay?" Chu Xinghe answered blankly, having not yet recovered from the shock. "Well, you should also apply some medicine. I saw a palm print on your thigh." Chu Xinghe reminded him, remembering the palm print he had seen before. Chen Luoxi nodded, picked up the medicine box and returned to the room. Before leaving, he reminded Chu Xinghe to go to bed early. Chu Xinghe shook his head, wondering what he was thinking about. How could Chen Luoxi apply medicine in front of him? The palm print was on her thigh. There were no spare clothes here, which meant that Chen Luoxi was only wearing her nightgown. With the sound of a door closing, Chu Xinghe's fantasy was completely shattered. Chen Luoxi's clothes might be in the bathroom. If I go in, I'll inevitably see them. I am a gentleman, how can I take advantage of someone in distress at a time like this? Chu Xinghe thought about it and went into another bathroom to wash up. On the other side, Chen Luoxi, who had closed the door, leaned against the door, his face already turned red. Would Chu Xinghe feel frivolous with the way I was just now? I am too brave. Chu Xinghe is a man after all. If he had tried to do something to me just now, I would not have had the strength to resist. However, Chen Luoxi felt conflicted and a little angry about why Chu Xinghe did nothing. Don't I have any charm at all in his eyes? Fortunately, the model room in Jinchi City was big enough. Chu Xinghe lay down in another bedroom, still thinking about what happened tonight. Congratulations to their host for completing the mission of saving the beauty. You will be rewarded with 1 point of spiritual power, 100 work points, and 30 Chen Luoxi's favorability. Chen Luoxi's favorability has reached 50. The favorability function has been activated and can be checked in the panel. Chu Xinghe had just laid down on the bed when he heard the notification sound from the chosen worker system and suddenly sat up. Another mission completed. This system's task system, in addition to active tasks, also has side quests that come at any time. The rewards this time are also exceptionally luxurious, but unfortunately there are no skill rewards. Instead, a favorability function is enabled. It seems that the minimalist style of this chosen worker system seems so monotonous because the conditions for activating it are insufficient. This function was only enabled when Chen Luoxi's favorability towards me reached 50. In other words, before Chen Luoxi, no one had ever reached a favorability of 50 with me? I was really miserable before. Chu Xinghe lay on the bed and gradually fell asleep. What he didn't know was how much trouble his actions today would bring him. On the other side, after Chu Xinghe left, an ambulance had arrived at Kao's private kitchen Xiaobeilu. Along with the ambulance, there arrived a tall young man wearing glasses and a well-tailored suit. Brother Hao, Wenbin has been sent to their hospital. The doctor on board said that he has multiple fractures and a severe concussion. He may not wake up. A man with a short flat head walked over from outside the compound and said, "Who did Wenbin offend? I want all his information." The man said expressionlessly,